There is no different states of perfection.
Again,
Perfection simply means it cannot change
Come
anymore.
on, I want to get my words
Like a
out.
sphere?
I
don't think that that's necessarily entailed, JL. I think
It is logically entailed. Okay, so here's real simple, Omni. If a thing is perfect, can it improve in any way?
I told JL.
Omni, it's a yes or no question. Omni, it's a yes or no question. If a thing is perfect, can it improve in any way?
It can change laterally.
No. If it is perfect, can it
Why?
change? If it is perfect, can it improve?
It can change laterally, but it can't improve.
Omni, will you just follow me on this and answer the question?
It cannot improve, but it can change laterally.
No, stop. Can it improve?
I'd like to respond.
You're going to have to wait, Jin.
Yes, it can.
Omni,
You're not
yes
the
or-
only one who
yes,
wants to respond.
Omni,
Dude.
Omni, stop
Can't even
hedging
respond, man.
and just answer. If a thing is perfect, can it improve?
No.
Okay. If a thing is perfect, can it get worse in any way?
Theoretically, yes.
of course
No,
can.
it can't, because if there was a way to make it worse, then that was
Oh,
a
you're
flaw
wrong
in
again.
the way
You
it
see,
was,
he's wrong.
and therefore it cannot, and therefore it can change, which means it wasn't perfect to begin with.
Well, that's
So
not
it is
necessarily true.
So it is logically entailed.
You have to. You have to
So it is
define perfection.
hang on. So it is logically entailed that it cannot get worse. Because
I'm
if it
waiting to
was, that's because of a flaw in the design that was
How long
exploitable,
is he gonna
and
go
therefore
on
it can
for?
change. Therefore, it was not perfect
Is
to
he gonna
begin
go
with.
on for?
If it is perfect, it can't get better, it can't degrade, and a lateral move would just
Bullshit.
be perfect still.
Yes, it would be perfect, but it would be differently perfect.
When can I
It would be,
respond?
there's no differently perfect, Omni. There's just perfection.
Respond.
I don't understand how that
When
follows.
can I respond?
How are there different levels of perfection if
When
perfection
do I
is
get to
unchanging?
respond? Ladies and
So,
gentlemen, in house.
Let's say that I have a room that is painted the perfect shade of blue.
Terrible.
It is the blue that makes me the most happy, and it is the absolutely perfect gradient, color grade, and reflectiveness, and all that stuff.
Are you saying
So
you could paint it a different color?
Well, wait,
Are you could paint it a different shade of blue?
no, I'm not. I also like crimson, the same amount that I like blue, and so if you can turn that blue into the same perfect shade of
It's
crimson,
two different colors.
yeah. They're different colors.
No. That's two different things. If a thing
waiting to
is
respond,
perfect,
yeah.
okay, the room itself is painted a
Waiting
color.
to
You said the
respond.
paint is
Cool
perfect.
story, Jin.
You're not changing the paint. You're changing the paint, but you're not changing the physical composition of the paint. You're changing what paint is being
Waiting to
used.
respond here.
So you could use blue
Keep waiting.
paint, and that be the perfect paint, but you're not altering the blue paint. You're just replacing the blue paint with something else. Those are two
allowing
separate
JL
things
to talk
that are
like it's a
themselves
joke.
both perfect.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen.
right. So in that
Okay,
case,
so that's not what you're talking about.
no, okay. Hold on a second. Suppose that this paint has is made of a substance where by modulating the electrical field, you can actually change the way that it reflects colors.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's a horrible example.
Now, it's not a
Why? Okay.
If I can maybe hopefully build a bridge between these two, what I think I suspect.
I don't know why he's intellectually dishonestly trying to hold to this concept.
I mean,
of
why-
like,
I
what is
couldn't
a-
say. Wait,
fucking
the
The
ridiculous.
issue though is, and I might agree with Warren on this one, that
Rebuttal.
the two different colors of paint might be themselves the perfect shade of that color, but there's a color that if you paint that room would be perfect, and you couldn't be able to switch between one or the other. So there's the perfection of the room and the perfection of each individual color.
Thank you. Yes.
But if you're talking about the perfection of the room, that might be contingent on one specific color.
Yes, because if the state of the room is perfect and the state of that perfection is part of the state of that perfection is the color that the room is, then if you were to change that color, well, technically it wouldn't be able to be changed because it wouldn't be perfect anymore. Okay.
What about having the nature? What if the room's perfection includes its changing, just like we have day and night? Maybe that's like some sort of perfection.
Then you're not talking about the room itself. You're talking about the system.
Yeah.
Okay, so the things within the system can change, but the system can be perfectly balanced, meaning that the system itself can never be unbalanced.
Still waiting
The
to
system can't
respond.
change while the particulars
Waiting to
within it do
respond.
change, because them changing is a part of the perfection. But the system,
Waiting
see, it's
to
talking. This is
respond.
talking about like hierarchies here. Okay, so when
You're right.
if you're talking, yeah, exactly.
Because-
So
Because
I
energy can't
I am
be
waiting
energy.
to
Jin's waiting to
can't be-
respond.
I am
Hold on,
waiting to
Jen.
respond.
Yeah, but
I am
like
waiting
1,000
to
people
respond.
want to talk to
Still
you, and it's
waiting.
not all about you.
Right. Can I respond now? Can I
I personally would
respond
just
now?
like
You
if someone
can.
if someone wanted to address the question that I asked earlier, what I tried to pose to Jin
I'd
and
like
Jin
to
refused
address
to
everything
answer,
you've
that would
said.
be great.
I want to
Why do
address
the
everything you've said,
circumstances?
but
Why
you've
do the
gone on-
foundational
you've gone on so
circumstances
far
that are
from what we-
required or necessary
Oh,
for the
come
logical
on.
possibility of evil actions and outcomes exist when
This is a
nothing
joke.
dictates to God that they must necessarily
Omnivore, this is
exist?
a joke, Omnivore.
So Jen,
This is
Jen,
a
I'll
joke.
give you a chance to respond. But once again, if your response is off target, it's not going to go that long. Go ahead.
I'm
Ladies
gonna
and
back at
gentlemen.
it after Jin.
Tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. You let this guy go on for like 10 minutes.
I'm
Can I have Ladies 10 and minutes, gentlemen. please?
no, you
Thank
cannot.
you. Yeah, well, I'm going to require 10 minutes. You let this guy go on for 10 minutes.
I'm not going to give you
LJ.
10 minutes, Jen. Go ahead.
But listen. Now, what's his name? Taking Back Eden hits the nail on the head. What if you have a perfect world that God has created, but it can be subjected to change either to the positive or the negative? In the case we're living now, it is moving harshly towards the negative. There are some positives, but we're living in a negative world at the moment. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to put forward here. Is that God did create the world perfectly. Of course, as time's gone on, our technologies have come into it now, but they're being used in a nefarious way. Okay? That's what I'm trying to put forward here.
This is not relevant to the conversation. We're talking about the philosophy.
It was relevant to the thing he said
perfection.
earlier. To the thing he said earlier. You have to go back. You got to go back. He said so much. You're allowing the man to say so much. We can't address properly. That's the problem. Thank you. Fucking
All right.
balls.
Well,
It's the
to
same as
answer your
artificial.
question,
So I
To
don't.
answer your
Wait a minute. Wait. So what you're describing is a scoping issue, JL, where if I say this thing is perfect, then I'm constraining the scope to that thing, and I can change it for another thing that is equally perfect. And then what you're saying is, well, you're expanding the scope. Do I have that correct?
Well, it's also a matter of it being perfect to you and being perfect to what your subjective interpretation of that which is perfect. If we're talking about philosophical perfection, that can't change. So that's what I'm talking about.
So philosophical perfection. So I can't have a perfect color.
That's not full. Okay, so you could say that there could be like a perfect version, like a perfect shade. Like there's this one shade of this color, and it is the perfect representation of this particular color. Okay, so you could have that. So or you could posit that is. Okay, well if that's the perfect shade of that color. All right, then
Okay.
any other shade is not perfect of that. Okay, so the problem is that when you're talking about the shade in of itself, you can't change the shade. You can go to a different shade that is not perfect, but once you hit that shade is, whatever standard you're saying that it is perfect in relationship to all the other shades of that same color, it won't change. Nothing's going to make another shade perfect other than that one. Unless, of course, you're talking about that which is deemed to be perfect is a subjective determination, which I think to a degree it is. But if we're talking like the philosophical notion of what perfection is, kind of like the philosophical notion of like a philosophical nothing a philosophical nothing is an incoherent concept. Okay, because there is no referent because anything you try to use to describe it winds up turning it into something. Okay, which is problematic. So the philosophical concept of perfection is simply the notion that a thing is immutable, that it cannot change from what it is.
I don't know that that's automatically entailed. I think it depends on scope, which is what I think you were getting at.
No, I think that you're trying to falsely equate the notion of like philosophical perfection that I'm talking about, and the subjective notion that something that's perfection can be ascribed to a thing subjectively by an individual. When I'm talking about like the ontos of a thing.
Okay.
Which humans don't determine. So
I wanted to get back to the.
But the earth was created perfect in the first place, and now man and his ego is destroying that perfection, moving towards the negative instead of using this technology to enhance the life. He's trying to beat God's creation. That's what we're living through now, and I think that's what taking back Eden was going towards. The man is very intelligent. You, JL. You're just full of too much philosophy and no reality, unfortunately.
All right, great.
And you will never be a god. You'll
Jim,
never be a god.
Thank you.
To even use yourself as example of God is blasphemous already.
So that, I understand what you're saying, Jim, but it's not. It's really not related to what JL was talking about. Okay, I get why you think it is, but I don't believe that it is.
It
actually
really is
related.
No, it is. It's related.
I know you're moved to rebut him. I got that clearly. My point is just that, we're talking about the philosophical term you use,
related
for perfection,
because
which
philosophy is one thing, reality is actual. Reality is actual.
But we're not talking about talking about this reality.
Penny.
All right. So
relate to it because that's what we're living in. We're living in it now. Don't forget that.
Well, whatever. So, in the ontology of perfection, there can only be one perfect thing for each thing. Is that
ostensibly yes? That the thing that like the ontological nature of a thing, like if the ontos of a thing is perfection, like its nature is perfect, that's its ontology, then it cannot change from what it is. It can't improve. It can't alter laterally because a lateral move would just be you maintaining perfection. And then it can't get worse because that would indicate that there was something there was a flaw in it, or there was some aspect of it that could be altered in order to make it worse, which means if it can be altered, then it was never perfect to begin with. Because technically it could go down, then it could improve again. So
all right. So I have
genetically modified GMO, genetically modified.
Go back and forth. But
GMO, for example. GMO, genetically engineered foods.
Omni, just server mute him, dude.
That's not relevant to what we're talking about. I'm
just
sorry.
mod him.
Well, hang on. No, hang on a second. So I have a question. So if something is perfect, it only has one attribute, and that is its perfection. It can't
It can have other attributes, but the nature of the thing is perfection, which means that anything about it is a part of that perfection.
But if it can't, so you're saying it can't change an attribute and still maintain its perfection,
right? Because its attributes would be a part of that perfection.
Okay, but if that perfection is the sum total of its attributes, of its
nature, it's what its nature is. All the attributes of its nature facilitate its perfection.
But all those attributes contribute to its perfection, yeah?
No, they're a part of it.
Well,
you can say they contribute to it, but it's a part of it. So you're saying that there's this thing, okay, and there's all these things about it. This thing is part of its nature is that it is perfect. Just like in the theistic worldview, the concept of a god, the god has many attributes, and part of its ontology is that it is perfect. It is perfect in nature. It is immutable. It cannot change ever.
All right. So if I raise one attribute and lower another,
which you can't do.
I realize you're saying I can't.
If it's perfect, you can't do it.
I realize that
it would be better to think of it in that way, that if you made any changes to it, it would no longer be perfect.
Well,
which means if it was possible to make changes to it in any way, then it wasn't perfect to begin with.
I suppose it's true.
So these
that's
this is
wrong. I disagree with that.
Oh yeah. So this is an assertion, and I'm trying to figure out in terms
it's not an assertion; it's a logical entailment.
Well,
can I ask you a question? Perfection can be temporal.
I have a question as well too. Eventually, but go ahead.
Yeah, perfection can be temporal. It doesn't mean it's always forever, and it's not like it can be at the moment, the right time, the right place, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that would be a
It could be,
parameter.
it
I
could be
think.
perfect in the past.
If
No,
it's
you know what I mean?
perfection is contingent, then what is denoted as perfection is contingent upon something else, and if that thing changes, then obviously it would no longer be perfect anymore. So it was never perfect to begin with.
Well, it depends on what the requirements
but
were.
if it's
Well, that's what I'm talking about, ontos, and not just like contingent properties that are subjectively determined to be perfect at any one given point. If it's ontology, nature of the thing, if its ontological nature is perfection, then it doesn't matter what else you throw to it. It could be just simply it is a thing and it is perfect. It has no other attributes other than perfection. Well, what the heck are we describing other than just
JL.
the attribute of being perfect? So if it has other attributes, but those attributes are a part of its perfection. So are we saying that an ontologically perfect thing has to have all of those attributes to be perfect? Well, not necessarily. We're saying that the perfect state of that
Who
particular
are you
thing.
talking to?
Well, to everyone, but hey, welcome, Riggs. It's great to see you back. JL, I had a quick
Yeah,
question
what's
though for you. Could you have something that appears perfect, but also doesn't appear perfect, like as in a sort of a contradiction or an oxymoron?
Well, if it's ontos is perfect, then how it appears.
Right, we're just talking like we're not, like I said again, this is not like things where perfection is subjectively derived, where two different frames of reference can lead to two different conclusions regarding the perfection of a thing. We're talking about something we're talking about like literally like philosophical hypotheticals, like the like a metaphysical speculation. We're speculating on a thing that the ontological nature of it is perfection. Okay?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, JL. I'm just thinking maybe something could be perfect, but our interpretation of it is maybe imperfect. So we think it's imperfect, right? But it's actually perfect.
yeah.
I think that would be allowed.
A mistake.
Okay, then you would have to look at the thing like, okay, so is the thing
fruits and vegetables.
so is the thing itself that is being described as perfect but is not being perceived as perfect by the agents within it, is that thing itself contingent upon something else? Because I'm assuming that you're talking about the world.
I'd like to be able to get in
right?
with a few comments from
but this seems to divert from,
I don't want to waste my
like,
time listening
if
to a lot of
this
philosophy.
perfection was
I'd like to bring
designing
in
free
some
will,
reality if it's possible.
how they made that.
Okay, but we're not doing reality right now. We're doing philosophy.
I thought I was also just doing philosophy. So,
well, the idea being that if there's nothing external of the God for it to reference, nothing exists external of it to reference, then what is its parameter for what is not perfect to determine what perfection is?
Right. So that's what I wanted to answer like a half hour ago. So real quick, if I can ask you a question, because I think the perfection thing is important here. Would you say that there's a single configuration of the world that it would be perfect? Like that there's a single perfect world?
I mean, as in existence, like in all logically possible worlds?
A
From
single
the outset, the creation of life.
perfect world.
Yeah, like in like modally speaking, sure. Yeah, there's a logically possible world that is perfect, that cannot change in any way.
And no other world would be
that would be the flat Earth.
Well, you could have the same iteration multiple times, but if we're talking about like all logically possible worlds, then there would only be one.
Okay, so you mentioned something earlier that kind of like I think it was with the colors in the room, that one thing, oh no, it was something changing. You said this thing would be perfect, but then if you include like a broader scope than the system, then you're talking about the system would be perfect. So if there's a set of worlds and the set of worlds would have to be perfect, each individual world could be the perfect addition to that system, right?
Ladies and gentlemen.
So no single world would have to be perfect, but all of them together would dictate a perfect system.
It could, yeah. That's one way, And then if you're talking about like just worlds that come into existence and there's without intention, and then that's just the natural state of things. You ostensibly in an infinite number of logically possible worlds, you could potentially get that. I could see that. If you're talking about an agent that is creating worlds, then you'd have to ask, what is it that's dictating to the agent that it can't simply make one world and make that world perfect?
Yeah.
Why
Right,
the
but
necessity to create
Okay,
infinite
what worlds
worlds
are
and
you
only one
talking
of them
about
be
here, by the
perfect?
way?
No. We're not saying infinite worlds and one
We
of them
only
be
know the one
perfect.
world we live
We
in,
talk
that's
about
the
an
Earth.
infinite
That's the
worlds
only
and
world
that
we live in at the
system be
moment.
perfect.
What other worlds
So
do you know
each
about?
world within
Help
that
me out here. What
could
other
be
worlds do you
not a
know?
perfect world in and of itself, but the system is perfect such that each world has to have particular parameters, and
Right.
we might and that set of parameters of that world might not necessarily be perfect.
Oh, okay. So what is it that dictated to the entity that created these things that is what is the necessity, that system, the way you're describing it, is what is necessary to be perfect?
No idea. Don't know.
Yeah, what
You
was
need
it?
a-
What is it? Yeah, what is it that's
it's
dictating
possible
that is
there
necessary
is.
to meet the? What is it that's determined that dictating to the God what the parameters of perfection is that would require it to create a system that way to meet those parameters?
I think that your question is a little too broad. What's dictating how the world is built is the perfection of that system, right?
Okay,
The necessity for that-
One step back. One step back. What is it that is dictating to the God externally of it what the parameters of perfection are? That can't be that like mind independently. These are what the parameters of perfection are. Therefore, when the God creates, it must necessarily create the system in this way in order to meet the mind independent parameters of what perfection are.
It would be
Because
whatever dictates what perfection is. But I mean, I
okay,
don't
but
know
that
if
would
that's
be
included in the name.
but that would be mind independent of the God, right?
Yes,
Right. So that means that the God is not ultimate.
right. But I don't know that
That,
that's a necessity of a god.
well, in some cases, that also depends upon how you're defining the God. You're right. So if the God is not ultimate, and it is merely, if we're going all Euthyphro dilemma on this, the God is not ultimate, that it is merely referencing mind-independent things and then articulating those to human beings, you could argue that, sure.
Okay.
Does
I
it
think
have
it
to
would.
be mind independent? Could the god be self-referential?
No, because nothing exists to give it the mental content for anything to make anything coherent. Like, for example, I was going down this road with the previous question before Jen interrupted. If the God exists and is the only thing that exists, and the God makes the statement, I am good, what is it that is necessarily not good that is required to give the term good its coherency and content? If there's nothing external of the God to reference, then when the God states, I am good, it's literally just saying, God is good is God, God equals God. It's literally just saying God is God,
Yeah, and
which doesn't convey anything, right?
so if it's self-referential, like if there's an agency or not, it could be self-referential. Like if this system is in place and there's a spectrum of universes, 10 or 20 million, it doesn't really matter. The system that in place would sort of describe a universe that has a spectrum of like what this would describe as perfection versus imperfection, and whereabouts on that spectrum you would like to live on.
The answer to the question would be, I'd like to live on the earth that God has created harmoniously. That's what we need to be doing. That's the test of our lives that God has given us.
Question.
We're living on a flat earth, and it's a test. That's what we're talking about, really, at the end of the day. Here on earth. I don't know about any other worlds.
Self-referential goodness is begging the question.
No, I'm saying that what he was talking about, like that's the test and everything like that. That's just begging the question. But no, self-referential, like if it itself is just dictating what is good, like I said, God is there and it's the only thing that exists. There is nothing external of itself. It is the only thing. And it makes the statement, I am good. Well, what is good? Good is just God. It literally is just making the statement. So what is it that in order to understand in order for good to be a coherent concept, it needs to be articulated that which good is not in order to understand what good is. Otherwise,
Good
the God
point,
is simply
Jill.
saying. Otherwise, the God is simply stating God is God. I am I is all it's stating. But here's where it gets even worse. If the God is the only thing that exists, and it can create things in the not God set. It actualizes it. In order for good to become a coherent concept, it needs to create that which is not good in order to give good its coherency and content, which means, but if the God is good and it creates that which is not good, but it is also good, and anything it does is necessary, then how is that which is not good not good? It becomes an incoherent roller coaster when trying to determine where is the God getting this content from. If it's only coming from itself, then literally everything. There is no truth. There is no mind independent, absolute truth. It is whatever it happens to be arbitrarily and subjectively determining at any given moment. Nothing can be relied upon.
The problem with your conversational skill is that in this context, you add like 20 entailments and then you just expect everyone to appeal to them. And so then it makes the conversation too scattered to really for any involvement. Like it's just you talking to yourself.
Riggs. Thank you very much.
I'm not even exaggerating. Like actually like 20 entailments that you
without context and coherency, there's no way to determine what these terms actually
are. Yeah, but you aren't the arbiter of that. That's the thing.
Thank you. You're not
like
the
you need
authority.
you need to have discussion in order for people to agree with you or come to a different or same conclusion.
Thank you. Omnivore wasn't allowing that to happen.
I disagree that I would need evil to know my own goodness.
Hey, Omnivore is a good mod.
I was going to add, actually, this one lady, she has a presentation on how the Bible actually is like a dictionary as well. So when it presents new words, it generally is presented in a specific way so that it could be understood. I'm going to present her lecture in the chat.
Well, that's just wrong because, and you can learn this by listening to Justin over at Deconstruction Zone, because he has his degrees in Hebrew, in Greek, and we know that that the languages that are utilized are all derived from Proto-Indo-European languages. Those words go all the way back to earlier concepts. There's nothing new within it.
Oh yeah, it would be the concept behind the word.
Yeah, but thank you, Great Riggs, for leveling it out for us, because that's what I was trying to do half an hour ago. But
I mean, I don't know if it's going to help, but it just needed to be said.
Thanks.
So, Jen, you want to demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question?
The God that created the flat Earth and my ancestors, that God.
Oh, okay. I'm done with him. Someone else can pick up the question because I'm not engaged.
You're interrupting me. Can you shut up?
Go ahead.
Let me whip you now. Shut up and take your whipping. Okay? Shut up and take your whipping. Shut up and take your whipping. Good. Here we go now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Of the flat Earth it's evident everywhere. The flat Earth, the weather systems, the snow, the rain, the sun, the desert, the ice wall, the oceans, the food we eat, the humble pistachio nut. Okay, there's God. When I pick it up, thank you, God. I eat it nourished. Thank you, God. I'm a flat earther. Thank you, God. Okay, God is everywhere. You will never be a God, though. You will never be a God. And in my whole 63 years, I've never given myself as an example of God. I've never done that.
We got it, Jen. We got it.
It's pretty painful. I don't know why he's allowed to be on this platform.
You got me.
I do think he should be server muted. He's just not doing nothing but yelling at people.
Rambling. I don't know.
No, that was not bad. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm always going to shout at you. That's what you deserve. That's what you get.
You see what I mean?
Well, if somebody else wants to pick it up where I left it, because I'm not engaging with a flat earther. I'm just not gonna do it.
You didn't leave anything but a lump of brown stuff that's sticking in the server out. That's all you've done. You've stunk out the server anyway.
Yeah,
we're cleaning up your mess.
No, that's okay. We could choose who we want to engage with. So let's keep the convo moving.
Wow. coming to a
Yeah,
flat
I'm
Earth
just
forum and say you don't want to engage with flat earthers is kind of stupid.
well, it's not a flat Earth server.
It
Not
kinda
really.
is.
Big
Not
deal.
really.
Well, it
No, just
kinda
because they're
is.
flat, just because there are a bunch of flat earthers here, because they're tolerated for whatever mysterious reason. I have no idea. I'm just not in. I'm just not in the mentality. I don't have the mentality of like platforming like grifters and mental illness. I'm just not interested in it. So
I just don't understand
Allahu
why
Akbar.
he's
Okay?
clearly just here to
Allahu
like
Akbar.
insult people and tell them about themselves while also
Just like
being
JL did
completely
in
wrong.
front of everyone. The irony.
Wait,
Like, I
did
don't
you say that
understand
Jan is
I'm not
only here to insult people?
Eden. I'm not grifting anybody, and I'm not spreading things that are. I'm not mentally ill. I'm spreading things that are logically consistent and are rationally backed and parsimonious. So, if you have a problem with the philosophy that I'm presenting, with the analytical philosophy I'm presenting, feel free.
They are
But I have
non-realities,
no
and a
desire
blasphemy
of
against
providing
God.
any kind of a
They're
platform, and that
non-realities,
includes
Fred.
just straight up engaging
Non-reality.
with individuals who are either grifters or who are
Non-reality is what you're
profoundly
spreading.
ignorant
Non-reality.
or
Your
mentally ill.
philosophy
I just have
is
no interest
non-reality.
whatsoever.
Right. So
Yeah, I can
I'll go.
empathize.
I'll go more for the subjective morality. If something doesn't conform to that subjective nature of the universe, that would be evil. Like if a system of physics is possible and you've got an infinite spectrum of like what's possible, all possible rearrangements are good things. In just a materialistic sense, you've got a subjective instruction to say E equals mc squared is in this universe because that's the way I want it.
Yeah.
Later, Extra J.
I would like to know
Beg your pardon?
what universe
I was
that
saying
is
goodbye to Extra
that
J.
you've been to.
He's taken off going to
Wait,
bed.
let
I
him
was saying goodbye.
let Jen finish. You want to know what universe it is?
I was going to say, I'm trying to speak. What I'm trying to say is this: what universe is it that you've been to, that you visited, you go to and fro to your universe that exists? What universe is that? Have you been there? Does it really exist? Thank you.
And what's the perfect world for you guys? Is it subjective, or could we all agree what a perfect world is?
I don't think it's possible.
Thank you, Jet.
I don't know. For me, I think the perfect world just means like no racism and like all religions can just get along with each other. You know, no more violence and all that stuff. I don't think it's possible
Absolutely.
though. Yeah.
I don't know if it's his will, but well, I guess in one sense, I know what you mean because it's being tolerated. But like I was saying, would you like Bug? I'm not sure if this question has ever been asked to you, but if there is a creator and you agree that there is evil taking place right now, even though we don't experience it while we're all chatting with each other, but there might be
Yeah.
someone being tortured right now. If the creator came down and started taking, maybe exterminating people that were evil, would you worship him?
I don't think I would worship him because he's getting rid of these evil people, but I would appreciate it. I would be on his side. Um, uh, but you know, I wouldn't. I mean, yeah, I don't think I'd worship him, but I would greatly appreciate it.
How many people do you think would be exterminated by his level of evil? Do you think a lot of people in the world?
A lot of people, yeah. I mean, and now we're getting into like what I define as evil. I think like most people, like people who touch kids or rape women or are just terrorists,
Yeah.
you know, et cetera, all that shit.
Is it better to have them exterminated or have them reformed? Because this goes back to the computer, right? Imagine you have a state of the art laptop that has
Yeah.
it's been infected with countless viruses, malware, trojans, etc.
Yeah.
Is it necessary to smash
You
the
know what?
laptop, or should we reformat?
Reformat. I am a believer in like you know, there have been accounts of like child predators that have gone through vicious like psychological like assistance, and they've come out like a decade later a more normal person. So I do
Yes.
believe in reformations. I do. But I think it's like on a case by case basis. If you're like a serial rapist that like injured 30 women, uh, no, we could just toss them to the fire. But I don't know, people with less damage. I
No,
don't
you're
know.
right
It's
though,
I
because
hope
some people don't
yeah.
want to be reformed. There's one guy named Jose Osuna, if I'm not mistaken. He's in solitary confinement right now, right? And so that's the problem. We have to hire people to watch him 24/7. And then,
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, if people want to go into the extermination route, then what? We're gonna pay someone to kill someone, and then
yeah. And
let's
uh, what is it? Death row. It can take up to like decades before they actually get sentenced. At that point, they're about to die of old age anyway. So I don't know. It's
Yeah.
and
we're
what if
opening
they're
up a big
innocent?
can.
But great point, Bug. Yeah.
Yeah. I that's another thing
So
too. There have
technology
been
can
people that have
assist.
lost like decades of their life because they were convicted incorrectly, and that's really fucking sad. I would say that the fraction of that is very small, but there are still some people that have been wrongfully
Yeah,
convicted. Yeah. So.
yeah, like look at what's his name, Braveheart, if that's a true story, right? William Wallace, he was
Oh,
executed. So I mean, there's gonna be
I
so many people in
Yeah.
time that have been just executed. Maybe they were doing right, maybe they were doing wrong, but
yeah.
Yeah.
but there's definitely innocent
Well, what
people that
about
get
what
executed.
about
Yes,
what about
absolutely, and
What about Pearl Harbor?
it's fucking
Sorry to
tragic.
interject
It
because I
really
am
is.
here.
Or
What
not even
about Pearl
executed, but
Harbor
it's like
and
some
3,000?
guy
Hang on,
spent like 35
3,000
years in prison and then
twice.
he's set
3,000.
free. It's like, his
3,000
life's
sent to
almost
their
over
death.
now. He's like in his late
Great point.
50s. He has no like job experience. I just think at that point the government should give him a fuck ton of money and just live out the rest of his 30 years or so.
All
I
right,
don't know.
let Jin get in. Let Jin get in.
Yeah,
Why?
no, I was just trying to say, what
For
about
what?
Roosevelt
For what
knowing
purpose?
full well that the Japanese were going to attack, and in order to get into the war, he sacrificed 3,000 naval, mixed with military and civilian personnel just to get to war, knowing full well when the Japanese were going to attack. 1,000 are gone like that. What do you think about that?
Very informative.
And what a time.
Yeah, that's an evil act, isn't it? That would be considered an evil act. You know, the America's best sacrificed to go to war, so they're killed at home base. Terrible event. Terrible.
So, Jin, what would you say would be the reason why God gave us free will to accept or reject Him?
Technically, it wouldn't even be that because it's technically extortion and
The question was for Jin.
he's muted at the moment. So I'm just saying that it technically isn't a choice because it's extortion and the other one where there's a benefit. So enticement. It's extortion and enticement.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you at all. If you could repeat the question, I'd appreciate it. I didn't hear your question at all, and I apologize for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jin, the question was, why do you think God invented free will that so we could choose to reject or accept Him?
Yeah, because that's the test of our lives. That's what I said about 20 minutes ago, that on this earth we're living on, it's a test. The Creator is testing humanity on the whole. Can we exist on his earth? Can we preserve and protect what he has created? Can we give thanks? Can we show that we appreciate the life that we've been given? We are failing miserably at that at the moment. The 99% are being controlled by the 1%, and the 1% is trying to replace what God has created in the way of foods, vegetables, weather systems, animals, you name it, they're trying to do it. Okay?
There's a lot of
I
good
would add on
news.
to that, Oblate. I would also add on to that, Oblate, if I may, really quickly. Perhaps maybe that's an experience that he wants people to experience, because maybe it's one of the highest maybe levels of this user experience.
Yeah,
To post
that's
hoc,
correct.
it's just
It's a
post hoc
test.
rationalization.
Thanks for the question, by the way. Thank you.
It's just a post
Sorry,
hoc
Ben.
rationalization, though.
Just to follow up, like instead of giving us a test, what do you think God didn't create us in the first place that didn't require a test?
Again, I can't answer that question. I can only answer to what I'm experiencing now. That's outside of the realms of reality, unfortunately. So I don't do very well in those kind of questions. Okay, and I apologize again for not answering.
That's what I just wanted to ask.
Do you mind if I
think
add
that's what-
maybe a little point?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
Something that is in the Bible, which is the whole story of, you know, the snake tempting, I believe it's Adam, to eat the apple. I'm not entirely sure if we were created with the intent to, or like created with the idea that we should be tested, rather that we were led astray, or at least one person was led astray. And we are the byproduct of what happened. So perhaps that's where we get it from. I don't know if a test comes after that.
Well, then you'd have to ask why were the parameters of being led astray possible?
Yeah, that too.
Well,
Because if you-
think of it like
it's-
this. Let's say if there's 0 to 100, just to keep it simplified, or 0 to 10, 1 to 10. Let's say ultimate freedom is 10. If we take away that freedom, it's a 9. Maybe that experience at a 9 is not fulfilling like a 10.
This is a post hoc rationalization. All you have to do is look at the parameters of the not God set and address them by virtue of the logical entailments of the God set. Any parameters of the not God set are the way they are because the God wants them to be that way, not because they must necessarily be that way. Because if they weren't, if the God doesn't want them away, it's not going to make them that way. So the question then becomes, why does God do anything? Does it do it because it must, or does it do it because it wants to? If it does it because it must, then that entails that there is a constraint upon it that is dictating what it must necessarily do. Okay, or that it must do something. And then, if there's nothing external of it, then there's nothing to act
You're
as a
doing that
constraint.
thing
So therefore,
again.
anything that God
Yeah,
does,
he's
it
doing
does
that
because
thing
it
again.
wants to do
He's
it,
doing
not
that thing
because it must
again.
do it.
He's doing
So
that
moving
thing
from
again,
there,
yeah.
I'm not done,
Excuses.
Jin.
This is like
I'm not
Can I
done,
get
Jin.
in there?
Shut up.
you're
So
going too
wrap it
far.
up.
then you look
You're
at
going on
then you look
again.
at all of the
Here we
parameters
go.
of the
Here
not
we
God
go.
set,
Let me-
and all of the
please
parameters
let
of
me
the not
shoot
God
him
set
down.
are the way they are because the
Let me
God
shoot him
wants
down,
it to. If you
please.
believe in
Yeah.
the
You're going
Garden
on
of
again.
Eden story,
You're going on
then
again.
the
going
parameters
again.
of which
Omnivore,
Adam and
look.
Eve were made, innocent, capable of being manipulated, the serpent's access to the garden, the fact that the trees were in the
Excuse
garden,
me.
the fact that all of these parameters led to this taking place. These things, like the fall, would not have been logically possible if those parameters weren't there to begin
How
with.
do we get to
Nothing
rebut?
dictated to God that the serpent had to have access. Nothing dictated to God
Right.
that the serpent
Come
had to
on.
exist at all.
All right,
Nothing
we got
dictated
it, JL.
I'm not done, Omni. Nothing dictated these things. So now you have to. I'm finishing up with the question, Omni.
How about
Omni, if you
Omni, perfect
Omni,
good?
I'm
Kinda
finishing up with the
ridiculous, bro.
question.
Is perfection synonymous with good?
So
You're not.
hang
No,
on.
no, no,
so
no.
you have to
I wanna
reconcile
rebut.
why these things are the
I
way
wanna
they are.
rebut. I wanna rebut
Okay,
it.
when
I
nothing
want to
dictated to
rebut
God
it. Yeah.
that they must
Yeah, I wanna
necessarily
rebut
be
you,
that
man.
way.
I want to headbutt you, really. But there
All right,
you
go ahead, Jen. You're ready.
I
Go
want a
ahead.
rebuttal.
How do you do that?
Thank you very much. Here we go. First and foremost, God has already done his good work. God is now watching the human race live on his flat earth. So the idea that God is doing something now, no, he's not. He's relaxed now. He's watching how we are failing. That's what you don't understand. What's God doing? God's picking his teeth. He's blowing his nose, and now he's gone to the toilet to do a poo and then vomit. Get out of here.
I'll wait for
God's-
someone
Yeah,
who has
the
such
God is
whole
already
standards
done
point
it.
of the argument
God
is we're
has
wondering.
created this earth for us. Don't interrupt me, please. God has created the world for us. God is doing nothing but observing because he's the all-seeing, all-knowing. You're in trouble anyway. You're in trouble. JL, PL,
Okay.
whoever you are. Thanks.
Am I in trouble?
No, you're not in trouble. Not you. No.
Okay, so
Just
the
BL.
argument
Yeah.
the argument was, why did he create us this way then?
Yeah, that's the test. I said that about 45 minutes ago. That's the test. You are now
Yeah, so-
under your very
That's a
existence.
post hoc
is a
rationalization
test.
again.
It's
Doesn't
not.
address the
It's
entailment.
correct. You have the choice to do good and do bad. Okay, and you've got to learn the system you're in, and this is your test. That's why God created this earth. He created it perfect. Man has strayed away from God's perfection slightly. Now you've got to live the consequences. Those of you who are flat earthers are moving towards God again because you realize that the lie they told you about the globe is not true. So you're showing respect for God's creation already as a flat earther. You globers, on the other hand, blasphemy. Thank you.
I have a question for Jet Fox, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
But if you want to say something, you can go first.
No, just go ahead and ask a question.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Do you think that perfection is always synonymous with good? And good, perhaps, let's say if the dictionary is moral excellence, do you think perfection is always synonymous with good or just sometimes? Thank you.
I don't think that. No, I don't think that it's synonymous with good.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think that literally is just it. It's just perfection is just perfection. It just is what it is. I
Yes.
don't think that perfection is ever possible because there's always problems with everything. But that's my 2 cents on what perfection is.
Appreciate it.
So
it's
Eden.
the craziest question that was like, why or how things are the way they are. If it is the universe giving us a test, how or why was it necessary to test us this way? How or why was free will, if it exists, happen this way? How or why does the equation E equals mc squared happen? Was that just a choice by the universe to go, yep, I just want it that way? And because of its self-referential frames goes, because I want it that way, it is good.
So Eden, do you want to demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question?
I'm gonna make a snack, but thank you. Maybe I'll engage with that another time if we can adjourn. Thank you, JL.
That is the
Appreciate you.
correct answer.
Jin, speaking on some of the things that you said earlier, the one thing that you said was that God created the world perfect, but he created us along with the world. Would that mean that we are also created perfect? At least in the idea of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I would suspect a believer to say, like, we were created good, but we were tempted and fell to that. And so the preceding question to that is like, why were we made gullible to deception? So his questions go to before that, if there was one.
Well, we're not. But when we learn, we then are no longer gullible, right? If let's say there's a magician pulling sleight of hand or misdirection, when we are given the insider knowledge, we're no longer fooled. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps.
Yeah, but that still begs the question of, why were we created gullible? if we were supposed to have been created perfect, or I guess good, I don't know, because I don't see them as synonymous. So I literally do mean
Maybe
perfect.
maybe it's not gullibility. It's the ability to be influenced either by a good source or a bad source. But again, that you have to step back of like, why or how is the situation like that necessary? And then you have to probably go back to like how or why Satan in the presence of God would reject perfection.
Great questions. I mean, let's just indulge a Christian's point of view and say the current system is perfection, even though it's not synonymous with good because of all the obvious evils that we're exposed to on the news and on YouTube and social media. Maybe it's still perfection, but it's just we don't think it's good. But there are some good aspects to it, but there's also the lowest of the darkest of evils.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, how or why would a perfect universe make a being that would go, you know what? I don't want E equals to MC squared. I'm thinking of a different universe than you, and I'm going to fight you about it. Like, why did you create an adversary?
Maybe he wants more power, maybe than God, or he
That's
wants
a
to be like God. What do you think, Omni? Do you think Satan? Why do you think Satan rejected the perfection that God had?
Well,
Maybe I think it was to be like God, right?
I think the typical answer is pride.
The answer is a little bit more simple than that. Because that's the way God made it.
That sure. That's another that's a
It's the only answer. If anything that Satan was logically capable of doing, if it is a logical possible action for Satan, then that means Satan was made in that way. God could have easily made all angels not possible for them to rebel. If it could rebel and take other angels with it, then it was made to be that way. The logical parameters for possibility fall within the realm of God when creating other agents. So therefore, if Satan rebelled the way it did, it's because it was made to do that.
It's just like that's like saying humans were made to do evil.
No, humans were made. Well, technically, it's a catch. Yeah, technically, it was a catch-22. Humans were made to fall, because if the God is omniscient and it knows all true propositions infallibly in the not God set, as well as concerning its own set, concerning the God set, then yeah, the parameters that allowed for the logical possibility of the fall were well within its purview, and they were there intentionally. In fact, the whole scenario is basically like God setting up a plate of like God creating two like children, putting them in a room with a plate full of with chocolate on it, and saying, "Hey kids, don't touch that chocolate. Okay, that's for somebody else. Don't touch it." And then he leaves the room, and then he creates another entity solely with the purpose of manipulating and deceiving the kids he just made over in the other room, and then lets that dude in to do the job it was made to do. It goes in, does the job it was made to do. They fall for the trick because they were made to fall for it, because they weren't made to be discerning. Okay, and then it leaves. Then the God comes back in and says, "Hey, you ate the chocolates. Now you're in trouble."
I get what you're saying, but in the Bible story, in creation, they weren't children. But I get what you're saying.
I'm saying like mentally, but like manipulatable. Okay, they were innocent. They were naive. They did not have the acumen. Okay,
well, I think they were told
if
not
that's
to.
if that's how you want to summarize it, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I think there is some understanding that you're lacking that makes you come to that kind of
like
conclusion.
What? It's logically
like
entailed
what?
by the guy. It's logically entailed by the God.
I think you're just coming from it sounds like maybe spite or despair, but you're coming from I
it's
think
not.
a very
You're
negative
coming from logic.
It's not. It's not. I'm addressing the logical entailments of the category itself. I'm looking at the category
No,
and how.
I'm not saying it's not logical. I'm not saying it's not. It is logical.
Okay.
And that's why.
So what's the problem?
But I'm just saying. I think you're rooting this logic that you've uncovered, and that logic really is from like despair or maybe spite, something like
No,
that.
it's not despair or spite. It's somebody is making a claim that a
What is it?
particular Bandies, people are making a claim that a particular proposition is true. They are then dictating to other people that how to live their lives based upon their understanding or their belief that this proposition is true. This is simply one facet of that proposition. I am saying this is what is logically entailed. If you go into this and you look at it, your reasoning is unjustified. It is irrational. Therefore, any conclusions you derive from it will be also irrational by extension. So therefore, the conclusions that you're making about society or about your families or about whatever are also irrational. You need to go back to the board and start addressing these things. The whole thing with Proverbs 3:5.
To me, that is how I view exactly what you just said. If that's truly your mindset, that would kind of mean like I think you're being irrational, and it might be logical, but it's irrational.
No. If rational is literally logical conclusions devoid of emotion.
Yeah, and what he's talking about is like,
and maybe
if
add some emotion into that.
Yeah, but you can remove that because what's happening is the conversation got to a point where talking about a perfect presence and another being created within that presence that rejected the presence of perfection, and it seems like it was created to do so, and that seems problematic.
Right, very much so, because anything that happens within the not God set, which of course Satan would be, because Satan is not God, Satan would be in the not God set. Any true propositions of the not God set that God already knows infallibly in comporting with its omniscience. Those true propositions, because God knows them infallibly, cannot ever be otherwise, which means that if Satan was going to rebel, Satan was made to rebel. It was intentional. The fall was intended. It all was intentional from even before God actualized anything external of itself. So,
what part of that is irrational?
Hence the test.
What part of that is
the
what?
gift of life, and then the test of your lives. That's what this is all about. You're on one big test. Okay, you've got.
That's how I view things. I think life and existence is just kind of one big test.
Why? What dictates to God that it must test anything?
When you pass on, when you die, you're
actually,
find out.
I take that.
Yeah, that's what you're going to find out when you die.
Because if he's going to ask me why, and I'm going to give a serious answer, I want to rephrase my exact wording of what I meant in that sentence. If we're going to take.
Why? The question really is, why does God?
I wouldn't say it's a test. I would say it's a. There's lots of ways to put.
Well, not
this,
really,
but I
because
think,
why does God need
not
to put any? But why does God need to put anyone through anything when it already knows the outcome of everything it's going to do?
Hold on. I wouldn't say it's a test. I would there's lots of things I could attach to this. But if we're going to give it one word, I wouldn't say it's a test. I think it's a gift.
Yes.
By a gift reference. Okay, so a gift qualified in reference to what? What is it that is
Gift
not
of
a
life.
gift? To dictate that this is a gift.
Well, it's the whole reason why the gift exists is because it's a thing to begin with. Like, you wouldn't even know you had the gift if it weren't for the gift itself. Like, it's a very nice gift.
But the gift is a qualifier. No. But hang on. But the gift is a qualifier. You're qualifying it existence, like a life or existence, as a gift that is given by God. But how are you qualifying it as a gift in reference to what? The only thing that you could possibly reference it to is non. Hang on a second. The only thing. Hang on. The only thing you could possibly reference it to.
Asking me a question.
No, this is the question I'm asking. The only thing you could possibly reference to is non-existence, which would be the opposite of existence. Okay, so.
Okay. Yeah. So can I answer? So I've rephrased it from one word to a different word, and that's because there's so many different things I can ascribe.
But none of them work.
Word to basically.
But none of them work. I'll knock them all down.
Yeah. So you're saying God's gift to the universe. God's gift to the universe was Satan's rebellion. That's what you're saying. God's gift to the universe was Satan's rebellion.
No,
Then
I'm
why was it
saying
log-
God's
then
gift.
why was it logically possible?
So I'm rewording it because there's many words I could ascribe to, like why are we here?
Just turn the
What's the
video off,
point of all
man.
this?
It's buffering you, man. You're roboting. The video's not worth it.
Get okay. Gift is one of them.
You're roboting,
and
dude.
you could feel blessed for life, or you could sit here and look at life and be like, no, it's not a gift, and then twist it all negatively. And I
I'm
think
not twisting it negatively. I'm just saying life is life. It is what you make of it.
yeah, and if you want it to be a gift, I think that's awesome, and it doesn't matter if it's logical or illogical or you have a problem with it. I think if someone wants to say it's a gift, you should let them.
Well, yeah, they could say that, but I mean, if they just want to consider like, oh, life is a gift because it's so precious and it's so wonderful and I love it so much. But if they want to go and say, hey, there's this external agent that exists independently of mind and context that gives life as a gift to all these agents, irregardless of whether they want it or not, and irregardless of the circumstances upon which they will be born into having that gift, well, then we're going to have to start asking some questions here, because there are people on this planet, like the vast majority of people on this planet, that are born into situations that are literally untenable for life. So the question is why? When it doesn't, nothing dictates that it must be that way.
So you're essentially like, give me an example of that.
Well, we can
Like,
backtrack back to why God
Wait, are
made
you saying
a universe where Satan rebelled
if
perfection.
Why was
So
the
I'm
fall?
asking
Why were the parameters of the fall? Why did the circumstances that allowed for the logical possibility of the fall exist at all? Why do they exist?
You're gonna have to ask the person that invented it, because I could sit here all day and give you what I think might be the answer, but I'm not the guy who created the thing.
Okay, so
you would have to ask the
I
developer.
get it. I get it. I get it. You're saying I have to ask. I get it, Vandy. You're saying you just said I had to ask God. That's all you had to say. But the problem is that you still hold it to be reconcilable in your worldview. You just don't know how to reconcile it, which means
and that's
that
fine.
you're relying upon an appeal to mystery fallacy.
Or you could call it faith.
No, it's an appeal
just
to
because
mystery
something
fallacy.
is a potential fallacy doesn't mean that it's false.
You could call it an
No,
illogical
okay,
fallacy.
that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that. We're not talking about a falsity here. We're saying that his reasoning that it is justifiable is fallacious.
Yeah,
he
I
cannot logically conclude that it is justifiable because he's relying on a fallacy for that justification.
And I get that, and you could call the whole thing a fallacy because you rely on faith, and faith is.
I'm not relying on faith. There's no faith in my worldview.
Well, obviously, I understood that when you said everything is just like logical and shit. But yeah, no, even the concept of faith that people have, like, that's super illogical. Why would ever anyone have faith in
But
anything?
he moved it
Faith
back
is
onto
so
God
illogical.
to be even more logical than him. So when he posits a universe that has agency, there's a being saying, I will choose to make a being, and free will be just this way, and this other being, a very luminous being, will reject me. And like that seems like a weird plan for how free will is designed.
But Oblate, it's not only that why would it be any different that Satan rejects him, man rejects him? Why is it any different?
Because it doesn't have to be that way. Because Satan doesn't have
I know
to
it doesn't have
exist.
to be that way.
Because Satan doesn't have to exist. There's nothing that dictates that it must. The fall never had to take place. No, Eden. Human beings could have been made in a way that rejection of God would literally be impossible. Now you're saying that would be. Hang on a sec. Now you naturally would respond that would be a violation of free will. But the problem is that you're back mapping. If you were made as an agent solely to love God, and that was all you did, free will would never enter into the equation because all you would do is love God. Okay? You having the perception of choice, have the ability to conceptualize what it would be like to have your choice taken from you. And of the two options, you prefer the former, to have choice. Therefore, because you would prefer that, you back map that onto God as making you that way.
Is everything subject
things
to?
that you prefer onto the God character to justify your interpretation of how things are. And you can't work that way. That's top down. You need to work bottom up from the logical entailments.
Is
Okay, I
everything
did have something
subject
to
to
say,
free
but yeah,
will?
go ahead, Briggs.
Is everything subject to free will? I mean, can I
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
could I have determined what color my eyes are, or how tall I am, what
Yeah,
nationality
and
I
that's what
was born
the
into?
universe. Yeah, was it determined that things were going to be broken from a perfect state in the beginning? Because it seems like no matter if you're non-religious or religious, there seemed to be a better beginning than what we're currently experiencing. Like life sometimes just feels like shit.
Not for everybody. So there are some people living it up, and they feel like they're living their best life. But I get what you're saying, Oblate. But let's consider and remove Satan from the picture for a moment. And the creator just created us, even with the ability, right, with the so-called free will, even to reject him.
Okay, so we're
Do
all
you think
born in
that's
heaven
what
instead
if
of
that's
this
still
one. Okay,
perfect?
this is hypothetical.
Thank you. What if that's perfection?
Sure, it could have made all humans in heaven with free will, understanding what it wants us to understand and knowing everything it wants us to know, with the ability to opt out if we so desire with no penalty. It could have made us that way. That's logically possible.
I agree. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, what if that's perfection? Even though we don't think it might be synonymous with good,
Then
what if
why
it's
aren't we
actually
there?
perfection?
Then
But
why didn't it make us that way?
that's a great question. I think maybe that it's the perfect because it gives the user, you, and everyone else, the ability to affect your experience.
Why? It's not
Well, for instance, let's say
who
someone
established
was
who established that parameter?
okay. So,
If
well,
the being
let's say someone was raised in a family where they were satanically abused and they had a warped sense of reality. Let's just go to the extreme because I do have a surviving friend. She's amazing, but so let's say she had a warped sense of reality. So there was a standard set by the creator. So let's say because of her warped sense, or let's just use someone else. I'll use myself as an example. Let's say if I was born into a satanic family where they abuse children, my sense of reality was warped and I was going to do these things to other people, bring harm. I think a correction is the best thing, right? So,
Why is it that way in the first place? Why does it just make everybody in heaven the way I described it earlier?
oh, because the user experience. Okay, thank you. Now you
What
remind me
dictates the
back to get back
parameters of
on
the
track.
no, but what dictates the parameters of the every time you appeal to a parameter for necessity, remember that parameter of necessity is dictated by the God, and it's dictated that way because it wants it that way, not because it must be that way.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll really
yeah,
finish up. I'll maybe just 10,
so there's no
10
reason that
seconds.
it shouldn't. There's no reason that it couldn't make everyone in the way that I described it in that perfect reality.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll just finalize and you guys consider what. Thank you. So maybe 15 seconds, please, guys. Okay, so maybe like I said, it's the user experience. So let's say someone had
Why
a
would you
warped
go to
sense
that?
of
I already
reality.
debunked it. I already
Oh,
debunked it.
hold on, please. Just
No,
really
why
quick.
would you continue on it? I already debunked it.
Okay, just give me a moment, please, because
our
then you
user
can
experience could be
debunk it again when
starting
I
in
finish.
heaven. Our user experience could be starting in heaven.
Yeah, I've
That's what I'm
already
talking about.
yeah, Eden, I've already debunked it. The user experience can
Hold
simply
on.
be everyone in heaven.
Yeah, and that's part of the. Let's say that's part of the perfection and the plan that was outlined in the Bible per se, or maybe something similar.
Oh, okay.
What
How
I'm
is that
saying
not a
is the
post
user
hoc
experience.
How is that not a post hoc rationalization? Stop referring to the not God category. I'm talking about the God category.
Yeah, I'm saying God made
Why
it this way
wouldn't?
because it's perfection. Because the user
Who
experience. Let's say
dictates what
someone is
perfection?
living
But
their
who
life.
no?
That's not.
Who dictates what the parameters of perfection are to God?
That's another question. I'm just saying.
Exactly. I've
In
already
the
debunked
Christian
this.
worldview. Okay, but maybe just a moment, and then you can engage with someone else. I'm just saying that this, in my opinion, in the Christian world opinion, it's the largest faith in the world.
Which is a post hoc rationalization, which I've already explained.
Okay,
Why
I'm
are
just
you
saying
going
that,
back on topics
I
that are
think it's
already
personally-
done?
I think it's a perfection because let's say someone they didn't realize what God's ways were and they lived a long life.
Eden,
Living,
wrong,
Can you please
wrong.
not interrupt?
No,
please?
you're
I'm
wrong.
just-
This has already been
I'm just
debunked.
gonna
I don't
speak
know why
over you.
you're.
Okay, and then
Eden,
I'll
I
get
don't know
pissed
why
off
you're
because it's
repeating
just
this. It has
wasting time.
already been debunked.
So,
Why are you
let's say
repeating
someone
topics
has a
that have
life
already
where
been
they're not
debunked?
being-
Why
they
are
just
you repeating topics that
breaking
have
the
already been
commandments,
debunked?
but then they
You
realize
don't
that there's a
deserve the
better way,
frustration.
so they try
Eden,
to repent.
why are you
And then
repeating topics that have
user
already been
experience, now that
debunked?
they've repented, is such
No,
more
it's not. It's fulfilling
life
by
than
your
the life that
standard,
they
but there's
were
nothing that
when they
dictates
were
the parameters
breaking the
of what
commandments.
fulfillment
When they were
is to
breaking the
God.
commandments, they thought they were having a great time, but they realized now it was a warped sense
Yeah,
of reality.
turning him down for a
So
moment.
now,
There's nothing that dictates to
now
God.
they
He's
can
literally
live a
appealing to his
life
own
of
subjective experience in
perfection,
order to justify these
and
particular
they get to
distinctions,
do it by
and none of
choice.
them are justified because we're talking about justifications as it is to the God category itself. Nothing dictates to the God what the parameters of perfection are or the parameters of fulfillment are. What you're doing is exactly what I said you were doing earlier, Eden. You are taking your subjective interpretation and your experience and the things that you are inferring about life, and you're back mapping onto the God in order to justify the God making them the way that they are. So you're literally just projecting your own your own preferences onto the God to justify you having them. Okay? When these things are subjectively determined by you. I've already debunked this. I don't know why you went back 30 minutes in order to try and rehash them.
Christians don't really, take their own opinion. It's all Bible. So that's where it comes from, obviously.
I mean,
Yeah,
Eden, if you lack the philosophical acumen to have the conversation, you can just admit to that, and I will be happy. And I will explain anything you need me to explain to you. Okay? In any
thank you.
field.
I appreciate that. Likewise.
Okay, so but don't
Do you
talk
think
about
you've-
things that don't talk about things that you obviously don't know what you're talking about. And don't
should probably
rehash
take
shit
your
that's
own
already been
advice as well. You
debunked
should
half an
definitely
hour
take your own
ago.
advice, JL. Absolutely. That's why you've probably been muted so many times here.
I haven't.
He hasn't been
Okay?
muted
So
once.
stop going to the so
Not
stop
tonight.
appealing so stop trying to twist this to the meta and deal with what I'm telling you. If
You're
you don't
talking about
understand the philosophical concepts I'm talking about, that is okay. I will be more than happy to take the time to break them down and explain them to you so that you will be on the same page. But don't talk about things that you have no idea. Don't invoke terms that you don't know what they mean, especially in a philosophical context. Especially in a philosophical context. And don't talk about things that you don't understand.
So you should actually do the same thing. Do everyone that
I
favor.
believe me.
Okay, now
Eden,
just be
I
quiet
am-
and let's get back on
Eden,
topic.
I am
JL,
decades.
be quiet
I am
and let's get back
decades
on
of study
topic.
beyond this on you.
You gotta relax.
Beyond you on
Please,
this.
you gotta relax. Let's get back on topic, please. I mean, I
Eden,
can spend a lot of time
I
pointing
am
at you.
decades
how-
ahead of you
how,
in the studies
deep-
of these
how
topics.
you've been debunked, and actually, you're living a
You
delusion.
haven't debunked
And
anything,
because you're the flat
Eden.
Earth of society. Your belief is literally the flat Earth of philosophy.
It's not.
You're-
It's the
you're a
most rational.
small-
it is the most rational.
you're
It
a
is the most
small
logical,
segment
and it
of
is the
society
most
that doesn't believe in a
parsimonious.
creator. That means
Eden, it
either
is the most
everybody's
rational.
wrong
It is the most
or
logical,
you're
and it is
wrong.
the
You
most
should probably
parsimonious, and you
self-reflect
cannot
and
defeat
realize
that.
maybe you're wrong.
So unless you're able to demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question, you don't have a leg to stand on. You cannot claim that you're God. You cannot claim that you know a God exists. All you can do is claim that you believe it exists, but that it is nothing more than a mental concept within your mind. It does not exist external of reality and external of minds. You do not know the difference between objective or subjective, meaning the independence or dependence of minds. You don't know how these things are relativistic. You don't know how they are applied. Stop talking about things that you don't fully understand.
No, I'm gonna talk about whatever I want. You should actually remember, like I said a moment ago, you should take your own advice and please stop talking when you don't know exactly what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, maybe in some instances, but maybe in all other instances,
In all
you
of these
actually
instances, I
pure
know what I'm
Dunning-Kruger.
talking about. It's literally my job to know what I'm talking about in this context. Like, this is how I make my living.
I'd agree. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like this is literally
It
how
doesn't
I
mean that
pay
he's
my
right,
bills.
that God doesn't
Eden, this
exist.
is how I pay my bills.
Do you guys, Jet Fox? Are you an atheist as well, or agnostic? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay. So have you examined 100% of the evidence?
100% of what evidence?
The evidence of a potential creator?
What evidence is there?
Yeah.
You'd have to steel man it, please.
But Eden, you're escaping the topic of like how or why the original creator allowed the possibility to for Satan to reject himself. What's so rejectable about
No, I
perfection?
provided
Why
it.
was
I
it made
provided
that
an
way?
answer. I didn't
How was
escape
it made
anything.
that way?
Oblate. I gave my
backtrack?
own position, my
No,
own.
Eden is
thought.
running away. Eden is running away
This
because he
guy's
can't handle
projecting a lot.
Eden
No
is running
wonder-
away because Eden can't handle the direction the conversation was taking. He knows he's philosophically
all.
cooked. He knows
Not
he's
at all.
theologically cooked because I will cook him on both of them.
Oh, keep dreaming, JL. That's why you're the flat
Okay,
earth of
okay.
philosophy.
If you want,
That's
if
why
you
you're
want,
the flat earth of philosophy.
okay, Eden, if
But
you
you're literally a
think,
small segment
Eden,
of the population
Eden, I'm going to
that doesn't
give you,
believe in the
Eden, I'm going to
creator.
give
That
you the
means
way to
either
defeat my
everyone is
position
wrong
right
or
now.
you actually are deluded.
Eden, I'm going to give you the mechanism by which you could defeat my position right now, because I myself am an atheist as well. Technically, I'm an agnostic atheist. You could technically call me an ignostic or maybe an igtheist, but we don't need to get into that. I'm going to give you the mechanism by which you could defeat my position right now. Okay? To make atheism, to literally make atheism impossible. I'm going to give it to you. Would you like the silver bullet I'm offering you?
Just because, let's hear it. Maybe there's a better one too.
This is how you can defeat the atheist position, okay? If your God exists and the theistic worldview is true, then that entails that the God interacts directly with the world. If the God is interacting directly with the world in any given way, in order for those to be determined and be a determination of its existence, that it exists in order to take actions per, the first order property of existence, then you should be able to either directly or indirectly detect what a God action is as opposed to a natural action that is not a God action. This would provide the law of identity for what a God action is as opposed to what a God action is not. The A is not equal to not A, okay? So in that respect, if you can provide a predictive model of anything in the universe that makes stronger, more accurate, and better and far-reaching predictions than any one we've published today that are completely secular, that have no God concepts within them, a predictive model that utilizes the God information to make better predictions than anything we've established, then you will have demonstrated that a God at least exists and interacts at least indirectly with the universe. If you can provide that predictive model, you will have literally taken down atheism.
That's why the majority of the world believe in a creator. Get with the program.
No, it's not.
Muslims,
It's not.
there's
The vast
Christians,
majority of the world
there's
believe in a
Hindus.
creating entity because it is a
Remember,
concept that
you're
has been
just a
passed
small-
down
I'm
over the
gonna say it
ages,
one more
and
time.
it has been
Literally
the vast
flat earth
majority of people.
philosophy.
You're wrong on that, Eden. The vast majority of
Well, I'm
people,
very-
historically
it's
speaking, believe in the concept
technical.
of a god or a
Omni,
creating
did you wanna
entity
have something
because
to
the
say as
concept
well?
has been passed down over the generations and spread at the tip of a sword. It is a cultural thing, not a thing about reality. So please provide the predictive model utilizing the God information that will
It's
make
been-
better and more
it's
accurate
out
predictions
there,
about
you're
reality
rejecting it.
than anyone
It's
we
out there,
currently
you're
have.
rejecting it. Go ahead,
I-
Omni.
I
Did you want
wouldn't-
to say something?
No, but I don't see like why it has to be an objective morality god, because if you say it must be mindless, it's not really a god anymore, because that mindlessness doesn't involve any agency.
Just a
So
function.
to me, that's out.
And objective morality doesn't exist. Would you like me to explain how it doesn't exist?
Does
I'm fine
entropy
with,
does
objective
entropy
morality
exist?
not existing.
No, I
Morality
mean, I'm
would be
sorry. I was
subject-
talking to Eden. Sorry.
That's a good question, Riggs. What do you think?
Does entropy exist? Do elements exist? Does time have a pace? Like these are hard coded, and something had to have hard coded it.
No, they're not. They're not hard coded.
Yeah,
They
energy
are.
can't be created or destroyed. It will only transform.
By what
So if
law?
we-
Okay, so hang on a sec. So, well, technically, what Oblate just mentioned, what Oblate just cited, was the first law of thermodynamics, and that energy can either be created or destroyed, and it will always remain constant within a system. Now, the problem is that
Who
what you're
set the
talking
law?
about, what you're talking about are descriptive laws that are laws that describe the universe as we observe them from our particular frame of reference in the universe. So we occupy a singular frame of reference, but it is not the only frame of reference on the universe. It is not the only mathematically dimensional frame of reference, nor is it the only relativistic frame of reference. The laws that we perceive, like the laws of logic, the laws of mathematics, laws of physics, all these things break down the minute you start breaking out of our frame of reference. So at a quantum level, these things don't hold. At higher order dimensional mathematics, these things also don't hold. So no, they're not universal and inviolable. They don't hold across transcendentally. They are merely descriptive of reality from our particular frame of reference on the universe. And that's called regulatory theory. If you want to hold that they are prescriptive of the universe, that the universe is designed specifically to be perceived by humans in this way, and that the universe is governed by these things like logic, physics, mathematics, all this other stuff, that's necessitarianism, which at its core begs the question, because it assumes the existence of a thing with intention to intend the universe to look a certain way for humans to observe it that way. So your reasoning is still circular. Regulatory theory doesn't beg the question at its core and is most parsimonious because it doesn't make any unnecessary assumptions in order to get to the conclusion.
And what's the regulatory logical syllogism for regulation?
Well, so regulatory is just a philosophical position that what are perceived, that the laws that are used, the laws that are perceived are descriptive of the universe and not prescriptive of the universe. It's not an argumentation, it's just a philosophical position. No different than like moral nihilism or moral relativism or moral realism or anything like that. So you got regulatory theory versus necessitarianism. Necessitarianism is the whole prescriptive argument that these things are prescribed by an agent doing the prescription, that they are dictated that way, and that they're dictated that way to achieve a specific end, notably the assumption that human beings are special and are intended to exist. So therefore the laws are prescribed to elicit the rise of human beings specifically. But that's all begging the question. It assumes the existence of the thing to do the thing that they think it's doing. Whereas regulatory theory is bottom-up thinking.
Philosophy.
Regulatory theory is bottom-up thinking, that it starts from the observation. It starts from, we exist, we are here on the planet, we make observations of the universe, we describe those observations. Those observations appear to be consistent from our frame of reference. We call them laws, principles, theories, and whatever else.
Yeah, like you said, it comes from philosophy, which predates science. So you're basically saying this is the framework I'm willing to operate on new information and current information. It doesn't mean it's wrong.
You're talking about
it doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't debunk anything.
Well, yeah, but
it's
you're
just
talking
saying,
about continental
this is
philosophy.
Well, the problem with your position is that you would argue that there's no such thing as an objective anything.
No, incorrect.
Okay. Then
It's not entailed by my position
is there
either.
such a thing as an objective truth?
Describing that objective state. Yeah, I get where he's coming from.
So
And
if you're talking,
I don't know if begging the question is a huge problem if a God is there to answer it. And I would say if there are public demonstrations or private revelations of that God, those would manifest in reality by a real God.
only if you have a mechanism by which you could differentiate between something that's coming from a God, something that's just coming from yourself that you've been conditioned to believe is coming from a God.
Correct.
Yeah. So to answer that question, I hold, if you want to go all the way back to Descartes, and technically Nietzsche's critique of Descartes, and to a way Kierkegaard as well, is that basically you have the I in the cogito, that the I itself in the cogito is also presupposed. That at best we can confirm that an experience is being had. The question then is, what is having the experience? Now, Descartes would say it is the I. I think, therefore I am. I am having an experience. I can doubt the experience, therefore I confirm I'm having an experience. But the problem is that Descartes was also presupposing the I, because the I is a thing that is perceived, the sense of self. And anything that is perceived could technically be a projection of the demon, of Descartes' demon. So therefore the I, even the I in the cogito, is presupposed. Now, we can confirm an experience is being had, but we all presuppose the I. We presuppose the sense of self. Now, we can move forward from that. It just means that we're all doing it. That's fine. And then we can try to parsimoniously derive what we can about reality to the best of our ability. I hold that while a thing that we would call objective reality or absolute truth does exist, we don't currently have access to that because we have no mechanism to differentiate or distinguish between that which is objective reality and our subjective internal experience of what that is. Even if we did have access to objective reality, there's no mechanism by which we could determine that we actually did. Not currently. Could change in the future, but currently, right now, we don't. So therefore, hang on. Therefore, it doesn't beg the question. I'm not assuming I'm not assuming the truth of my conclusion to my premises.
I've got a question to it though.
And hang on a sec. So therefore, the statements we make about reality are inherently probabilistically true. Now, we can determine that probability of truth to such a degree
You're making
that
too
it
many
would be
points.
irrational.
I'd love to go through this with you, but I can't backtrack on 10 points, man. So
Yeah,
it's not 10 points. It's not 10 points.
It's like a 45 paragraph.
No, it's not a 45 paragraph thing. We presuppose the I. We have a subjective internal experience. We don't have a mechanism to determine objective reality. All statements about reality are freaking subjective. That's logically entailed. Or say are friggin' probabilistic. Therefore, determination of truth is probabilistic to a degree that to doubt it would warrant evidence. Okay? That's it. It's basic analytical philosophy. This is Wittgenstein, Ludwig Wittgenstein stuff. Very, very basic.
And in that case, who must do the analysis? You or another being?
We all do. We each individually do. And we determine these things through a comparative analysis.
No, because you can't assume that other people exist.
No.
So you're already crossing the lines right there in your
Yes,
own
I can.
premise.
Comparative analysis.
How do you know that anything else exists to analyze?
Okay, so now you're talking about the problem of hard solipsism, for which there is no current solution. We operate as though the I is presupposed. If you have to fall back on hard solipsism when there is no reason to believe that it actually is that way, we have plenty of evidence to indicate that there are separate entities independent of ourselves. If you had been listening, comparative analysis is one of those things. No, because you would have heard me say comparative analysis. If you don't know what comparative analysis is, I will explain it to you. But comparative analysis is one of the things that helps us to determine that there are entities separate from yourself. So, where I was going, comparative analysis, blind independent testing, peer review, all the methodologies that we have spent the last 30,000 years perfecting or improving upon in order to determine probabilistically what is true about reality to such a degree of certitude that it would be irrational to doubt them unless you provided evidence that would warrant that doubt.
Right, so you're looking for a mechanism that can tell us what is a good source or a bad source. So we're looking for a mechanism, and you're looking for an analysis made by a particular person, possibly yourself, possibly someone else, correct?
You might want to restate that.
Well, maybe if you were fucking listening.
I was listening. What he said made no sense. I think I understand.
Well, what
but
he
I
said
want to
was that
assume.
we're here to give you some comparative analysis, and you're rejecting everything via your own.
I haven't rejected anything. Nobody has presented the evidence
via
of God.
your own philosophy, which predates any scientific validity.
No one, Riggs. No one has presented the evidence of a God.
I don't posit myself as the being who puts
comparative philosophy.
I don't put myself as the being that does the ultimate analysis. To assume that position assumes I have all logic down pat. I can't make that assumption.
Yeah. We don't assume to have all the information. I think you come from a position which, unfortunate for you, that you think that you would have all the information about God and its motives and how it would move and why it would do things.
I don't appeal to mystery. I only
but
work with.
You
I only
appeal
work with
to
what
the
is
mystery of your own answers.
No, it doesn't. I work with what is now. I work with what is supplied. If you want to put something into the God category, feel free. I pretty much just work with whatever is put in the God category. There are logical entailments to what is put into the God category, and then I address the God category on that. I don't post hoc rationalize or ad hoc rationalize by appealing to bullshit theology, which is literally nothing but begging the question and post hoc and ad hoc rationalizations about the God category itself, in order to justify the logical problems within it. So I'll just address the God category. That's all I need to address.
All that is an analysis that you made, and we're not entirely sure that you've made the best analysis.
Then ask a question.
Have you examined 100% of the evidence of a creator?
Okay, now you're assuming that there is evidence of a creator.
Use your
There isn't. I have
imagination. Can you
examined reality.
Okay, using your imagination, name two proposed pieces of evidence that you've heard of in the last, let's say, year.
The things that are given as evidence. The only thing they have to present that I've never heard any evidence presented. I've always heard arguments presented as evidence.
Yes, that's the reason
Disingenuous.
why I don't believe this, because I've never heard any evidence.
Yeah, that no one's ever presented any evidence of the entity. They've always presented arguments they've always presented arguments as though they are evidence, which they are not.
Which they're not.
The cosmological argument, the cosmological argument, the teleological argument, the ontological argument,
how does
the
a fish
argument
know
for
it's in the
morality.
water?
These are not evidence. These are just arguments. That and logical fallacies, argument for personal incredulity, argument from ignorance, appeal to emotion. Yeah, begging the question.
What type of evidence do you want to see? First-hand evidence, second-hand
I already
evidence?
gave it to you. Did you listen when I gave it to you?
Can you repeat one more time, please?
The predictive model.
Okay, yeah, and I remember I said, yeah, that's why there's believers.
It's not
Muslims,
it's not because they can't give me the predictive model. It's not because they can't give a predictive model. You don't have one.
They've made predictions.
Eden, you don't know. They haven't
seen what's happening in the world. They see that it aligns. That's why
it doesn't. That's not a predictive model.
You haven't examined.
Eden, that's not a predictive model.
And that's why
in
you're
the Bible, Eden, in the Bible, that is people describing what is going on. They're describing human action. Okay, you don't have a predictive model.
I don't know if that's an actual
Eden, you do not have a predictive model.
Well, according to you, you're rejecting it, and that's why you're the flat earth.
No, you don't have one. What you just presented is not a predictive model.
You can repeat that, and it doesn't make it true. You can just
it's not true. Eden,
keep repeating yourself.
Eden, it doesn't make what you just presented is not a predictive model. What you just presented is called post-diction. That's not a predictive model.
And performing analysis upon analysis that may not be adequate doesn't tell us you've done the best analysis. Like, there are possible beings that have done better analysis than you. It could be possible that universe itself, like deism or something, could be true. Like, you're saying you've performed an analysis. You're one finite being on one finite planet, and that is hubris.
Cool. Yes. Challenge what I've got.
Well stated, Oblate.
Cool. Challenge what I've got. I'm open to you challenging it at any point. Please feel free. I admit, yes, I'm only one person, and I have only done one person's body worth of work for the past 2 decades, probably a little over 2 decades. So sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just one guy. You want to challenge me on any of it, feel free to step up to the plate.
Or
I got no problem being challenged.
Yourself. You can steel man your position.
Yes, I can steal. Why would I need to steel man my own position?
Well, maybe when you encounter someone that provides evidence that you accept, you are prepared to.
It would be a predictive model. You have not presented a predictive model.
I believe there's a few predictive models. One's
there isn't.
The best.
Make a predictive model about reality.
Is the largest faith in the world. Muslim.
Make a predictive model about reality that is more accurate.
Models. I think one is better. That's why one is
what
larger.
we have here.
Okay, Eden's got nothing.
Eden.
So
Eden. So at the end of the day, what it sounds like, I too have doubts about God, and what I would expect from a real God is real interaction that is exampled in the real world. I sometimes thought I saw that, and maybe I was mistaken, and some would say it never happened. That's fair enough. But what I would really appreciate is, like, if a real God is really true, to have a real interaction that is both public and frequently. And I hope to experience that one day.
There's no logical contradiction in God giving every single human on the planet at the exact same moment a Damascus Road experience. Because if it did it for Paul and it didn't violate, if it did it for Paul and it didn't violate Paul's free will, then it obviously could do it for every human now, but it doesn't. So it relies upon ancient stories, ancient claims that can't be verified from authors that we have no idea who, in order to justify belief in this thing. Faith is completely unnecessary, and nothing dictates to God that faith should be a necessary component. It's ridiculous. It's the worst tool for deriving truth. So Eden doesn't have a predictive model and can't present one. No Christian I've ever
You
spoken
can
to
keep
has been able to
repeating
present
that.
one as of
It doesn't
yet.
make it true.
So, but I've
You're just
given you that's
repeating
the evidence
yourself.
that I would accept as a predictive
That's why
model
you're
that
the
makes
flat
predictions
earth of
about
philosophy.
reality that are better, more accurate, and far-reaching than any that we currently have published. So I'll
See
be
how that
waiting for
works out
that.
for you.
Yeah. So, as a being of free will, I don't know if I'm living in a predictive model because that seems to me at the
No,
moment
it's
I
not.
have free will.
It's not what a predictive model is. It's a model that makes novel predictions about reality, and novel predictions being that they're predictions that yield new information about the world. Okay, not reiterating things like Eden thinks it is. A predictive model, like for example, orbital mechanics is a predictive model that allows us to predict what we will see in the future by virtue of what we understand in the model. That's how we were able to predict the existence of Neptune before we ever saw Neptune. Okay, by observing perturbations in the orbit of Uranus. Right. So in that respect, I want a predictive model utilizing the God information. So take a predictive model, insert the God information, and that predictive model needs to make better, more accurate, and far-reaching novel predictions about reality than any of the others that we have currently published, utilizing the God information.
So if free will exists, it would have some kind of formula that we can derive from reality, correct?
If you could determine if it did, I mean, it could be determinate. I mean, the universe could be deterministic, and it could simply be determined that we perceive that we have free will.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's unfalsifiable. So yeah.
So whether determinism or free will exists, if there is a being, there'd be a formulaic way to discover that through other things in reality.
Maybe. I think it'd be pretty complex. You need to have access to the entity, and then you'd have to show the mechanistic relationship between the entity and everything that is not the entity itself in order to justify the claim that it created everything. And so,
it is difficult. It's very difficult because if I consider myself like a worm, how do I gain awareness of the internet? It's there, but it's very difficult for me.
So, but I'm more than happy, you know. Of course, I hold the analytical philosophy. I don't hold the continental philosophy. Anything pre-Socratic up until about the time of, say, Hume, you know, probably pre-Humean era, is that because continental philosophy just tries to hold on to too much woo for my taste. So then you get shit like, you know, freaking Hegel and stuff like that, and then Hegelian shit, which is just fucking batshit nonsense. I'm an analytical philosopher. I hold analytical philosophy. I work with bottom-up thinking instead of top-down. I don't engage in metaphysical speculation because it's pointless, and because we can't confirm one way or the other what a metaphysical position, you know, is.
That's right. You're right. Because
so I don't
if I'm
do with that.
if I'm going from the bottom up and I'm the worm trying to analyze the internet, it's just difficult to me. It doesn't mean it's impossible.
Right. So and it keeps you parsimonious. You know, not multiplying your entities unnecessarily, which is really, really important. You know, so that being said, I myself I gotta go take care of the dogs. They need to be let out. I'll take this W and I'll be back sometime. Take it easy, Oblate.
Yeah, no worries. Like I reckon it's very difficult for the worm to analyze the internet. I don't presuppose the internet's not there.
Right.
GG,
guys.
bro.
Take it easy.
So let's say if you haven't seen 100% of the evidence, when you do encounter 100% of the evidence, will you then believe?
If you're
I would
talking
hate
to
to be
me,
the judge in this court case.
if you're talking to me, then yeah.
Wow. Well, good for you. Would you then? Okay, yeah. Would you expect this God to be a good God, or do you expect him to be indifferent or evil?
I expect him to be good, as he is described in the Bible.
Wow, love it. I agree. Well, yeah, the Bible describes him as merciful. That's pretty loving.
It also describes him killing a whole bunch of people in a flood. I don't really consider that as merciful.
Yeah, that was it one time for sure. I don't think he was that. He said it was, so it wouldn't happen again. But there's probably some more context to that.
Maybe he was
Yeah,
drunk.
I get you.
Just angry.
Yeah, I just heard a worm saying we can't imagine the internet. Like, that's just like how capable is a human compared to any kind of even set of physics that could make a multiverse. Like,
Well, what
we're
about IQ?
incredibly humbled by the size and power of reality. And
Yeah.
to have the privilege of life, I think, is going, okay, you know what? As soon as those astronauts leave, they look down the Earth, the political boundaries fade away, the colors of our skin, our disagreements, they just fade away. And it's just poetic to these people. They just see what's
New
really
World Order.
Riggs, I was
Yes, sir.
listening to one of the guys who is possibly the world's brightest man. He has the highest IQ.
Oh
Do you
yeah, I
think
heard that
having a
guy.
higher IQ would maybe get you to believe in a god?
Well,
He
I think
believes
he
in
was.
God.
Yeah, he believes in God. I mean, I don't. Seems like a smart guy. I don't know if he's.
He definitely doesn't have the highest IQ.
I don't
I
know, it
think
seems
it
like
was
the
200 something.
more educated you are, the less religious you are. So
Yeah, but education isn't an indication of intelligence. That's for sure.
no, but it's still good.
I mean, it's just ideas. It has nothing to do with someone's intelligence. Literally, quite literally, education has zero to do with someone's intelligence. If
That's
someone
right.
is smart, they can teach themselves. They can find information. This is what makes them smart. They get the information however they need to get it, whether it's at a school or not at a school. It literally has zero, nothing, zilch to do with
And
education.
if it, you're right,
Education,
Greg.
all it does is actually what education does, it offers impedance by offering a model which may or may not be suitable or true in the
That's
place of actual experience.
Did you
It's like
go to college?
reading yes, I did. I've gone through a few colleges. What it does is it offers you like an instruction manual compared to like somebody who maybe has been working on cars their whole life. You know, it's very similar like that, where somebody can be book smart and actually, you know, ruin lives in surgery. You know, for example, which I know personally
Ruin
many people who
lives in
have been.
surgery?
Yeah, just do a bad job. Someone who's like book smart and is not really an artist, for example, can really maim people in surgery because they're not as talented. They're not as smart in
Well,
that
I
way.
don't think you'll keep it. I don't think you'll keep a dog very long if you're maiming surgeries all the time.
Or they quit.
Riggs, have you heard of Ben Carson, Christian brain surgeon?
Oh, fucking Ben Carson!
Yeah, he's a very intelligent person. Yeah.
Just because you're a brain
Yeah, Ben
surgeon doesn't
Carson's
mean you
very
should be a
smart.
politician.
I think he was able to separate two Siamese twins. I think they were conjoined at some part of the head. I think in the heart.
Yeah, he's one of the most talented child surgeons. I forgot the word.
He's a very good
Pediatric.
surgeon.
Yeah, he's one of the most talented pediatric
Unfortunately,
surgeons
being
in
a
the
good
world.
surgeon doesn't mean you should get into politics.
Okay, well, is that are we promoting politics here? Is that what?
Well, Ben Carson's
Or-
a politician.
Well, did it have to just? I mean, is it just possible that we're just talking about Ben Carson, the person, and the person
No.
who was
The
in the medical
capable
field
surgeon.
for?
Well, he's more
Yeah.
known as a politician
Right?
these
Can we
days.
stay on that topic for like at least a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really
Alright.
interested in talking about politics. Not gonna lie.
Well, if he was just a surgeon, you wouldn't have brought him up.
Okay. I mean, I bring
It's
up
only
James
because he was a
Tour.
politician that you know who he is. But yeah.
I bring up James Tour all the time, not because he's a Christian. It's because he's an amazing, prolific scientist.
Yeah.
And presenter, professor.
Him and his team actually manufacture nano machines and race them and win by hours.
Are you sure that James Tour is all that great?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I literally suck his cock.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Not even an idiot.
You guys, you
I don't know
cocksuckers
shit about singing
atheists?
for it, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, I think it's pretty ironic that you're playing a game about killing demons while we're having discussion about the Bible.
It's
Doing the
fitting.
Lord's work.
Man,
Demon
best way to
killer
do it,
gang.
right?
There's
For
a lot
real.
of demon killer gangs out there.
Do you guys think an all-knowing, perfect God would like like hit reset on the human population and cause a flood and then promise never to do it again?
I would expect it to happen again.
I'm saying like if
Me
he was like
personally, I think
if
there's
he's all-knowing,
cycles.
why would he have to hit how would if he was like an all-knowing, why would he have to like hit reset on something he created? That's crazy.
Yeah,
Trying to
it's
think
all
about
goes
it.
back to like why allow Satan to the freedom to reject God, reject perfection. You have to
But
go
wait,
like, yeah,
but Oblate, that question goes back to us, and it's outlined in the parable of the tax collector. Remember that parable? When Jesus was walking around, and the Jews they found him talking with the tax collectors. Those Jews already hated those tax collectors because they were working with the Romans, right? They were extorting their brothers, keeping what they wanted as their share of payment. So they were looked at as collaborators. So when they were like, "Now he's talking to the tax collector," and Jesus turned to them to teach them a lesson. He said, there were two people who went to the Creator. One that said, "At least I'm not the tax collector," versus the other person who went to the Creator and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry for all my sins." Right? Who do you think the Creator shows mercy to? The one that's actually asking for forgiveness and contrite.
right,
Right?
right. So
Just to get that's what
the
happens when someone's
person who
brought to court
said,
in justice. The length of
yeah,
their
look at
sentence is usually determined on how their actions or how they reflected upon what was done. Right? Let's say someone's brought to justice and they're laughing in court, they're going to probably get slapped with a lifetime sentence. Whereas if they admit guilt and then you know what I mean, accept responsibility, then I think there's some sort of mercy usually, especially by the victims' families.
yeah, but I think it goes back to like why is the Caesar unto Caesar's and God unto God's situation happening? Like even if you go back to Satan and go like you give into disobedience instead of giving into obedience, like how or why that situation was set up in the first place. It is his argument was going back to like if he planned it to happen, it's only going to happen this way. It's kind of like Calvinism. It's like God's will be done. All evil will be used for good kind of verses. And he's a bit disgusted about the amount of evil, including the existence of a Satan, which was deliberately invented by God to deliberately rebel.
I don't know about deliberately rebel, but it looks like man is deliberately rebelling too. So I mean, that's the whole point of the parable. We shouldn't be like the devil did it, so I'm going to do it. I'm not saying you guys are doing it, but there's a lot of people that are in prison right now because of horrendous crimes.
So we have to go back again to like what we would think was the first criminal, the first disobedient being, which would have been the tempter. Who tempted Satan away from God? And like, why was that allowable?
Well, maybe just like a computer, right? You don't want to, if you have something state of the art, you don't want to smash the computer, I guess. You give it time to maybe try to.
God allowed it.
He's like patient, right? And he's maybe trying to make people make their own choices.
The question still stands: why are they created that way? If we were created
Usually,
perfect,
people are created to do have a great experience, but unfortunately, in some circumstances, their environment is not ideal. So maybe they come to the conclusion there is no creator. Whereas there's other people, they have an experience that they feel blessed beyond belief, and they have no doubt that there's a creator. So
the end
it's
of
going to
the
be about
day,
perspective, I suppose.
if there is a creator, he has the answer, not the humans, because only he would know his motivations for making a universe this way, making a universe with E equals MC squared as we can observe it. Like, we fully recognize that we make observations of reality and we can calculate reality. It seems very logical, but to go like, yeah, like why was this happening this way? That's a God motive question, and I wouldn't dare to even, like, I would ask.
Well, I think
I
if
don't
God
know
was
if I'd
real,
know.
he would make it a lot more obvious to me that he was real, and it would be kind of fucked up to hold it against me for not believing he's real because he made me that way.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I sort of
So you
like
see the
thought, like,
contradiction.
what?
So you see the
Yeah,
contradiction there.
So
yeah, like
I guess, yeah.
if you're
Like if
living
you
your
were the
life as
creator, oh, go ahead.
if you were living your life as the worm and it feels really shit, but you didn't realize the ultimate goal of the other being, they would lift you up out of the dirt and take you to this better world. So this better world sucks like shit, but yeah, it's like, in the first place, how or why it needed to be that way. I think that's a God answer if there is one. And yeah, you're right. Like, if he's available now, I think you could at least ask, hey, universe, why is it this way? Why is my life this way? And how can I be a mechanism for change?
Yeah.
It's good. That could be a
Because
mechanism
yeah,
for change
absolutely.
without God.
Because
That's pretty good.
so if you guys were the creator, would you stay in your creation that way people would always know? Look, oh, there's the creator. I see him through my window. Or how would you guys? How would you want to be around? And what shape and form would you take? Would you be a giant? Would you be a dwarf? Would you be uh what nationality?
I'm unqualified to make that choice. If there is a God, like, it, I'm not in that position to make that choice of how I appear. It may be confusing, but even if I transformed myself to a worm and the worms are like, why on earth did you do that instead of just making us born humans in the first place? That kind of like goes like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
My issue
Because
is
I
the
was
guy
just
that
thinking, let's say if if you go into your creation, do you think with free will people are gonna want to attack you? And maybe there's gonna be, let's say if you in your creation there's multi national, I mean there's different nationalities because people like variety, they like different, they like to travel, they like all these sorts of things that come with that. Uh, so wouldn't oh, I don't know, just lost my train of thought there. Getting late.
Yeah, but it's difficult to say because I don't know the motives, but for making, if there's a God and he made a rebellious foe, like, how or why was that necessary? And if that being had free will, why was free will made the way that it was, that rebellion was possible? Like, that's a motive question, and I don't know the motives.
I'm saying that's how I feel. I'm saying like if I'm an opposition, like he created me that way. So to blame the opposition when you created the opposition that way is like
Wait,
really silly.
do you think you were born that way? Like maybe if you were much younger, do you think you would feel that way, or do you think that's something that you've come to the conclusion throughout your experience?
I've come to the conclusion through my experience of the world that it's that God's not real. So
Okay, thank you. Let's say, yeah, I agree. But potentially, you could continue your experience where that changes.
I know that the other guy is like super potent with his opinions and he has got like 20 of them and stuff, but it kind of comes down to this, like, in the most basic sense, if there is such a thing as objectivity, as in if there's anything that you understand to be a certain way no matter what, okay, then something had to have given it that preference. nature wouldn't have just, I mean, at the very beginning of nature, there had to have been something or a reason to go from one state to another in order for it to have definition.
Yeah, order,
So
like numbers.
otherwise, there would just be infinite variability without any objectivity. This is the problem. Like when we see objectivity literally everywhere, and we can try to like explain it away and deny it that we're looking at it. We can deny that things are blue and say that, you know what, maybe we're just colorblind. We can deny that men and women are men and women, and just say, hey, you know what, there's a spectrum. There's all kinds of like things that we can pretend it's subjective. But at the end of the day, there are objective things, right? Like if I twist your arm, it's going to hurt. Now, people who have those receptors in their arm, they're going to know it fucking hurts. And that's objective, right? So the only way that there are things within a certain range is something put it there for it to have meaning. Otherwise, pain could feel like pleasure, and then nothing would ever make sense, and everything would just be a combobulation of nonsense. We wouldn't be here having a conversation.
Some supernatural creature did not put it that way. It's biological evolution.
But hold on, if there was a supernatural creature, do you think that you would even understand what it did and didn't want?
That's a nonsense question.
No, it's a great question, because if there was, I mean, if you gave the opportunity, just like, you know, you're here, things make sense. There's a range between hot and cold. There's a Goldilocks zone, okay? And what gives these things meaning is objectivity. If there was by chance something, no, sir.
Because you could say 70 degrees is hot, and I could say 75 degrees is hot.
Not for you.
Yeah, but that's subjective, though.
No, I'm saying no. For humankind to exist within this area of life, we have within a very comfortable range. Things are you know, they
the perfection that we live on a ball that is perfect. No. It's
you're reducing my arguments to like some kind of weird Reddit shit, dude. I really don't like that. What I'm trying to impart to you is that objectivity seems to be something that's real, because we have rulers, we have gas tanks with gauges, but we know that there's concrete things, concrete ideas. And
you're just saying objectivity you're just interchangeably using objectivity and real.
No,
no, there's
I'll even
there's
expand.
two of them.
We enjoy it so much that we actually create things like sports with objective rules, right? And that's what makes the game so enjoyable.
They're not objective rules, though. We created them.
Okay, there you go. Well,
they're
what created the law of thermodynamics? What created a man and woman? What
Nothing.
created the different sexes? What created sour and sweet? What had any inference into why there's a reason that
Not
you
one
like
thing
apples
created any of these things.
or chocolate or
many factors.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that go into determining why something is the way that it is.
And
it could never just be that it was meant to taste good and that it's actually just good.
No. Because there are other things that are on this planet that would eat the same things as us, and it would not taste good to them. So it's another subjective
that's the spice
thing.
of life.
Yeah,
but there are some things that are objective. That's what I'm saying. Without objectivity, there would be no knowledge building. There would be no knowledge itself.
I agree.
And their response may be that, like, we're a puddle fascinated with the shape of the pothole that we're in. Everything's like a Goldilocks zone. We just happen to fill in that shape. Whereas that if you come from the perspective of like, we do use rulers. We're just describing things using things that we understand. So it's more of a descriptive analysis mechanism, which
based on philosophy. It's all the same information, but the philosophy is what frames it as science or not science. Under the descriptive, right? someone who says science is true, but in one philosophy, and in the other philosophy, right, they would say that religion is the true.
Well,
Right,
science
and
and
that- and
religion
science-
are different because science is the study of how and religion is the study of why.
Yeah,
but it's
because I
all
don't
it's all
think
philosophical framework.
true.
Science
Because
is
like
not.
even if you had like the measurements for like a meter, a kilometer, a light year, or a gas pressure, is like what unit of measure do I put my mother's love for? Like mammograms or like what? If you're just using analysis to say we're going to say this is the measure of something, so I don't
Yeah,
know. If,
science it doesn't explain everything. It describes things, some things pretty well, but it doesn't really describe everything. And actually, it is inherently
Because it does not
limited. There's
supposed
some
to.
things you can't science, but those things still exist. So then what?
It just means that we don't have the answer yet. Just because we don't know.
No, there's some things that you could never
Mhm.
science.
yeah,
Like-
and that's what I would say. Like if you're thinking about yourself as
what?
being
Like a
very
fleeting
well-
idea about a loved one that you could never explain to anyone else.
So yeah, like even logic itself, if you put yourself as the grand analyzer of the universe, I'm not sure if I'm just qualified enough for that. I'm going to leave it up to someone else, but I think I can perform some analysis of the world, and some of it is very good. But the ultimate analysis of all things, I think that's going to have to be a different being. I can't rely on my units of measure that my fellow humans make. It's sort of educated
But
guess.
they're good tools, but we shouldn't turn the ruler into the god.
No
No,
one's
we'll just
turning
have
the
no
ruler
God.
into the god.
Well, no, but if you're appealing to science all the time, which inherently
But
has
science
limited
doesn't give us meaning.
it has limited measure, then what you're doing is you're assigning the greatest authority to science.
No.
Just for the things that we could physically observe, but not like things like meaning.
And you also said authority, but who's the
Yeah, but do you
authority
have a
figure?
do you
Well,
hold
I
a
have a
higher
question
authority?
here to the atheists. What don't you see that all the vast majority of the world sees? What just you don't see God? Is that it?
There's no evidence for him.
So you guys are the I guess the small fraction of the segment of society that just doesn't see the evidence.
Well, it's not small anymore.
There is no evidence for him. I just said it.
Okay.
I mean, you said that you would give me the evidence earlier. I'm more than open.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm more than
What
open
if-
to listening. I am more than open to listening to whatever evidence it is that you could present me, but I don't think it is actually going to be objective evidence.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw a wild one out there. Okay. What if everything that you're experiencing and all us being here and everything having designed to it is the evidence?
Then that's silly.
Oh yeah, what's the evidence
Could it
for
just
that?
be the only thing, but also you could call it just silly?
That sounds like
No,
tautological.
Riggs, I think actually that's great evidence. but-
circular reasoning.
That's like free
No,
stuff.
Riggs,
No,
I
it's
think
what you're doing is you're putting analysis paralysis to the situation. What I'm saying is if you just pull back and stop being a professional about every little cell, and every little thing, you might just find out that it's right in front of you.
Yeah, Riggs, and the
Well,
great
the
thing
thing
about
is-
this,
the
I think
thing
from the
about
creator,
science-
he gave us more than one method to find it, right? Because there's going to be people who are visually impaired, so they won't be able to see the science. So there's going to be able to, you can use logic and reason.
Yeah, it's called being myopic.
It just seems like circular reasoning.
That's because it is circular reasoning.
How do you know it's true? Oh, because you could see it.
Yeah, the thing
you go.
about science is that we're trying to determine something is true through evidence. Simply because it exists, that is not evidence. That's not evidence of anything. We want to know the way that the world works. Just saying this is the way that the world works is not evidence of how the world works.
And then
And it would
when
be
you see the
very
evidence, you'll
difficult
be. I
to-
remember you said you'd believe in God, so that's a great thing.
Yeah,
if
of
the
course. If I had evidence that the true Christian God exists, as in like actual evidence, like I can see him or I can see some of the things that he actually did and prove that it was him who did it, or some other sort of thing that could be provable, then yeah, of course I would believe it because there's evidence to suggest it. But again, I have not seen any of that evidence to this day.
If the evidence, all the evidence leads in one direction, it's just as it seems like just like a river. It's sometimes you'll find people clinging to the banks and everything, or walking up the sides of the banks or whatever. But the river is going in one direction. Usually, that means the evidence is pointing in one direction, and leads to one conclusion. Shape of the Earth is such an example.
Yeah, great point, Red Cloud, and welcome back.
Thank you.
That one's called Occam's razor, isn't it?
Yes, but that assumes a few things that Occam's razor does, doesn't it? But yes, generally, informally, I would say we could say that.
So yeah, Red Cloud. Essentially, I was asking the room because I think there's a few atheist agnostics here. I was asking them, what don't they see that the majority of the world sees? Because if you put all these faiths together, you have Christianity, the largest, the Muslim faith, the second largest, and then Judaism, which is 10%.
I would argue that, like, many people haven't seen miraculous healings of limbs or resurrections personally, so they're very different than whatever the disciples may have seen. So when we say we're not seeing evidence, we're not seeing the kind of fiery pillars, or like, we have a broad field of science that's like, these things can be manipulated just naturally occurring. And what is the device that measures like God actually doing that thing? I would say, like, if I was around back in the day and saw a guy crucified, tracked him down, watched him exactly buried, and 3 days later I was watching like the tomb being opened and some guy walking out, I mean, that would seal the deal. Like, there's zero doubt there.
Yeah, supernatural.
This is the concept behind the basis of religious faith is that it is not in the face of evidence, but it is external of evidence. It's not necessarily that you see evidence and then you believe. Is that you believe and then you see the evidence. And for the scientific mindset, that's contrary, that's very counterintuitive and insulting in some ways. It seems that it's insulting anyway, or seems counterintuitive, or whatever. But that's essentially how it is. So, and then you're asking, how do I believe? Why do I believe in God? It wasn't because I saw someone raised from the dead. My mother has seen various miracles and stuff. I haven't. I've seen a few little things, but you could put those down to coincidences. But I know my mother has seen some things, or had seen some things. But yeah, it's a very good question. But if you're talking scientifically, it's a totally different argument. It's a totally different discussion. There's a spiritual argument, and then there's a physical argument. And conflating the two or mixing the two is very confusing.
Let's look at the physical argument.
Oh, Schlitzky, what's up?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think that's what the creator...
Like what kind of device could a human measure to say, yes, there's a soul? Like, it seems like we're not going towards the direction of technology that would detect theology. We're really great at accelerating particles. We're really good at thermometers. We're really great at all these other things, but it seems like we're really pathetic at detecting the hard problem of consciousness or something like that.
Yeah,
so you're looking for a pattern.
You've got nowhere. What I usually say is that if you're talking about evidence for God, can you get a tricorder and measure it? If you can, then it's physical. If you can't, then that's a spiritual thing. And so you don't take a tricorder to a theology meetup, or you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? You don't use those two things. Those two things are separate, and people can separate them quite fine. There are lots of Christians in the sciences, you know, many Christians in the sciences. I know personally, I know lots. So
Yeah.
would
Yeah,
you be
I
the
believe in
and
God.
the materialistic paradigm, you can only use materialistic devices to find materialistic results. So let's say
precisely?
we've gone and found out quantum theory is true. Those affect atoms and cells. I'm made out of atoms and cells. Free will is an illusion, and I'm just a chemical reaction acting within the universe. Okay, you've discovered this as a science. Now what? You just see if the chemical reaction continues and better science self-actualizes. Like what's going on?
Yeah, it's. I've been interested in it because this is going to be contentious, because I see the mixture, the mixing of the two. And if you talk to an astronomer who believes in God, the astronomer would attribute what he sees to God, but he won't use a sort of his spiritual sort of mindset to explain what he sees, and that's the difference.
Great point. All right, Claude. So, if we take away science, how do we convert or help the non-believer believe? Then, if you don't mind, I guess we have to get them to self-reflect.
No, you don't. You treat them like you treat them like you treat anybody else. You treat them like, without being unkind, or you try to, and if you fail, you say sorry. So I'm sorry for all the yelling I did today. There you go. See, so you do that. That was
Yeah,
so
I
sincere.
wanted to apologize as well. Oh, but yeah, right, Claude. So I was saying, like, essentially, let's say, how would a believer try to help a non-believer see, not using any science? What would you recommend? Would they have to use maybe like the sins, like Ten Commandments?
No, you don't use that, because the non-believer doesn't believe the Bible. So bringing up the Ten Commandments is like bringing up a chapter of Lord of the Rings. They see it as fiction, and so you
Okay,
operate
so
within that paradigm. If you
So
know
I
someone
would
who sees,
say
if you know someone who sees the Bible as fiction, you don't appeal to the Bible in that way, because they see it as fiction.
Okay, so remember, you already took away science, right? So how do you help a non-believer believe in, let's say, Jesus, or want to accept Jesus and become born again? In your opinion, what would you do?
You be kind to them as long as it's possible.
Show them evidence.
You could show evidence from your life. You can pray. There's all sorts of different things. The primary thing to do, though, is
At the end of the
to
day,
be
I
kind.
think it's up to God to provide evidence either privately or publicly. Whether other people believe you that is evidence, that's another thing. But if there truly is a God, I think he will leave evidence in parts of the earth of like what he has really done. I don't think there's an option for
Is there any evidence?
Good job, Riggs.
So, you ask Eden how to make a non-believer into a believer.
Wait, who said that?
Jet Fox,
What's,
bro. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it.
Yeah,
Do
Zenek,
what did I do?
what would you
It seemed like you
recommend?
were stuck for a while.
Oh no, I fucking went to the restroom, come back, and I'm like, oh, there's a fucking floaty thing over there.
I was like, does he not see the bounce pad over there?
I just came back to the computer and I just saw this thing in the background. I was like, oh, that's it.
As I was saying, I would hope that the real God left real evidence for me discover of his real interactions, and have both personal and public revelations of his existence. That would take away all doubt, I think.
What about if you found a pattern?
That's
Beg your
another way.
pardon?
There's scientists who find patterns in different things, scientists who see evidence, and they come to believe. And then there are other scientists who stop believing, like PhD Tony. He stopped
Yeah,
believing.
but maybe you could say there's, instead of a god, there's a creator. You could easily say that. You could easily look in nature, anything which is not man-made has a pattern, and you can't say that. You can't deny that. You have to say, yeah, this pattern runs throughout. You know, we have it on
Because
ourselves.
we don't really know if the world has a creator or not.
No, no,
Well, you
no,
can easily say that.
Slitzy, that's
There's your
just
evidence. There's your evidence.
Slitzy, that's
There's your
just your
evidence.
assertion.
Regardless of how
When you
you
say I can't
wanna-
deny that things that aren't man-made have patterns, yes, I can deny that.
Yeah,
Actually, that's not how it
I'm
works.
talking about a
There is a
natural
God.
pattern which is synonymous with natural things which are found in nature. We have them on ourselves, and there's a correlation between that pattern that it all could come from one thing. It's too obvious that it could.
Could and does are two different things. Saying that something is possible and that something is a fact are two very different claims.
They sure are.
It is a fact. You can cut an apple in half and you can see the pattern. You can go out and look at a flower. You can see there's a million things you can just look at and say, well, this pattern is, it just spills over all the time. You can't deny that. You can if you want, but
Okay.
you're kidding yourself.
So we gotta be disciplined when we talk about these things. So first and foremost, Eden, one doesn't go around and attempt to persuade a non-believer into becoming a believer, because believing is just simply adopting someone else's authority without actual first-hand knowledge of what it is in of itself, and that would be immoral to do. Secondly, one does not go and proclaim, well, that is exactly what one does. You can only go and proclaim that there is a God existing without any actual evidence. To say that I can recognize something in nature that I believe connects to this character that I've created called God, which is an idea of what constitutes or born or controls or is the powerhouse behind or to this thing or antecedent to. You see, that's all but a claim, and the burden of proof is on you. And to say that you can recognize a pattern and that is the proof is ludicrous.
Okay, Zanuck, let's say if you were the creator, right, and then you had your instructions were to help remind others of the rules, right? Would it be immoral to not try to share that information?
Okay, so I can only speak of this in the sense that I am a being now identified as human. So what I can create is, for example, a discipline. If I, or a teaching, or a tool, for example. Obviously, if a people are going to be disciplined by that knowledge of, for example, a tool or a discipline itself, it would be kind of, going against the point of being disciplined if I am not teaching off the discipline.
Okay, I think we're getting sidetracked here. I'm talking about, okay, in the army, do you know they have, let's say, they don't want to leave anyone behind, right? You don't leave your partner behind. Think of it like that philosophy. You have to seek and save for your brother. So that essentially, think of it that was instructed by the creator. So is it immoral to actually to go against the God's will, or is it actually moral to try to do his will?
So I get the situated event that you have facilitated for, but the question does not link to the event. So it is not immoral to go and look for your friend if you think that he's in danger, and that's really right. I would say, if someone is in danger, really go and help them. But that doesn't now necessitate a god listening to an order that comes from where exactly?
It's a matter of knowing your audience. It took me a number of years to figure this out, and this is why I'm saying it, because I probably wouldn't have said it 10 years ago. It's a matter of knowing your audience. In this chat, there are a number of what you can consider really hardcore atheist people, some ex-Christians, and people who are highly intelligent people, know their stuff inside and out, very scientific minded, very logical. So that is a specific audience, one of the toughest audiences if you're going to espouse religious ideals and ideas. So you really need to know your audience if you're going to talk to such people. Otherwise, it will backfire. And
because it's problematic when I'm looking for evidence of things and my methods aren't finding certain things. Like, I'm not exactly sure how to look for things, but when it comes to like how to investigate a god, it's like, okay, how am I looking for the evidence and what am I expecting to find? It's a very difficult puzzle because like I have to think like if I was leaving breadcrumbs to follow, would the other being pick that up? But I think God would be more interested in a human if they have a plan for an afterlife with that human, like leaving the breadcrumbs so that like they would have something real and tangible to follow because there is a real destination by someone who is very truthful, leaving those breadcrumbs, real tangible evidence that they can follow.
Well, may I make a point here? I
Sure
feel
thing.
that there's an identification that people like to make that the worship of God is the same thing as morality, or that belief in God is an essential part of morality. And if you accept that axiom, then you must, in order to get somebody else to act morally, you must inculcate in them a belief in the deity that you're professing. But by the same token, I would argue that this incentive actually causes immoral acts, because at that point, what you're saying is that the welfare of the religious institution, the welfare of the belief, is fundamentally more important than acting ethically. It becomes the objective rather than acting ethically or morally becoming the objective. And this is why I've had this conversation with Eden before, that if somebody is behaving in a moral fashion, are they doomed to eternal perdition or not? And I can't reconcile God being just and then punishing somebody who has been as good a person as they can be throughout their entire life. I can't reconcile the two. I don't see how that isn't an innate contradiction. So I don't believe that belief in God can be a moral prerequisite. And I think that taking that position avoids a conflation of saying, look, belief in God is a moral imperative. You must do that, otherwise you're an evil person. I don't believe that. I've never believed that, even when I was a Christian.
Yeah, we could grant a society where maybe they ban the idea of any thoughts of God. So, however, they created a system that was moral. Yeah, so there could be moral people within that framework. So I agree totally.
Yeah, and I would say like humans are very capable of fixing many of the problems in society, and we could over time make something that's amicable for each other with good negotiation skills and just working within our differences of opinion and doing that. But I think if you do need a belief in God, you need that belief in heaven. Like it's a different society that is like a paradise that's beyond humans' ability to reach using their own means. And if you're only reducing it to, say, what the humans can do together, because we've just got to work with what we've got. We see animals, we see us, we're all kind of like have to work within the system we're given in. Then we would hope that God is supplying evidence that he is enticing the humans towards that heavenly goal, rather than going, we're humans, we can establish our own sort of acceptable environment for the various different groups that have been around and are currently existing.
Yeah, thank you, Oblate. I would actually propose that having a creator would protect everybody in the long run. For instance, let's say for a society or civilization, their morals became, let's say, evil, right? That they had a justification for murdering people. I think that's where the problem is, because if there was a standard that was didn't change, it was good today, tomorrow, and yesteryear, and in the future, that is great, because we've seen in the past where societies' morals have supposedly changed or evolved or devolved. Right. For instance, let's say in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, there's one surviving copy of Hitler's Bible. He removed the 8th commandment and the 6th commandment: "Thou shalt not kill," and "Thou shalt not steal." So,
my friend.
Yeah, I'm
God
not.
is a mediated construct.
Yeah. So, Hitler was, despite all claims to the contrary, actually a spiritual person. He believed in spiritual entities. He referred to God, though what he meant by God seems to be different from what Christianity means by God. He certainly conceived of Catholicism as a very weak religion, as a religion for the weak. His father was Catholic, and he didn't get on. He didn't respect his father. So Hitler's theology, Hitler is often used as an example of sort of what, evil, but there are plenty of evil things that have happened throughout history, many of them motivated strongly by a literal interpretation. And I mean, this is why I actually think that belief in an afterlife is a bad thing. So if you believe that there's an afterlife, killing someone is not actually the end of the story, is it? They're going to live. If they're a good person, they're going to go to heaven. If they're a bad person, they're going to go to their just reward. And there are plenty of people who have used, there's a famous massacre during the Albigensian Crusades. I think it might be the massacre at Montsegur. But whichever one it was, there's a historical record of it at which a priest is quoted, purported to have said, "Kill them all, God will know his own," about the people who were hiding in the cathedral. They couldn't tell whether they were Cathar or not, and they ended up, whether or not that was actually said, they did kill everybody in the cathedral. And if you take the idea that there is an afterlife, how is that bad, right? You haven't actually destroyed them. You've just so I kind of think that we can't afford to treat an afterlife as real if we don't know that it exists, and we can't know that it exists at the moment. And so we should be preserving life rather than taking it where we can.
absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with killing.
There, it
Well,
depends.
it depends. I'm with Synak on that. Sometimes
No, it's
killing
okay if
people is
God
a moral
intends it.
act. So sometimes killing people is a moral act. If somebody is about to do some vicious crime, then killing them, if that's the only way you can stop it, or the most reliable way you can stop it, perfectly moral.
Tony,
I
what if
think it's,
God tells you to do it?
I would not kill somebody because God tells me to do something.
It's
And
the
Abraham would have killed Isaac.
it's the Superman conundrum in I think Man of Steel, and he's fighting Zod, and he's got him in a headlock. You've seen that, and he has no
Yes.
choice, and he's blasting the building, and there's two innocent
Yep.
people there, and he has no choice. He's got to snap his neck, and so he does so.
Yeah, I thought that was setting up an interesting tension because Batman would never kill anybody. He's an absolutist in that sense. And then in the next movie, they had just had Batman, randomly killing people, so they kind of screwed up the characterization on that one. But doing
They are
something
fictional
because
characters with superhuman powers. This is
Yeah.
not the same at all. You
No,
cannot
no,
use
it's not.
you cannot use a
Yeah.
fictional character to explain away morality, just as
I-
they can't use it with God either, because you don't have access to being Superman.
I was just
Well,
simply
that's-
referring
that's
to the act
exactly-
of killing in order to do good.
Yeah, and this is why I think that the story of Abraham is a very theologically difficult one, because doing something just because somebody you can't demonstrate exists to another person, you think they told you to. I don't think that's a great justification. I note that it plays an important part in the first book of the Book of Mormon. Because obviously they did want people to just do what they were told. And indeed, is it the Summer Meadow Massacre, where the Mormons massacred a whole bunch of settlers, men and women, and they say that they kept the children. That is the fruit of that particular tree. But the argument, when I was a Christian, the evidence for God that I had was entirely personal revelation, and I could not have demonstrated it to a different person. So killing somebody because I think that somebody I can't prove exists told me to, that can't be right.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either, Tony.
That is not what happened in the scripture, though, Tony. It was directly God speaking directly to not. It wasn't a case of Abraham thinking that God existed and he got a thought in his head that maybe he should do something, and I think God is telling me this. No, it was God directly saying this. You should do this.
Yeah, but he couldn't prove it to someone else.
There is a psychotic who killed his wife, his mother, and I think a few other people because Olivia Newton-John's eyes in the movie Xanadu were flashing him messages telling him to do it.
Yeah, Red Cloud, I had a quick question for you. And Tony, this relates, PhD Tony. So, Red Cloud, let's say you mentioned again there's an instance where you have to kill someone for the greater good. Let's say, do you think God would be telling you, kill this person?
Can I put some feedback on the Abraham thing? It's a little bit confusing because God's both the person who instructed Abraham to sacrifice, but he's also the one who stopped the dagger, it seems. So it seems like
he didn't stop
a good observation.
He offered another.
If somebody is being genuinely commanded to kill, like where is the stopping of the hand? And like Tony said, like this guy saw the flash of Olivia Newton-John's eyes, and nothing stopped him from doing it, and that's where people's doubts come into play. I think.
No, I think there was a lamb. The lamb appeared, and that's why he stopped. I guess God maybe spoke to him, and that's why the lamb appeared in the thicket, and he realized there is the true sacrifice. But again, Red Cloud, do you think in a situation where someone, you felt like a moment ago, you said there's a time where someone has to be killed? I think this is a false dichotomy, personally. Like let's say, for instance, a man enters a church with a large dagger, and he's going to take the life of someone. Do you think it's a false dichotomy that we have to execute him,
I
or
don't
do you
see
think there's
how.
another option?
It is another option, of course.
Yeah, I agree. Because I've seen video evidence where instead of people pulling out a gun and executing him before he executes someone, they actually prayed for him. There's video evidence of this, and then he literally collapsed, and then he's surrounded by people praying over him. They kicked the knife away.
There's lots of instances you'll see with cops. They'll draw a gun at someone and they will not shoot him, and there'll be a big chase and a big huge thing. And some people go, "Well, why is he pointing his gun if he's not going to shoot the guy? Because it's not, that's the last thing you
You're
want to
right.
do."
Great point. So
Well,
yeah, thank you,
that's actually something of a the reason you draw your gun is because because it saves you time later on. It's not you are not committed to shooting the person,
No,
but it will save you time and potentially save your life. And one of the drawbacks with police training in the United States is that they terrify their officers to the point where their officers are over keen to use potentially lethal force. And this is why you have so many troubles, is because these officers in their training, they are terrified. They're put next to martial artists who show them how defenseless they are against a skilled martial artist. They're put in highly stressful situations where they're convinced that the slightest miscalculation on their part will lead to instant death. So these people are terrified, they're on edge, they've got adrenaline pumping when they're in high stress situations, and sometimes they respond to them incorrectly. And sort of what the US needs is actually federal standards in police training and a cohesive law enforcement structure that actually gets to better standards. But again, if it is possible to resolve something non-lethally, yeah, sure, let's do it. But that isn't always possible. And no, I don't think that praying for people is a reliable technique for stopping armed malefactors.
But we have yet to address the original question. This is becoming quite a tangent as of now. The original question
Okay, let's go back to the original question.
We have two, which is, do we directly know creation? And do we directly know God? And I could answer them both. So I have created a discipline that gives answers to both these questions. We could take directly know God first. No, we do not directly know God because we do not stand in immediate, unmediated encounter with a being or a force called God. What we have instead are words, concepts, traditions, models, and stories and claims, and none of these constitute direct and raw knowing. So God can be discarded as a concept, or the concept of God can be discarded as a mediated construct, unless or until one actually does stand in immediate, undeniable presence of such a thing. And even then it would not be a concept, but simply what is. And that is where we can invoke that question with creation. Isn't creation then that? No, we do not directly know creation. We know what is immediately present, the now, which is direct and unmediated. So we do not know the very act of creation, its origin story, the past, or a cosmic event beyond direct encounter. So to speak of creation is to speak of a model and a narrative and a framework. And we could also just discard these as frameworks that stand without raw verification. So by addressing these two questions, we have two new questions arising then, what can we know or what do we know? Then we would know what is direct and immediate, the immediate presence of what is now. And we can know our own encounter and our own undergoing and our own unmediated unmediated relation to what stands here in reality without assumption, like the example I often give with me placing a hand on the tree. So by that address, we do not know the source of things and the origin, or the metaphysical explanation, or the cosmological design, because these are not directly encountered. So what should we do with this? Well, perhaps refuse the temptation to theorize, imagine, and postulate what something is. And perhaps be disciplined to be strict to what is directly, presently, and undeniably known, like my hand being on a tree. And I think it would be wise to let the question of God or creation dissolve unless, and until it actually do arise not as an idea, but as a direct, unmistakable presence. And
Well,
that's
I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you very firmly, but I think that sort of religious people, or at least many religious people, will claim that they have a personal experience that is as real to them as putting their hand on a tree, and that's where the difficulty arises. We need to accept that for them that experience is very real, while they need to accept they can't show us that. So that's not something that we need to accept.
You are right.
Yeah.
And so, but you see
Yeah.
here now that if you believe in something, it can constitute as real, but that doesn't mean that it's real in the sense that it is actual. But it can be experienced as actual because you can invoke it into your felt sense of
Yeah. I'd
reality
agree. 'Cause
simply by
I,
purely
I
using your imagination.
yeah, I could plausibly say I have had a personal experience, but they didn't leave evidence behind for other people to see. So when you read testimony of events that would have happened in public, or possible God's interaction with reality, I think that's the evidence that where the agnostic would go like, okay, if this thing happened, surely there'd be the evidence of this event because it seems public in the description, but the description doesn't match what I've measured in reality, kind of thing. Like I hear the description of a firmament or an expanse, but reality tells me it's not like that.
So the imagination is a tricky one for many because the imagination is most often used as a weaponization against the being themselves so as to redirect them for someone else's purpose, aim, or goal, usually financially invested.
Let's
And
get your
this
hot
is
micing, man.
it's a strategy. Sorry, I did not get your. What did you say?
I'm sorry, Schlitzky's hot micing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that is the unfortunate, that gets used against us, and we don't get to learn about this in school, or else, we couldn't be so easily manipulated into doing things that we don't want to be doing, and thinking things that we don't want to be thinking, and imagining things as real that aren't actually real.
Yeah, and I feel that most humans have realistic goals and passions and want to explore all the possibilities that this current world has to offer. Like, there are some experts in their field who get really excited about, like 2.5 like LiDAR sensors that can do stuff with gravity and all these marvelous things. 2.5 miles of vacuum chamber. Somebody was inspired to, like, you know, dig deep into the science and go do this. I mean, all for them. And other people, they want to be good at karaoke. So I think it's embracing the human condition to say, like, if you've got a goal, let's see if we can enable you to pursue that.
I do certainly think that we are curious about how things, you know, what constitute something, as from being a child, you know, what makes this move, how does this function, and so on. And I think that natural curiosity obviously does give us the ability to imagine what if. Unfortunately, that is the exact point that gets what I would just simply say hijacked. It gets hijacked by simply redirecting this natural curiosity toward reality and life and what is real and actual
Well,
into
yeah.
some kind of hypothesis, something imaginary, someone's idea, a fictional realm of this and that, and not actually
Well,
about the thing in of itself.
Well, there are some very natural cognitive biases. If something bad happens to one person and doesn't happen to another person, then, it must be because this one person did something right and the other person did something wrong, right? That's a very natural bias in our cognitive thinking. We try to see the reality as systematic and as making sense. And oftentimes it's random and unpredictable and just not in anyone's control. And this is the allure of conspiracy thinking. Conspiracy thinking, somebody's in charge. They just happen to be evil, and if you oppose them, that makes you a good guy. So rather than the reality being, no one's in charge, no one's making all of this stuff happen. Stuff just happens. And sometimes good people end up suffering, and sometimes bad people end up profiting. There's no villainous organization out there guaranteeing that this is supposed to be the case. There's just nobody in charge whatsoever. And it's very difficult to accept that. As a child, I couldn't, and that's why sort of religion made sense to me. I couldn't understand why kids were dying in Africa. It didn't seem tolerable to me that this was just a matter of random happenstance. And so I took refuge in the idea that there must be some afterlife in which they will be treated justly. But the reality is that's just a childish fiction. It does nothing to advance understanding, nor does it do anything to improve understanding of reality.
And if we are going to make a world that's good for young children and make sure as a human race that we help young children survive and we're not having conflict amongst each other, I think we can collaborate to do these things in this world where, like, we've got a system in place where that child doesn't have to suffer in Africa, because like we would want to lift up people out of their disagreements into like something more palatable, and like we can just, it's the job of the strong to lift up the weak, so to speak.
Yes,
I do agree.
The sort of the anarcho-syndicalists of the Spanish Civil War had a phrase: "From each according to their ability, to each according to their need," and I feel like it very much summarizes how I think society should work in the ideal. And I understand that taking away sort of private ownership, disincentivizes work, and economies don't work. In particular, agriculture doesn't work if you move to sort of a communist ideology. But I do also feel that the idea of a social safety net for those people who have just been unlucky, who have had some sort of misfortune, I feel like that's vital. We should be caring for less fortunate members of society.
Very, very definitely.
That being said, I just don't believe that billionaires should exist. Nobody needs that much money, and they should be taxed out of existence.
That is an unfortunate. That's an unfortunate byproduct of freedom, and an unfortunate byproduct of commerce and free commerce.
I don't see that it is. I don't see that it's an inevitable consequence of free commerce. I think that we can change some of the laws and some of the structures of what we've got, and still have mostly the same freedoms that we now have, but not have the evils that wealth inequality and wealth concentration bring with them.
So why do you? Here's a good question, philosophically or whatever. What is the cause of people amassing what you would consider grotesque amounts of wealth for themselves? What is behind that? Why aren't those people
I've got a couple of
by the need?
Allow me to explain, because of our legal system. So we actually have a legal obligation on corporations that they should offer maximum return on investment to their investors. And I would argue that this is incredibly damaging. It is in fact a tax on poor people. In order to pay higher than market interest to their investors, because if the investors don't get that, they'll rip their money out, strip down the company and take it somewhere else. They charge their customers higher prices. They try and stiff their suppliers as much as they can, and they pay their employees as little as they can. So normal people, average working people, are being paid less and are paying more, so that wealthy people can be made wealthier. And the efficiency with which this cycle has operates has become exponentially stronger in the 45 years since Reagan decided that somehow reducing taxes on wealthy people would stimulate the economy. It doesn't. It's never worked. Reagan just happened to be very fortunate that the productivity increases due to improvements in computerization coincided with his presidency. But we've had this back in the 1960s. The top marginal tax rate on people in the US was more than 90%, and it did not lead to a communist hellscape, nor did people stop running their businesses. People continued to run their businesses even though they were being taxed at that rate. So I don't see that taxes on the wealthy will have the cratering of capitalism that people have claimed. We've had these high tax rates in the past. Capitalism worked just fine, and the US could fund its space program and its highway and dam building program. Now they can't even maintain their dams and highways, much less build new ones.
Wouldn't you say it's the hypnotic nature that Reagan was able to convince so many people that he was the guy to lead them? That was actually the thing that was problematic. Not so much Reagan in and of himself, but the fact that he convinced so many people, and that people are gullible in that manner, and that the news media don't hold these people to account. And it's actually, when I kind of get down to the brass tacks of it, it seems to me that people want to be lied to. It's comforting. They want the sweetness.
Strangely
no, they don't
for
actually
you,
want to be lied to.
strangely for you, there is an element of truth to what you say, in the sense that there is a symbiosis between media and politicians. The media need politicians to appear on their shows. The politicians need the media to broadcast their to broadcast their platforms. And indeed, the grotesque amounts of money that are poured into election campaigns that go straight into the coffers of media companies speaks to this symbiosis being stronger than ever. I would argue that it's a form of corruption, to be brutally honest. But yes, the media do not hold people account. But the claim that people want to be lied to is a simple falsehood and an oversimplification of what is an extremely complicated media landscape.
But going back to what you said earlier, you said that we could come together and work together, and I agree with that. But that still requires a work ethic or a discipline. So you see, this is really important, because we cannot be working together if we cannot agree upon what actual work is, or what actual cooperation is, or what me helping you and you helping me actually looks like. And it seems like that is where we are stuck. I am now not speaking from the flat earth position, I'm speaking as a facilitator between the two. And maybe even
I see the point. I see the point that you're making, but we're in the last days of whether that's going to be relevant or not. Assuming that things go on an optimistic trajectory, and we don't Stone Age ourselves, we're within a few decades, I think, of artificial intelligence and automation rendering most people on the planet valueless in terms of their labor.
Okay, I want to respond to you after you're finished. Yes, they are rendered valueless, and then
and I don't feel that we should treat members of society solely by the value of their labor. Somebody deserves. People deserve to be supported by society. We're just going to be in a post post-capitalism environment, in a sense, with universal incomes and most needs supplied by an already existing economic structure. All things are going to go incredibly badly.
The richest man in the world is advocating for UBI right now.
Yeah, I think that UBI is a good idea, but the it's weird that he and I agree on anything, because I genuinely think that he's an idiot. But yeah, I don't, there are a number of conversations that we need to be having about, for instance, Riksky brought up whether or not the media are accountable, whether or not politicians are accountable. Do the systems we have in place currently hold politicians and the media accountable to the public? Are they fulfilling their function? I would argue that they're no longer fit for purpose. We need to be having a conversation about how to improve those systems. And so maybe Rixky and I, in a bizarre confluence of events, can agree on that. I think that we need to have another discussion about whether or not the way corporations and private investment work, whether that's still a productive thing. Should we change that? Should corporations have legal obligations to work for greater, to factor in social good? Should employee organizations have chairs on the board of the companies that they work for? Should that be a mandatory law? There are ways of making the system more accountable and more democratic and more and sort of stopping grotesque wealth inequality and the objectification of the working class by the ultra rich. I think that's something that we need to stop. And maybe we should be having those discussions. And this is why flat Earth actually frustrates me. I'd much rather be having a discussion about how to make society better rather than about the demonstrable fact that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, we're going to change society if we all agree.
Dude, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
It's my turn to
I don't know why
respond.
there's this false. Yeah, go ahead.
Tony, they're not going to let you be president, Tony.
You don't answer all the questions.
Tony sounds like a liberal.
That's not at all what I was saying.
Zach.
I didn't say I can change
Guys,
society.
it was my turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, it was your turn.
You're liberal. You do raise a lot of questions in the end here, but I want to be addressing what you initially said to the response. So, us coming together and working together does not, require us giving up to what is supposedly already present as a current thing that we just need to surrender to as a happenstance because we imagine ourselves as incapable of changing anything. That would be then you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. So I do get that it's difficult, and you think that, at least it seems so, you think that you have to appeal to the unchanging environment that sort of just goes off on a tangent, and then you create these questions that is born in that tangent. But we don't have to be doing that. We can come together here, for example, and we can write a discipline like I have done of how to actually now conduct ourselves before we jump into all those questions without any discipline.
And I think that's
So
one of the advantages of being on the technological side of things is that when we want to supply food on rail or by plane or anything like that, we're dealing with real problems with a real world, and we're dealing with real people who do have like differences of opinions. So I think when it comes to like how we're going to actually fulfill that role of being the person who's on the ground and making sure either the food, the supplies, the politics are getting to the places and to the people, we're going to have to navigate the world by actually letting them come to us or letting us go to them. It's a very navigation-based solution.
Yeah, though I feel that here's my issue with what Zynak just said. I don't feel that an unconditional.
Yes, sorry. Okay, sorry. Please go on.
I don't feel that an unconditional agreement to work together can be functional until we have a clear idea of what we're working towards. Because if I agree to work together and then it turns out that the group's objectives have changed or been warped by leadership or aren't proving effective and more, we need to have agreements about strategy and governance that sort of most effectively direct cooperation. And therefore, I do feel that we need to have those conversations, even at the beginning.
So you are right to make that inference that we should create, as I am saying, a discipline which then would be what governs us. And we don't need to have an idea about what we work for, because we already know that we have children, families, and reality to protect, sustain, nourish, and flourish. So we don't need to have an idea about, I need to have a child that's going to, but you see, it just goes back to that. Becoming aware of what we have does not necessitate an idea. It necessitates actually being factually present with what is actual and real. So
Yeah, but
the discipline should orient. The discipline should orient towards or by what is real, reality itself. And when one is disciplined, we can actually now. Why am I
Someone's not
getting
liking
constantly interrupted by someone saying "what the fuck," which is PhD Tony?
No, I didn't.
No, Tony
I
wouldn't have said
didn't say
that.
anything.
No, Tony didn't say nothing.
Someone was hot micing and it may have been a bit steamy.
Yeah. I was going to. I heard a gap and I was about to jump in because I was going to ask, what's this criteria
if we
for?
could, someone named
All right.
Bug.
I think it's me. My bad.
My question was:
you.
is what criteria is this discipline going to fall under, though?
I got a rule for
I
you.
think interhuman accountability. So if the populace is complaining about our actions, whether it's a lack of food or lack of psychology, it's about education and training. There are millions of different jobs all around that world that can help each other. So let's supply that education and training through the best means that we can.
Yeah, but again, you've skipped ahead. Okay, so the Black Panthers and the Ku Klux Klan can all agree that they want to protect their kids, right? What they don't agree on is what's necessary to protect those children. So you can say we have a discipline, we establish a discipline. Its objectives will be such as universally acclaimed. People can agree on those principles and still violently disagree about what is the best mechanism by which those objectives are achieved. Do you concede that that's the case?
But that does not remove the discipline in of itself. It just means that people have different opinions that are born from being disciplined. And maybe when one actually does have discipline, maybe they don't wildly, maybe they aren't so. When one is actually disciplined, maybe it's easier to actually let go of things that aren't actually fruitful for what one wants to be doing. Like, for example, I realized
that comes under enforcement. So enforcing these disciplines, you can't use an iron fist, so to speak.
Obviously.
Can I suggest something that we debate as far as where I think the line may be drawn?
Go.
Okay. I think it's pretty vulgar to be basically raising animals that are destined for medical experimentation and torture. I'd pretty much be like, nah, you can't do that anymore. So all these like sort of short telomere mice, all that stuff, I'd like that to be gone, please. So if the other guys in the room that would like to keep that stuff, please provide your reason or rationale.
Then
I can actually answer that one, since I do work
Sorry,
particular
you
field.
can go on and you can go on and talk with him. I just want to make a statement before I leave, and you can have that topic.
Go ahead,
Um,
Zinak. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have this conversation we now had for the last about half hour, I think. I have attempted to create that formal discipline, which is the roindalisme that I have constituted. So for anyone interested, just send me a message and I'll invite you. I've gone on to actually invite many here already, and many here are actually part of it already. But some people have blocked me from earlier when I have used my acting skills and worked with that and attempted
What
to
did you do?
understand complicated circumstantials.
What did you?
But now I'm here, so you know I'm myself again. So for everyone who has unblocked me, you can likely now unblock me if you want a fruitful engagement further. And I would like to invite anyone that has and wants to into that discipline that I've created, and you know test it if you like, or you
How do
can
we know you're
write a
not acting?
review, critique.
How do you know we're
and-
like? How do we know you're not acting now?
We accept your apologies and act. Thank you so much. I missed the discipline part. What did you change?
No.
So we're contemplating how
put a lot more into
we
it.
as
That's
humans, yeah, we
sorry.
as humans are
Let me
gonna
address
work
Taylor
on
before I
our
go.
differences, so we can
go
make
already,
real
Xen.
difference.
Sorry, Oblate. So Taylor, yeah, I have written it. Sorry, I did not get your question, Taylor. What did you say?
What did you say you're doing different? Like, what's the discipline thing?
Well, first and foremost, to be disciplined about what is clear, what is evidence, what is knowledge, what can we know. Thus, what is an actuality, what is truth. And by that discipline, we can now, what I would say, do real science.
Well, you better hold your patience with some of the people in here, man.
Yeah,
already
yeah, I've been doing that for close to a year now.
Good job. It's a discipline.
It
I'm
sure
happy
is.
to see you, Riggs.
Yeah, some of us have
I'm
had
happy to
patience
see
for.
myself too.
Hey.
Just a matter of time, right?
Get some W's in the chat for Riggs.
Right. So we both acknowledge that there are people who agree and disagree with each other, from Ku Klux Klan to Black Panthers, and so we need to actually think about like what we're going to do together as humans to get rid of that us versus them mentality and work towards a us together working as a human race. So I'm
I
thinking
agree.
about
Very
practical, tangible things that we can supply to each other instead of weapons. It may be forgiveness instead of like hostility. It can be food, and incorporate like some of the capitalism to a limit, and saying like if you get any more than this, you share it not just with your nepotism, but share it with the wider community.
It could be a law could be created that states that no one man or woman is able to own a percentage greater than the lowest or the poorest. So there's a proportion. So in order to, for example, in order for Jeff Bezos to have the amount of money he has to raise the raise his employees' wages. So it's where the tide raises all boats kind of a thing. So if he wants more money, he has to raise the wages of his employees.
Yeah, and
That
the
would be-
strong hand like tactic of like holding this huge amount of money like it's blackmail. You pay us back like triple what we gave, or we'll just not pay you at all. That's just like yeah, it's a control mechanism, and they get away with it. And we as a society should object to that kind of like strong arm of their ability to dangle keys in front of our heads as if they can like manipulate through law that strong arm of manipulating a cat.
Put them in a box
Taylor,
somewhere.
hot
Go ahead.
mic. Taylor, hot mic. Taylor,
Sorry.
hot mic. Thank you.
What if we had a worldwide monetary system that was all equal? What would happen then?
Okay.
Bezos would come in and destroy it.
No, that's that wouldn't happen. But
I think we can
it's
keep the multiple
Venus Project, man.
currencies.
It was Venus Project. Ever heard of that? That was the idea, right? What was the guy's name? Really, really old guy. Got a curious name. Anyone remember the Venus Project? No? Is one microphone on?
Yeah. Can you describe it briefly?
No, I can't hear a word, Red. Sorry.
The Venus Project. It was golly, all I can think of is the producer of 007, Albert Broccoli. He had a name like that. And his last name was like Broccoli. It was Venus Project was essentially what's starting to happen now is where everyone shared. No one had a lot of wealth. For example, no one accumulated lots and lots of media, so they didn't just have loads of records and load of, back in the day he was talking in these terms, records and all the rest of it. But media would play from a central source on a screen that was sat on the wall. It was one of the things he predicted, and this was about 30 years ago when he said these things. And I cannot remember the guy's name. Someone look up Venus Project, please. There was a dude that started it.
In main chat.
What?
It's in main chat already. Fresco
you.
or something.
Let's see. Main chat.
Yeah, just go up a tiny bit. Meh. I'll
Jacques Fresco. Just say Jacques Fresco. Yeah.
Jacques Cousteau.
Fresco. Yeah.
And I'm just joking. That was Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, just everyone in England adored Jacques Cousteau back in the day. He was just a national treasure, and he wasn't even English. Anyway, Fresco, yeah. So that was his idea, and he said some things that are interesting. But one of the things he didn't really, and disarmament was one of the things he advocated for, which is noble. However, you've got your enemies, and you need armaments because you've got people who, if they had a chance, would just, come over and kick your butt. So unfortunately, it wasn't an idea that was a tenable one at all. So that's Venus Project. I really liked it. I watched a load of videos about it. I thought it was great. I'm a futurist myself. I enjoy talking about futuristic stuff. I'm very frustrated that we don't have emergency medical holograms. Very frustrated we haven't got tricorders. Very, very frustrated we don't have navigation deflectors of warp drive or inertial dampeners. So I liked what he said, but it was all very fanciful, and it ultimately led nowhere.
I like that quote from that movie, Mars Attacks, when he stands in front of them and says, "Why can't we all get along?"
Can we all just get along? That movie was twisted, man. It was. Who did that? Who was that? Who was the director? What demented mind came up with that? Nope.
Do you want me to supply everything?
Yes. What are you here for
not in front
otherwise?
of I'm not in front of the computer at the moment. Can't I go out and have a beer and a smoke outside for 2 seconds?
What are you looking for?
Director of Mars Attacks. It doesn't really matter. It's okay. I was just
yeah.
Terry referenced Mars Attacks, and it's
yeah.
The first step of improving society: find out the director of this movie.
Yes, exactly.
Israel versus Palestine. Hey guys, can you just wait a minute? I'm just thinking of a movie. Oh
no, but
yeah.
very seriously. I give an example. So there was the X Prize. Has anyone heard of the X Prize? I'm not just talking gibberish here, am I? I'm actually speaking sense. Anyone heard of the X Prize? No one's ever heard of anything I'm talking about.
No.
Anyone heard of the X Prize? Okay.
No.
X Prize was, I think, some group funded. I think it's $1 million or $10 million to be funded. They'd had competition to find the best of whatever it was, and then whoever won got the $10 million. They had an X Prize EV, which was where they pitted all these different companies and different organizations together against each other to produce the most efficient or the best electric car. And then there was another one. There was a X Prize for, what was it? There was an X Prize, I think it was, that someone proposed to create the world's first tricorder. So that was the one I really was interested in. The EV was won by a company that went bankrupt, and then the second place company was Aptera, and that is a company I've slightly invested in, which is an EV company based in Carlsbad. I think it's Carlsbad, California. But the one I was most interested in was the one where they were proposing to create an X Prize for world's first functioning tricorder. And you can look that up.
Wouldn't that have been the flip phone? Sorry,
Yeah.
a bit late.
Yeah. No, that's a communicator.
Oh, okay.
You're no Trekkie.
Nokia 310. It's built like a brick. Yeah, we didn't need to advance any further in mobile phone technology. The rest of development could have been spelled elsewhere.
You know what? At AT&T stores, the salesmen at the AT&T stores were, when the iPhone came out, were instructed to steer people away from it because the iPhone had just one screen and one button, whereas the other phones had buttons, the plastic keypads. So the problem with the iPhone, of course, is when you go to tap things, your finger is blocks part of your view of the screen. That's no good. And of course, these keyboard warriors on their Blackberries could type at 20 or 30 words a minute. And so they were really quick on these little keyboards, and you didn't have that. You had this little virtual keyboard, so that's no good. So that's what the salesmen were instructed to do, is try and steer people away from the iPhone. I think that was really funny.
Did you know that that the vaccine is good?
Okay.
Can somebody interpret for Bandy? I didn't
Amazing.
understand what he said. What did he say?
He said, "You're great, and go take a smoke."
Okay.
Yeah, I said everybody just get vaccinated, go smoke, and we'll have world peace.
Okay. It's hard to understand you, Bandy, when you're not on camera.
Yeah, punk. Risky's got to come and say something really cool as well. Come on.
Yeah, Risky's always got something.
He's always got some.
Yeah.
Got something cool to say.
Yeah.
These slow talking philosophers just put me asleep. Come on, Risky.
Well, you didn't like no one. You all just want to bloody torture and murder little mice, don't you? No one wanted to tango with that. You psychopath.
Mice murderers.
World progress or release DMOC. It's just like, oh no, like come on.
Yeah. I'll
Release the
lay it out
demon.
for you. Essentially, what was it? My conclusion is at the moment that what sort of happened in the world is our abhorrent treatment of animals in such a manner has led to us treating ourselves like this. We treat mice and we experiment on them, and not 3 or 4 years ago, they released a product that basically was an experimentation, and everyone was kind of basically encouraged, forced, mandated to engage in a very similar process to what we're doing to mice. So have at it, boys.
What is that process?
Wait, hold on.
And it is pronounced process, by the way.
Unknown outcomes of new scientific therapeutic interventions.
Okay, that's very good. All right.
So what other animal can we do testing on that's not mice then?
None. Not allowed to, unless you want to test on humans that actively participate and choose to engage in such things, right? You shouldn't be able to do it on anything that's sort of naturally healthy, that doesn't have the opportunity to sort of opt in, opt out, all that jazz.
I reckon you should be tested on, Risky.
What are you going to do? What do you need me to test? I'll consider it.
I reckon.
Dude, if I was on death's door and I needed something and they said, oh, well, this is an experimental thing and like it might be your last shot, I mean, hell, go for it. Hey. But this idea of doing it to perfectly healthy beings, especially like Fauci and the beagle situation, we used to do it with chimpanzees and monkeys. We used to shoot them up into space and stuff, apparently. All this sort of stuff just needs to be gotten rid of because like the way that we have degraded animal or living conscious beings' rights, we inherently degrade our own rights as a civilization or society. That's my conclusion.
So doesn't that come down to the technology and so doesn't that come down to the technology of the experimentation of the human or animal that we're testing on? That means in the laboratory we need to be able to devise of different testing methods. So that's just an advancement in scientific advancement. Then, yeah, I understand that.
And I think Risky, when we're treating animals poorly, it can make the humans feel like they can treat other humans like animals, like they're lesser. So if we brought up the integrity of like the human being up and the integrity of the animal up, we can sort of like have a more like balanced view of the natural order instead of like a sort of we're above you and you're below us kind of mentality. Is that where you're going?
Hold on. I'm sorry. You guys are losing me here with this hippy dippy shit. So you're telling me if I treat a lion with respect and integrity, he's going to treat me the same back?
No, it implies that if you go around treating animals coarsely and inappropriately, that you would slowly, like, I mean, human beings are already defined as animals, right? Especially within the atheistic scientific interpretation.
Not true.
Within the atheistic.
Yeah, that's only in a specific interpretation from a specific subset of people.
Sure,
So,
sure.
hey,
But I mean,
Ricky,
that's the inclination, whereas a biblical scripture specifically says that of the ancients, like, they drew a pretty hard line between that of man and that of animal, right? So we seem to be moving into this sort of murky territory between the two as we progress into this scientific unknown. But I'll also just point out that Francis Bacon said that.
Let him get his sentence out.
So with that being
Let him
said,
get his sentence out.
wait, hold on. I have a genius thought. So with that being said, as humans progress, whether you could call it science or whatever, but as humans progress, you see them more and more realizing that man is nothing but just an animalistic being and nothing more than that. That doesn't sound like progression in the right way to me.
I have a
Because to
question
me,
for
that
Rick,
just
Steve,
sounds
if I
like
may.
man is falling into an animalistic state.
That is
And
very
they're
true.
just noticing.
Bixky, if
And
you were on
that
death's
is very concerning.
That was a very good thought, commendable. Ricksky, question: if you are at death's door and they said, "Here is this medicine," and oh, just so you know, 1,000 mice died to bring you this medicine, would you take the medicine to save your life?
That's a good question.
There's no right answer,
Probably
man.
have
It's
to say yes, given the fact that it was available and there. To be pretty silly not to
right.
If the sacrifice had already happened. But if you asked me that, good
Yeah.
question, right? So in 20 years' time, if you were able to predict that I would come down with some ailment that only could be fixed by killing 20,000 mice, I'd probably say no, frankly. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
I get
dude,
you.
like my interpretation of this at the moment is that I am my own health provider. I'm of the belief at the moment that any ailment that I have, I can remedy right up until the point of like, essentially I fall apart due to old age, right? So that's my
Yeah.
current interpretation. I don't have any reliance on the so-called medical or doctors to
do wanna-
do that. So because
Yeah.
I'm autonomous in that sense, this is why I'm sort of more inclined in that way.
I do want to mention one thing. In the past, people were very hands-on when it came to animals. So lots of people, I don't know if it was most, but a lot of people lived on farms. And the children watched their dad take a chicken or take a cow or take a goat or take a pig out to the back and chop its head off. And they
Damn
watched
right, brother.
they
That's
watched
called life.
they watched
That's
all
called
the
life.
blood. They watched the blood spurting out all over the place, and then they cut the gruesome process of dissecting that animal, and then that evening, mother cooked that animal, and they had that animal for dinner. So we are
I watched that
removed now.
personally.
We are much more removed now from the process. So you go to Chick-fil-A, you don't see that chicken getting its throat slit in that great big machine, in that great big factory. You just see that chicken sandwich. You're removed from the whole process. So I would say the opposite of what you're saying may be true. I may be wrong about that, but that's...
It disassociates yourself from an actual reality.
There's fundamentally something different about a farmer who slaughters, which I have seen before. I've seen sheep's necks cut when I was about 12 or something. I watched my uncle slaughter a sheep. So I'm aware of all this stuff. It was very confronting. It's still confronting for me now. But I'll happily go to the butcher and be sort of desensitized to what have experienced in the past. I'm well aware of that. But I mean, it's fundamentally different to be running experiments on mice or any animal on the beagles or any other thing like that in a torturous manner in order to have nature reveal its secrets, which is basically what Francis Bacon was trying to put forward as the scientific method. He wanted nature to reveal its secrets by literally torturing nature. So
Rick, what do you think about the Pottinger's cats and they did the same thing with rats? The same experiment.
Did what with the rats, sorry?
The cooked food versus raw food with cats and rats.
What did they find?
You're asking the question of whether they should be allowed to do such a test?
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you think about that one? Do you think that one...
What happened? What's the
Is it
experiment?
inherently amoral? I don't know, man. Like, what you'd have to be working out the notion of whether or not which one's healthy. You'd have to go into the that operation
what they
actually
figured
knowing
out.
which one's healthy.
See,
Yeah. I mean, they had the theory, but...
this is going to sound bad to everybody else, so just can it. Just keep it to yourself. But Rixie, this is why I think we had a good conversation a few weeks ago, because I think you struggle with those ideas, you struggle with those thoughts, you struggle with those moral conundrums. So a lot of people don't even think about such stuff like that. So, that's a good thing. I had a friend of mine who had a moral quandary and called me, and he explained the whole thing. And I one of the first things I said was the fact that you're having that quandary, the fact that you're having that struggle, says a lot about you, where a lot of people wouldn't think twice. So
I'll
there you
point
go.
out, like, I mean, that struggle, this is a terminology, the dialectical analysis that I learned at university, and it's something that sort of stuck with me quite a bit. And it's that moral confrontation of eating meat for the need of like survival or whatnot, and then the offer of vegetarianism. And when you try to sort of smush these two things together, which is what was referred to as a dialectical analysis, I think Foucault started really promoting this idea of the dialectical analysis. It's where you're trying to like smush two opposing ideas together, and you end up with a third option. And the third option I've arrived at the moment is that of what I'm calling the shepherd diet. So the idea is not to slaughter the animal. The idea is to be in a kind of like a partnership relationship with the animal in which you keep it safe, it mows your grass, and then it provides you with milk. And then if you need to, you can slaughter the animal, but it's not done just gratuitously or any other manner like that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm dabbling with this idea at the moment.
No. Yeah, that's a really good one. So you nurture the animal, you make sure it's all healthy. It mows your grass, like you said. It provides milk, and then at the end, after about 5 years of doing that, you say, all right, and then you just kill it.
Because
That's cold.
earlier
That's just
we were
cold, man.
talking
Cold.
about like the ability to treat
wouldn't
humans as if like another human isn't subhuman to another one. Like we all have different skills and abilities, and we can embrace them, and then we can think about there's a animal to human relationship, and there's the interhuman relationship. So it's and then the plant life as well. Like we are custodians. If we want to stay around, we have a lot of brain power, a lot of collective force, and I think the tools that we have developed scientifically can be part of that process, and we have the mechanisms to deliver those systems from one location to another, right?
Right.
Hey Rick, can I propose an experiment, and you tell me if it would be moral or immoral?
I'll tell you whether it sort of fits within. I can't sort of make overarching universal statements, but sure, I'll give it a crack.
You know about deuterium? Heavy water.
Is that from the like uranium production or something?
I think it's a byproduct of that, but
Or
it's
it's like
basically
yeah, cool. Yeah, gotcha.
yeah. Well, people say they theorize that it's much harder for the body to use it, and it leads to like degeneration. So what you could do is take a group of like rats or something, give one group only deuterium water, and give the other group only deuterium depleted water, and then see the outcome. What do you think about that?
Are you looking for the damage that the deuterium water causes, or are you looking for its potential actual sort of positive health outcomes that it could offer?
Well, theoretically, it would be bad. It would be very bad for the animals. Like there would be a very clear difference. Like the deuterium depleted animals would be much healthier and live longer, theoretically, but
Okay.
this hasn't been done.
I would say like maybe there's a no, you're still forcing the animal into a position that it hasn't got a choice of. I don't know, maybe maybe there'd be an argument for making it, but as soon as you start seeing early signs of deterioration, you shouldn't be pushing the animal right to its like its death limits and making it suffer in such an elongated manner. And then after it has gone through that process, you need to put it up in a rat hotel and give it the best life. I want it I want it at the Bahamas, chilling out on the beach and shit, like that sort of stuff. Okay.
I can agree with that. I think that certain experiments, there's like the outcome and the knowledge that you would get from it would be beneficial enough to justify it. Like even if you did like 40 rats total or whatever, you could learn a lot from that. And although it's messed up, I mean, I think it's worth it.
It fundamentally underpins what I think is a what do they call that? A hypocrisy within the scientific endeavor. Like they're saying that they're not willing to run contagion tests and transmission tests because it'd be amoral to infect someone with an illness, not even a deadly illness, just an illness in case they die or something. And they say that that's the rational moral reason why they can't run those contagion tests. And then, then we just take animals like beagles and rats and shit and far out. The shit that they're doing to those animals, just like even for makeup and stuff as well, which I think that they've kind of generally turned away from now, but it had its time. So yeah.
Yeah. I guess if you're doing an experiment and you're testing different things, if they're all like good, but that like I was thinking of an experiment that would be cool. You get kids with autism. I guess I don't know if you could say this. You give one group carrot juice, one group raw milk. Third group gets carrot juice and raw milk. Group 4 would get cream mixed with the carrot juice. And I would suspect that group would do the best, but they would all do good on all of those things. I guess that would be the moral way to do it, where it's every group is beneficial, just one is more. You would test what gets the best results.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is as well, like any of these experiments done on kids like that. I mean, kids respond really well to all these sorts of different. Like they're the most resilient to the crappy foods that we eat. It would seem it's like actually the older population which should be tested on,
Sure, yeah,
ironically
that's
enough,
true.
because they're prone to deficiencies and issues. Like they'll reveal the problems much sooner, much faster. But you know, no one wants to do that to grandma, right?
Yeah.
What about my laser experiment? I'm gonna measure the temperature, pressure, and humidity, and then shoot a laser. See what happens. Which way the
How
laser?
many rats did you have to kill?
How many rats are you shooting the laser at?
Wait, what? I missed it. Oh, you said
I'll
rats?
give you the quick lowdown. We're basically talking, I raised it a little bit, but the ethics of the modern scientific method, which subjects animals quite often to scientific sort of pretty torturous conditions in order to reveal like how a disease works or whether or not a particular medication will solve the problem. I'm just kind of really fundamentally against that stuff. I don't think human beings should have a right to do that.
Yeah.
What if you're
Taylor,
doing
you asked about.
bacteria? Is it still immoral, like if you're testing like bacteria?
I have the perfect experiment to bring up.
Okay, so what if let me ask you, excuse. Well, first of all, can you answer the bacteria question?
It'd be it'd be ethically less so problematic in my opinion.
Okay, I work with single-celled organisms, so maybe that makes me feel a little less bad. But I was just gonna say, what if like so for example, like I'm doing research on aluminum to try to show like some of the potential harmful effects in the cytoskeleton, which is really important for neuronal health and things like that. So if I'm showing that aluminum can mess up these like you know cytoskeleton essentially, if I'm showing that and then like trying to use it to benefit society and that they stop adding aluminum to certain things or at least lower the amount or whatever, like would that be harmful overall? Or what do you think?
I mean, if you're doing it on bacteria, I don't think they really have central nervous systems like we do. It's like really fundamentally not necessary for a bacteria to have that for survival purposes, from what I can tell. But yeah, I mean, as long as it's not on something that's sort of like, I don't know, can squeak and all that sort of thing. I don't know. There's a
Well,
there's
I
a line.
do single-celled organism. I use algae, like Clanamonas. It has a very similar microtubule system to human neurons. They've actually like co-bonded together, like the tubulin, which makes up microtubules, in brain tubulin basically has bound inside of Clanamonas, showing that they're very like homologous and very similar. So like that's why I use this as a model organism. But yeah, they're single-celled organisms, so they don't have like a central nervous system or anything like that. But yeah, that's kind of essentially what I'm doing. But yeah, now I feel bad. Like whenever I go to like like bleach them or something to kill them, because you have to do that. Like you can't just like pour your organism down the sink. But now I feel bad. I'm like, oh, like I remember you mentioning that one day with the scientific methods using like exploiting nature, and it kind of makes me feel bad now.
I mean, they don't feel pain, so.
Yeah, petri dish is less problematic than a mouse that's been brought into this world with reduced telomeres so that it has advanced aging, and then they can test all their medications on. It's a bit different. What were you going to say, Blob?
Taylor asked about the Pottinger's cats thing. It was done over 10 years. They took 900 cats, put them in two groups, gave one group only cooked food, the other got only raw. They saw that all the cooked food cats developed, they were filled with parasites, had malformed skeletons, they were degenerative, chronic disease, and all the raw food cats were in perfect health. And
sorry, I'll just
what
say
do you
this
think about
quickly. It's interesting that the standard at the moment is cooked food. It seems its condition is fine, morally and ethically. But upon coming across that information and that actually being implemented, then it would become abhorrent to run that test again. Although
Yeah.
you would say that, you know, maybe in 100 years that test needs to be run again because old science or something. But yeah.
A guy did it with rats, and yeah, he found he had to do it twice because the first time he did it, he didn't get the outcome that Pottinger got, and he was like, "What the hell?" Like, well, he theorized that based on Pottinger's cats, these rats on cooked food should only live they should live a third less of their lifespan, and they didn't. They lived the same amount, and he found out it was because they were eating their feces. He had to put a he did it a second time and made it so they couldn't do that, and then they lived a third less lifespan. And he theorized that the enzymes and the bacteria in the feces made it so that they were, it kind of negated the damage from cooked food.
Does that imply that the good bacteria are at the back of the gut, and you're trying to get the stuff that's at the back of the gut into the start of the gut, and it assists or something?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but what he said about it was he was talking about the enzyme bank. He was saying that whenever you eat something cooked, your body has to secrete enzymes to break down this food that's already nutritionally deficient. So there's like a leaching of your energy over time when you eat anything cooked. And he was saying that the eating of things that naturally contain enzymes and bacteria kind of replenishes that enzyme bank, and it essentially restores your like vitality and life energy. But I don't know if I don't know about like bacteria in a specific part of the body. Like I don't know if that would be a factor, but
It just makes sense that, like, if the enzymes are in the feces, it's there, it's present, but you need to get it into the start of the gut. That's the only thing I could think of. But anyway, someone else wanted to chime in there?
I thought that I had a different understanding of the Pottinger experiments. They weren't how do I put this? That is done back in the 40s, and it wasn't really good science. If I remember correctly, there was no control variable, and also nowadays, because of those experiments, we know it was a nutrient deficiency that was in the food. I think it was taurine that's now added to cooked cat food, but I don't think it was because it was raw versus cooked.
do you know cooking degrades and damages taurine? Did you know that?
Yeah, it's an
Did you
essential
know
amino acid.
when you extract it and add it into a food that is cooked, it isn't the same.
Oh, I agree
It's not
with
the same
that,
as
but
okay.
the
So
the
you didn't
experiment.
really.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't. You said something about it not being good science, and then the thing that you said as a rebuttal was actually the results of the experiment. Like you just agreed with it.
Well, that's the result after decades of other people dissecting it. Pottinger's thing, what he came to the conclusion of was what you said about the cooked food is worse than the good food, which, like I said, it didn't have any peer review either. It was released in its own Pottinger Foundation. Like no other
Yeah.
people could get at it in the 40s. Like it's a weird little like
The reason why is because that experiment has been done multiple times. There was a major food company that did a 20-year version of it with farm animals, and they were going to try to prove it wrong. They wanted to prove that no, cooked food is healthy, and because they sell cooked food, and the results completely dunked on them. It proved that the raw food was way better, and they just trashed all the data. One of the scientists talked about it.
Can I
So
quickly?
the reason why
Sorry, go ahead.
the reason why we have Pottinger's cats is because it was independently funded. It wasn't funded by some corrupt ass major food company.
So just some quick research that I looked up, ChatGPT, but you know, it seems pretty conclusive. Taurine is damaged by heat. It's very sensitive to heat, actually.
Cooking damages all the nutrients in food. It damages the bacteria, the enzymes, all the nutrients.
And that was the one made up
and
by.
the delivery system of those nutrients gets destroyed by cooking.
Isn't taurine the one that was made up by the Red Bull company?
No.
Taurine wasn't.
But do you have that 20-year study you were talking about? Do you have a name of it or the researchers or anything like that?
I'd have to find it, but look, you'd be able to just say, "Oh, this is bullshit," because it's not some official thing. They trashed all the data, so you could just be like, "Oh," you could just hand wave dismiss
no,
it, which is you're the type of person to do that. But you can look at Edward Howell. He did the same experiment, but he did it with rats, and he got the exact same result as Pottinger.
The I guess okay.
Yeah, you know, he observed that their skeletons were malformed, the cooked food, cats, and there's a documentary about how these Scandinavian countries that drink the most pasteurized milk have the highest rate of osteoporosis. They have the highest bone degeneration. And it's very well understood that if you take milk and cook it, it becomes incredibly toxic. Pasteurized milk is like, it's disgusting how toxic it is. It'll actually just degenerate all your bones. It'll fuck up your skeleton. But raw milk, this is also very well known, will regenerate your bones. It's one of the only things that can just straight up regenerate bone. And the only difference there is cooking. All the same, the nutrient content is exactly the same, but when it becomes cooked, the minerals get cauterized, the whole delivery system of those minerals is damaged. They accumulate within the body as a toxin instead of being properly absorbed into the tissues. And basically, this is the reality. And the distinction with milk is very clear, but people don't understand it with other things. The thing is, whenever you cook a food, it becomes toxic. Any food that's cooked is a poison.
What?
This is very well known.
This is a wild new one from you, Blob. Blob, I don't mean to be rude with this question, but I do think it relates to the current discussion because it's getting very close to medical talk. Didn't you tell me, or were you trolling at one stage when you told me you were like quite a hefty chap?
Yeah, I'm 400 pounds.
400 pounds.
Look, here's the thing that you guys don't understand, okay? The thing is, you think obesity.
I can't tell if
you
you're
think
joking because that's very funny.
I'm not. You think obesity is bad, okay? Now, in my view,
I think that's
everything
quite
that we're
obese.
told,
Yeah.
everything that we're told about like mainstream stuff on
Yeah.
this thing, it's all a psyop. So when they tell you like, oh, obesity is like if you're over this weight, it's bad. If you actually look into it,
100 pounds is a lot, though.
Okay, if you actually look into it, it turns out the whole entire immune system works using fat. It's well known, toxicologists know that someone who's very fat, it takes more of the same poison to achieve the same effect in a fat person. Because body fat, it dilutes toxicity. The whole entire immune system works using fat. Fat creates the strongest people. All the strong men in the world, they're all very fat compared to bodybuilders. Fat is the
They're not
most
400 pounds, though. They're like
protective
a
thing
fair
in
bit
the
of
world.
muscle.
Of course, but they're also fat too.
I don't think there's many people at 400 pounds who can even do a chin up, right? Like if a bodybuilder can do a chin up, people at 400 pounds that can do chin ups are all bodybuilders, and they're impressive, sure. But I don't think there's many chaps like you're not claiming to be a bodybuilder, right? I don't think you could do a chin up at 400, could you?
I'm not a bodybuilder.
Could you do a chin up at 400? Surely not.
Yeah,
you can't do a chin up.
Of course.
No way you can do a proper chin
Well, you think
up.
people?
A
You think
proper form strict chin up.
You think a grown man can't lift 400 pounds?
Yeah, not hanging from straight arms. I don't. I'll be
Why
super
not?
impressed. Like, do you
people do
kip
it all the
or do
time.
you? 400-pound men don't do it all the time.
Okay. There's people
I
who
get
are
better at doing
way
it
less
less I
than that.
weigh.
There's people who weigh less than that and can lift like 600 pounds.
Okay, so counterpoint.
Can you show me you doing a chin up?
I don't know. You might goon do it.
It's true. Like, I would be impressed, man.
I would be too, but
that's massively impressive. If you're 400 and you can do a chin up, 100% hats off to you. You're rocking 400, my man. I'm massively impressed.
I'd like to enter into conversation. Go ahead, Jake.
I just wanted to finish with the calorie restriction thing. It's been known. You're talking about fat being better for everyone. Calorie restriction in everything from like microbes to, unfortunately, rhesus monkey trials and humans has shown that you do get healthier from like insulin signaling, all these other things, autophagy, yada yada. So I don't know where you're thinking that having a calorie enhancement makes you healthier, like more calories than what you need.
Okay.
It's just go ahead.
Oh, the quick response to that would be basically every time you're taking in food, you're taking in some form of toxicity, and your body has to process that by reducing the caloric intake. You're also reducing the poison intake. Additional to that, I just want to enter and submit. This kind of brings the conversation back around to like the interests of billionaires and millionaires and stuff. And it's the Rockefeller and the Rothschilds who were pushing advocating for regulations on the pasteurization of milk. Now, the question is the likes of Rothschilds and Rockefeller, are they actually sort of benevolent characters that want to keep people healthy? That was the basis of bringing in pasteurization of milk, or would be more kind of? I'm inclined to be pretty cynical about their intent there to save people. Why would they be then advocating so hard for pasteurization of milk? Seems rather odd to me.
Return customers.
For getting, I mean, why though that besides those rich people, just regular people like legislators and other people wanted to pasteurize selling milk had to be pasteurized, right?
I do, but a lot of that was trumped up due to the expense that Rockefeller and Rothschild put together in the media and encouraged the scientific endeavor to prove that pasteurization was better. And I just say that, well, I don't believe them. I don't trust them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people will bring up what they would perceive as like benefits of pasteurization, but one thing they don't consider is the negatives, and it becomes very obvious. Like the body is essentially a super advanced machine that runs on metals, minerals and rocks and earth. When you're taking something that's mineral dense like milk and cooking it, you're basically accumulating like metal poisoning. Like you're taking
Oh,
this was actually shown in the Pottinger's
metals
cats.
wouldn't melt. Metals wouldn't melt at the temperatures that you pasteurize milk.
It's denatured due to the process.
It's metals. If
It's
you need
different.
metals, they're still there, right?
Yeah, but
Iron's
they
not going to
become
disappear
toxic.
because it got a
They get
little bit warm
cauterized.
one time.
They're
It depends
bound
on
up.
the temperature.
Cauterized?
They're
Yeah,
bound
it
up.
depends on the
Metals?
temperature. Well, minerals,
Say that again?
not necessarily
How do they
metal,
get
I guess.
cauterized? What does that mean?
By cooking, the cooking process. That's actually how they came up with the standards for
Cauterizing is
pasteurization. They looked at the phosphorus and they found the temperature that phosphorus was 100% cauterized in milk, and they went with that
cauterized.
temperature. And it's different for like in regular pasteurized milk, 100% of the calcium isn't cauterized, but it's like 50%. It's different for different minerals and different based on the temperature. But in the Pottinger's cats, he did a subgroup where he tested. He gave one group of cats raw milk and cooked meat.
I have a
And
question.
he gave
Hold on. Are you just making shit up right now? Because
Yeah,
No.
cauterizing is a totally different thing.
It's not.
I'm still stuck
It's
on
not.
it is.
cauterizing. It's burning
Cauterizing
a
doesn't
wound.
mean anything in the context
I
that you're using it.
okay.
Yeah, it means burning closed a wound, doesn't it? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Like, please educate me on
Look,
it. But
it's like when you in ceramics when you have wet clay and then they take it and put it in they bake it and it
It's
turns
not.
into glass.
It's
The
not
difference is
cauterizing.
yeah,
well,
It's not.
whatever you want
It's
to call it,
You're
they're
just
cooking
you're
the flesh
cauterize
out of
is
the
chemical
minerals.
burning. It's chemical burning, whether it's fire or
right,
You might
some
be
kind of liquid
oxidizing something.
concoction or whatever it is.
sure, yeah.
Yeah,
Oxidization
You,
is not the same process as
that's
cauterization.
not. Thanks.
So I just want to wrap it around here to the core statement is from the Pottinger's cat experiment and the other experiment that you mentioned, you think that cooking all food from milk to, let's say, chicken means that it makes it bad for you?
Yeah, it's really simple. When you have a cooked meat and you eat it, your body has to secrete enzymes to break it down, and you're essentially secreting energy in the form of enzymes to break down a food that's already deficient. So you're secreting energy to break down something that's deficient and toxic. And over time, this degrades the genetics, this degrades the quality of the cells.
It takes your body a hell of a lot more energy to process food that isn't cooked.
That's
Not
only
at all the case.
the case
Yes.
only for my kind of experience. Yeah, you do need to cook vegetables to make them bioavailable. Most animal products, as soon as you start cooking it, you're degrading it.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
I don't know.
So
Just
cooking
making shit up.
has been like a thing like for a long time, and I'm just saying it's I mean, I know it makes me easier to digest and eat and safer the food overall from
And it
like
increases
chicken
the
to milk.
bioavailability of nutrients and proteins and all sorts of things. It
It
breaks
makes
things
Here, you
down,
didn't
makes them
understand.
easier for your body to process. It's
means that you can eat
a
stuff
lot
outside of
of
its
scientists
normal.
believe that it's the reason that we developed larger brains than other
Yep.
primates.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
a
All right,
good
you
point.
guys are already
Tool
coping.
usage.
Can you relax?
It
And
uses less energy to break it down in the human body, and
That's
it
true. That's true. But the thing is, when you have meat,
the calories are
that's
more
that's raw.
available.
We got it. We got the script. When you have meat that's raw, it'll actually break itself down when it touches the hydrochloric acid. The hydrochloric acid triggers the self breakdown process of meat. It will naturally biodegrade. That's why when you cook milk or you cook meat, it'll last longer and it doesn't go bad because you're destroying the biodegradation process, which is actually essential for digestion. So it is
So
true
can
that
I?
if you cook meat, it's much easier for the hydrochloric acid to just dissolve it. But the thing is, you're getting way less energy out of that meat. And
Can I
the raw meat would
understand?
break itself
This
down.
is just this. This is still just going through the script. Can I understand what is your thought on the fact that, as far as I know, do you know of any cultures that don't cook their food? Any extant
there's a ton.
humans
There's a
groups
ton,
that
yeah.
do not apply heat to their food?
Eskimo is one. Eskimo. There's a bunch
Don't
in
apply heat
Africa.
to their food.
Yeah, there's
Don't
a shit
apply
ton.
heat to
There's
their
a
food.
documentary about these Mongolians and the Mongolian warriors.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole shitload of groups of people.
Who
There's
are they?
documentaries about it.
Koreans have got kimchi. They don't cook that. They ferment it. They leave it
I'm
out
not
for
saying they don't cook. Sure, we've got salads as well. I'm not
Yeah,
saying every single thing
it's
is
called
cooked, but he's
considered
saying
chemically.
any cooking is bad, and I'm saying it's a
Mhm.
little strange that no extant culture has discovered that cooking is bad, and all of
No, they
them,
have. They have.
for
There's
standard
literally
parts of
there's
every part of their diet, do they cook?
listen. There's papers that talk about indigenous tribes.
Okay.
No, there'll be a
Which
tribe deep
one?
in the jungle,
Which
and
one?
not a single. I forget. I have the shit saved, but you can look this up. There'll
I
be a
could,
group of people deep in the
or you
jungle,
could. They
and
don't
not a
exist.
single person in the whole tribe has acne. And then they talk about how, oh, there's people who are a little bit closer to civilization, it's like the same group, and they have more disease. And then the people that are way into the civilization,
Fine.
eating all
What
this
does that
modern
say about
foods, they
whether
all
they
have
cook
disease.
food?
Right, there's
Because
evidence that ultra processed foods are not good for us, but
cooking is processing.
the claim that cooking meat is bad for you is just
Yeah.
fucking ludicrous,
Wow,
and you're a
it's so
fucking
nutty.
clown,
I would
man.
love it's
It's
a, it's
so
a
nutty.
positive claim.
You're
So
coping.
PhD Blob
but
who's
he's
making the
got
claim. Do you have
he's got
more sources than the Pottinger experiment?
So he has
Yeah.
got a source though, right? You guys are just denying the source.
It's
Yeah,
hard
there's
to
a
think of
shitload of
how we would
evidence.
get a source saying
I'm
Literally
not
all the
denying the
cooking meat
I have
Pottinger
is
all of the
experiment.
advantageous.
evidence in the world. I literally have all the evidence in the world. All of it.
It would be difficult to think of how you could be at this age of a human and think that cooking meat is disadvantageous.
But that's what the
Like what we
experiment
are impressed
shows.
by generally as humans. No,
Is it a
Dude,
single
I
experiment?
just I've
like
never heard of the
basic
experiment, but it
Talk
clearly
about
doesn't.
This is
a
so
single
basic.
study.
We
A
have
single
eaten
study with a
meats.
single experiment.
We literally
We
just
have
talked
eaten
about it.
meats, all
That's
different kinds of meats, for thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, quite probably.
Before
And
cooking,
it is only
before we
recently
invented
that we
cooking,
get impressed. It is only recently that we get impressed with being able to serve wet, fleshy meat without cooking it.
I'm just going to point
Everywhere
out
time
right now.
fits through those thousands of years, it either had to be fresh off the carcass or it had to be cooked or dried in some way. Every
Sure.
bit until we got up to sushi. And then we're like, oh, if you get it out of the fish really quickly, serve it to the person, you know, they can have it cold.
Okay, but like the Rothschilds also, they ran the education system. So this is the other problem with our historical interpretation.
It's not about a
I'll
historical
concede that.
interpretation. It's about if you've got a giant hunk of meat that is rotting, starting to rot at the edges, and you put that on
Yummy.
the fire and you burn off that rotted flesh and
Or
then
smoke it.
use or smoke it off or just cut it off and then recook it, you will kill all of the gross bacteria that's grown overnight and down to deep in the flesh where the original flesh bacteria are still there, but they haven't really intermingled with the gross bacteria yet. So you still get this nice, juicy red thing, but now your body doesn't need to work so hard to repel all of the normal parasites that you would get, like any
No.
carrion animal that eats a day-old carcass
Listen,
will get.
eggs. Listen, eggs.
It just
The
makes sense. It's just
bacteria-
obviously
egg,
the
listen,
way.
Eggs. The bacteria is what breaks the food down for you. This is something that the Native Americans do, the Eskimo do. They actually eat rotting meat, and it's far easier to digest because it's already broken down. Now, when you have bacteria causing food poisoning,
Yuck.
it's because what is being broken down is toxic. It's like if you have any microbe breaking down something toxic.
It's so
Let
ridiculous.
him finish. Let him finish. I want to respond
Sorry, that's
after
true.
this.
That is true. Let him finish.
Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Look. If you have black mold breaking down drywall, that will always be toxic. Okay, that doesn't mean all fungus is toxic, and it doesn't matter what it's breaking down.
That's
Obviously,
true.
that's retarded.
Okay.
It's based on what's being broken down. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll add to what Blob's saying here. So essentially, I was thinking at first, if I offer you and show you evidence of fermented meats and products throughout the world, would you have to concede that basically your idea that they cooked everything is erroneous? Because there's things like in Norway. In Norway, they ferment. In Norway, they ferment fish.
Right.
Okay, one sec. In Norway, they ferment fish. They don't cook it. They just ferment it and they eat it raw. I used to work with a Norway guy that used to get this stuff in a can. It was pretty gross, but they eat it. Very healthy, apparently. Now, cheese, all your cheeses, not like, I mean, you can get raw cheese, right? And it doesn't need to be cooked. It's just it's a ferment. It's still like milk.
Totally different category.
Milk, do you know what milk is?
Different category.
Do you know milk is actually basically white blood? It's almost it's blood without the hemoglobin.
That's another wild one.
You haven't
can't
seen
just
that?
stack up 6 in a row. we
It's
need to
extremely similar to
address
blood.
these as they turn up.
It's
very
very
similar.
So, is it the case that when they ferment it, what that fermentation process is doing is stopping the growth of bacteria cultures, right? Any of the processes we do, such as drying or cooking, is about killing off or stopping the growth of bacterial cultures. So all of it's with meat, and you're agreeing. If you go, oh, they get that sturmströmming and it tastes awful and smells awful, but they put it in a can and 4 years later eat the gross, stinky, decomposing fish, sure. But they're putting it in a can. They're still doing a treatment to it. That is not eating it raw. Just obviously silly.
I literally do
If
it.
eating stuff raw
I take
was
raw
good,
meat.
some culture would have done it by
put
now.
it in a jar and wait for it to rot and then eat it. I literally do this.
I didn't know that I
Yeah.
could be more disgusted.
No,
but
that's
now
fermentation
we're hitting a
is
new
a
high.
thing that a
Okay.
lot of different cultures do.
You're
It is
backtracking now.
It's a chemical preservation method. It's just like
Yeah.
salting.
But he's talking about rotting.
It's
He's
not
letting
at
it
all.
rot.
I put the meat in a
He's
jar
letting it
with
rot and then
nothing.
having a
I
nom.
put the meat in a jar with
So-
nothing and let it
That's
rot.
like-
That's
so you
so
can do this
gross.
with just to let you know.
So
So
gross.
where with cheese you inoculate it with the lactobacillus, particularly with kimchi, you don't do that. You want to actually get the natural and like this just stuff floating in the air
Why are we
that
talking about
lands on the
kimchi?
kimchi
I
because
want
it's
to
a
talk about the
ferment.
rotting flesh being consumed.
Well, I mean, kimchi is just an interesting one that I've been getting into recently, which is a fermented one, and you leave the food to
Yeah.
rot, basically. Like you don't add. you
Yeah,
don't,
but you leave
but you-
vegetables to rot. I'm down for that, right? That's most alcohols. But leaving flesh to rot and then eating it.
So, I said that there's a Norwegian dish that does this with fish. Right?
Sturmströmming, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Want to know why this is done?
Because of
Would you
insanity,
like to know why?
because of a
I
detachment
that
from
there's
reality,
like
an
when
inability
you
to
ferment
discern fact
when you
from
ferment
fiction.
when you ferment the meat, right, you're actually doing it in an an anaerobic environment. You're putting it in a sealed jar with very little air in there. Yeah. So you're controlling the fermentation, but it's still rotting, right?
Kind of, yeah, in a way. But you're choosing which cultures. I think what's happening in that, I don't know for sure. You're choosing which cultures can grow, whereas
you're not adding salmonella in there.
Yeah, if blob is just
the point
leaving
is
it
you're
in a
not cooking
jar,
it.
then the chance that it's got something funky on it that grows in
No.
that time
You didn't-
and
you
that
didn't
gives him something
understand.
bad, he's like just playing Russian
Egg,
roulette.
no.
It's-
Listen,
every
it's
rotted
based-
steak is another
no.
bullet in the
Eggs,
spinning
please.
chamber.
It's based on what is being broken down. It has nothing to do with the species of bacteria. Actually, Harvard, every medical source you can imagine talks about how there's all
Every
these
medical-
bacteria in the gut, and this is essential for digestion. So what's supposed to
Sure.
happen is you're supposed to eat raw meat, and it touches the hydrochloric acid. It begins the self
You just go
breakdown
back
process.
into doing the
listen,
script.
listen, bro. Listen, this is how it's supposed to go. You have bacteria in the meat and in your gut that
Mhm.
secrete enzymes, breaks the meat down so that the bacteria can eat it. The bacteria secrete waste, and that is what you absorb. Now, when you have meat and you ferment it outside of your body, it starts to rot and break down. It's
Fermentation and
already
rotting are not
listen,
the same
listen,
process.
listen, bro. Listen. It's already digested.
They're not the same process.
It's already digested. So you absorb it much quicker.
It
This is good
sounds
for people
like
who
a
have
massive
destroyed gut bacteria.
simplification.
For people who
Yeah,
have
but it's
destroyed
not
gut
cooked.
bacteria, this is what it's good for.
The
Noob.
point is,
Like
it's not
I've talked to my brother a lot about eating very weird foods, and he's a biochemist. And he proposed a device that could help with this, where he said, what if you just want street food or roadkill or whatever, but you didn't want to have to cook it, right? Because the cooking it changes the flavors and da-da-da-da. I think that he would have been able to work it out, right? That what you're saying is right and the humans don't need that. Because he was a very adventurous eater and was trying to develop a, or like not really trying to, but had these grand wild plans to make a food irradiator that's like a microwave that you put food in, it just bombards it with radiation, killing all of
Yeah,
the
it sounds healthy.
live
Just
cultures on it.
incinerate your food. Just cook and destroy all your food before you eat
Yeah,
it.
I get that you wouldn't
Sounds
like it,
great.
but my point is, he's a biochemist. Why do you think he's missed the fact that, like, oh yeah, it's just breaking down food
He's
anyway.
probably
It's just
super
chemicals.
educated. That's why he couldn't figure it out. He's probably really
Maybe, yeah. It
indoctrinated.
seems like not understanding biology too well enables
I
one to have
understand
this
it better.
view.
Look. The problem is what these people are doing is they're analyzing the physical reality of the body at the most microscopic levels. They look at all these amino acids and all this shit that's going on, but they don't have an underlying philosophy that allows them to understand everything. I can understand all this shit.
Oh,
I
because
don't
of
need
the
to look at
philosophy.
I don't need to look at they don't understand what's going on. They're looking at all these proteins and they're drawing these conclusions. It's all a
Which
delusion. It's all
proteins?
confused.
You sound confused.
Any.
You sound like you're just
No,
randomly flinging out a word like amino acids and proteins, but hoping that'll
that's
bamboozle
actually
us
what
into
they do.
thinking that.
That's actually what they do. They say amino acids
it?
and vitamins.
Are they doing it right
and then
now?
make associations with health benefits. It's hilarious.
Let's go back to this discussion here, because I feel like the positive claim from PhD Blob and the other person is that cooking is a bad thing for both milk and meat, and it has less nutrients and is less good for humans
Should be
overall.
banned.
Correct? Should be
It should
banned.
be-
Okay,
it-
cooking
yeah.
should be banned.
Yes.
All right, I can't anymore. I'm sorry.
Listen, what animal cooks their food in nature?
Yeah, you're right. None of them. That's a really good
A lot
point.
of them have.
So every animal eats raw
diseases
food except humans.
A Homo
Parasites.
habilis, Homo erectus, the Denisovians, and the Neanderthals.
Denisovans.
Almost
Okay,
every
shit
wild
we
animal
can't-
has
shit we
a
can't look at. Shit we
bunch of
can't look at. Got it.
parasites and weird. They all get weird diseases. Some of them end up with like weird, like prion diseases and stuff like that you wouldn't get if you didn't eat
Yeah, it
raw.
sounds like you're just making shit
raw
up.
body meat.
It sounds like you know what you're talking about.
See, he doesn't. He's not aware of this stuff
sec.
and can't engage with it.
Human beings are the most diseased animals, it would seem to me.
Not true.
How would you know that? How would we know that what
Look at
diseases
the chronic,
an anglerfish
look at the
gets?
chronic illness. Look at the chronic illnesses.
Right, but that's
in
because you're a
just-
human looking at human stats. You don't
It's
know
so
the
much
stats
worse
of
than you guys can imagine.
anglerfish heart disease.
It's just a data point. It's just a data point.
could
I'm
have
not
been the
saying it's
roses.
absolute proof. It's just a data point.
A lot of wild animals live much
Yeah,
shorter
no,
than they would
lions.
if they were.
Lions in Africa are super. They have cancer and they have diabetes. Yeah.
Diabetes. Schlitzy, are you there?
A lot
Can
of them
you
starve
check your
to
mic,
death.
bro?
All right.
It's a fun claim, I must say.
It's absolutely a fact. If I was a dictator, if you cook your milk, you're going to jail. If you cook your milk, you're going
Thankfully,
to
there's
prison.
not much risk of that happening.
Is there any
Good on you, though.
thing that we could present or talk about that could maybe get you to change a point of view on cooking?
What do you mean?
I've got a
So
proof.
Not possible.
it's not
I have a
possible. Okay,
proof.
so well, I mean,
that
like
was me saying that. He didn't say that. I said that.
yeah, I what I'm asking is that if you were presented with new data, let's say a study just came out today, just as an example.
Oh, a study.
That I'm just saying the study said that cooking while can reduce some, let's say, nutrients, it helps get rid of other bad things in the food. Would that help change your opinion or no?
The problem is all of the research has already been done, and I don't even trust studies at all. I actually have tested all of this stuff on my own. So I actually eat raw meat, and I verified that this is the truth for myself. And I don't believe the internet. But all the shit on the internet is on my side, so you lose.
All the
When's
shit on
last
the
time you
internet
saw a
is on your
doctor
side.
that agreed with you?
Well, I don't need to go to the doctor's office for anything. So, actually, I went last time I went to the dentist. I said I don't want to get an X-ray, and he almost fucking kicked me out. So I guess I would have, it
What
would
were
be
you there
similar
for?
to that.
Fucking sorry.
Cleaning.
What were you
I
there
just got
for?
my teeth
Sorry, I
cleaned.
should get more.
I got my
more
teeth
sympathetic.
cleaned, and he was like, "Oh, we have to do an X-ray," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I don't want to do that because
You
it damages
understand
bacteria.
why
The X-rays damage bacteria," and I was like, "It's gonna help. It's gonna prevent me from remineralizing my teeth if there is a problem." That's what I said to him, and he was like, "What are you, a doctor?" He's like, "You need to get out if you're not gonna get the X-ray."
You understand why the
freaked out.
dentist wasn't a fan of you doing that, right?
Well, what happened was he said, "Okay, you got to leave then if you're not going to get the X-ray." And I said, "All right, I'll just leave." And then he was like, "Oh no, you can do it. Just get you don't need the X-rays." So I didn't get them, and I still got my teeth cleaned because it's all a bluff. These people are retards.
It's a good point. If you think about it,
Hey, I've argued with JA's probably 15 times, and he's gotten nuked every time into oblivion. He's gotten destroyed so
Yeah.
hard. It's ridiculous.
Who judged those
They don't have any.
debates? Who told him? Did you
Well, I
decide
have
that he
one of
got
them
nuked?
recorded, and I put it in the chat, Egg, and you replied to it, and you were like, "Oh, I don't even remember what you said," but he agreed
Yeah,
with us.
chance of me
We were
watching
talking
it is
about
low.
fecal transplants, and the
Oh, yeah.
whole idea from the mainstream is bacteria is bad for you, and he
No,
just
it's
ended up
not.
agreeing. He's like,
It's ridiculous. No, it's not.
they
Whose
say
view
bacteria
is that
causes
bacteria is
disease.
bad for you?
Do they not say bacteria causes disease?
Harmful bacteria causes disease.
Oh, really? What are the harmful ones?
Yeah, there's some bacteria you can't do without. Surely we all hear that, don't we?
That's ridiculous.
What? You haven't heard that?
I already explained it to you. Okay,
The
third time. now.
mainstream believes that
You just got
you
to
have
make
a
up what the mainstream
microbiome
believes.
made of
For
a
fuck's
ton of
sake, man.
bacteria that we obviously know is good for you. Like that's what
Yes.
the mainstream viewpoint is. So trying to
Has been for
argue
years.
Hey,
Yeah, what
they don't
Andy said. I don't
understand
know
this
why I
part.
interrupted him. He
They
was
don't
saying it.
understand this
Nobody
part.
says all bacteria is bad. Who says that?
It's not. It's all good.
You made it
It's
up.
all
Nobody
good.
You
had
made it up.
all the evidence.
nobody says all of it's
Remember-
good, nobody says all of it is bad.
I say it's
Maybe
all
some-
good.
Okay,
Well,
you
no,
say
but,
all
Except
bacteria
for
is
you
good?
and you're a fucking moron. So who cares?
Yes.
Well, he made a positive claim. So earlier you referenced the Pottinger experiments. Do you have any other experiments you want to reference?
Dr. Edward Howell, he did the same thing with rats.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. I'll look that one up.
Howell.
Howell. Howley
Yes.
do it now.
Yeah, this is why the Eskimos had no cancer until they started living in modern society, eating cereal that's the first case of cancer in an Eskimo was when they started.
Me
He
and
started
I
living.
think eggs
He started living
can
with the
agree
white
with
man and
you.
was eating. He was eating bread and cereal.
Me and eggs can agree with you. I think that ultra processed, let's say Western food, can have a detrimental effect like that. But I just the whole not
coping.
cooking thing is not.
This is a
I
cope
don't know.
session.
I don't know if I'd call it cope necessarily. I'd call it like trusting the past 500,000 years.
Do mothers when they breastfeed their kid, do they cook the milk before the kid drinks the milk?
Usually not.
Okay, why not? See, the thing is, it doesn't make any sense at
Do you
all on
suckle
any
raw
level.
milk directly
It
from a
makes.
cow's teat?
I would, but I
Okay,
would.
okay.
Yeah.
But when you're drinking raw milk that you buy from your fucking neighbor, that's not what's happening, bro.
Yeah, it's refrigerated. Wow, good one. The thing is, there's nothing about cooking that is intuitive or part of the design of nature at all.
What?
Like, you shouldn't be taking a piece of meat, putting it
Every
in a
culture
metal
does it.
pan, and holding it over a fire. That's
Why does
retarded.
every culture do it then? Every
don't. We
culture,
just
we
went
go
over
back
that.
in
They
time.
We don't. Let's
But you just
say
invented
most.
people who didn't. You can't
What
point at a
about
single
sushi?
culture.
Okay, you lose. Sushi,
Yeah, are
you're
you
done.
saying Japanese people don't cook anything, or you can find an uncooked thing in their diet? Because I'm not claiming you can't find uncooked things in people's diets, obviously, because that would be stupid. I try to avoid saying those kind of things.
Okay,
But
so wait, are
am
you
I
acting
saying
like
that
they
every
couldn't?
single culture has applied heat to meat? And the answer is
Okay,
yes.
but the Japanese people who eat sushi, they could only eat the raw meat and be fine, right?
That's not.
I think
they are
Neanderthals find them. Like, but
You don't. You
yeah,
don't
like
have a
cooking
point here.
meat is so standard that like you get people caught without when they
Yeah.
can't make fire and stuff. I think there's
The-
even like separated Aboriginal groups, but they're pretty fucking rare.
The eggs. This goes back to the point we were talking about earlier. A week ago or whatever, when you were saying the idea that everything is controlled by some shadowy group isn't as scary as this is just what humans have done. This is just what we've come up with. There's no shadowy group controlling everything. But the thing is, people are at the point where they believe cooking food, like it's so ingrained in people, they think it's natural. But if you actually think about it, there's nothing about it that is natural or correct. You should not be eating anything that's cooked. And the only explanation there is this has to do with some sort of disembodied spirits psychically manipulating humanity over thousands of years.
But that's just expressing expressing incredulity
crazy.
about it's just expressing incredulity about your chosen conclusion, right? Wow,
No,
it's wild that
no,
they choose
no,
to choose to
eggs,
cook.
no. The evidence is done. There's no argument. Cooking is bad. Raw is good. There's no fucking debate. It's over. So why are people cooking? Why are people cooking? No one knows the answer.
Because
Why
nobody
are people
agrees with
cooking?
you. Because nobody
No,
agrees with you.
everyone
They all
who
think that your
actually
answer is
has any
silly.
education. Listen,
single
anybody who
person
knows
that
what they're
agrees
talking
with
about
you.
with nutrition at all, 100% of them agree with me. This isn't up for debate.
Anyone
with
who
anyone.
Yeah,
So the thing
anyone
is,
who's done decent
listen.
research knows the Earth's flat. Yeah, decent research. Yep.
Listen, the thing is, all the people who agree that raw is good and cooked is bad, none of them know why people cook food. There's no big like event in history. There is with certain things like pasteurization of milk and juices, but with meat, they don't know. And the actual answer is Nephilim, fallen angels, disembodied spirits. That's the only answer.
I'm sorry. Let's hold on. We took a left turn there about Nephilim and Lost Angels.
It's good. I like it. Good work, Flo.
Yeah, you're getting red pilled.
But
I
hold
love
on.
it.
How do you connect those two together?
The pins are so far apart.
The connection would
I
be
love it.
the only animal that would cook its food naturally would be a dragon. Dragons are the only thing that can breathe fire and cook food, and they're depicted in fantasy in Game of Thrones. The fucking dragon flies by, shoots fire at a sheep, cooks it. Hold on, bro. Listen. The thing is, in with the elites, there's a lot of serpent worship, like the Vatican, all the serpent shit.
I roll my d20 to hit the dragon.
What it comes down to is these disembodied spirits, which are the spirits of the Nephilim, which were wiped out by the flood, which are not able to be saved. These spirits are reptilian in nature, and they think of themselves as dragons. It goes back to spiritual reptiles and dragon worship. So
I swear,
you can
I
think
can't
that's
tell
crazy,
if
but
people
it's
talk about
absolutely
this
true.
stuff and they're just trying to like work on their acting skills. Because
this is so
reptile
true.
spirits
This is the
told us
truest
not
thing.
to cook our food.
This is the
This guy's
truest thing
good.
you've ever heard.
I love it.
This guy is.
I feel blessed.
I still
with the
don't
greatest,
I
dude,
still don't
man.
understand how serpents and or dragons that cook their food have anything to do with human biology cooking food.
I'm also weird about
Say that again. Human biology. What was that?
Well,
Oh my-
the claim is, and your claim is, cooking is terrible. It's bad. We should stop it. 100%. And so far we've got the Edward Howell book, and we have the Pottinger experiments, and then I'm not going to count anything else that you said because about the Nephilim, because it doesn't matter. So positive, like when you make a claim like that, I want positive evidence for it, right? So the Pottinger experiments, that's good. Edward Howell book, also good. Is there anything else like that, like physical in the real world that you can reference?
There's a shit ton. There's people on Instagram. There's a guy called Raw Meat Experiment. He eats raw meat on camera. There's a whole shitload of people who have been doing this for years. There's nutritionists who have been consulting individuals for decades, with healing them with raw food from every disease. The worst diseases you can think of, and multiple instances of them have been healed with a raw animal food diet. It's the most healing diet. Even fucking vegan diets heal the big C, but the raw animal foods heal the best.
The French have
And
got a
this is
dish
all-
called steak tartare.
Yeah.
There you go. There's another one.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying, again, I'm
Europeans.
not saying that they cook all of their food. What I'm saying, in fact, steak tartare and sushi in these, I think, are examples of when a culture wants to show off that it can serve raw meat. That's how it does so with sushi and steak tartare. Because
Ironically,
one of the like,
exactly the
grossest...
opposite. They
Say
started
again?
showing off when they added cooking because they did all the spices and stuff. It's actually the
How do you know
exact
that?
opposite. Cooking was the fad, and this is how you get the mainstream
Why
class
does-
to adopt something. You get the upper class to engage in a certain activity, like the Tesla, right? All the upper class people had the Teslas, and as soon as they dropped the price, all the yuppies wanted at that point. So this is how they actually get stuff into the mainstream, is by making it classy to the upper class.
Who's the
that's
they? We're
cooking.
talking about the start of cooking, which is thought to be part of the
Nephilim.
speciation event. Right.
Before Homo sapiens.
Okay,
We're
who's
talking
the
like
guy?
nearly a million years ago by the
Edward
current
Bernays?
timescales, which even
Edward
if you don't agree
Bernays?
with Rixky, but like we've got these caves that have like black paint on the roof. We've got middens and pits where they would chuck their bones after cooking them. We've got things scoured in charcoal. We've got pictures of pizzas from Pompeii, which is a good bit of alliteration. We cannot pretend that cooking food is a modern fad.
No, I don't.
Come
I don't
on!
Think, I don't.
Somebody's
Think,
asking me from this.
I would
exactly.
say
I've got to
just
do
one
my
sec.
receipts.
Eggshells.
Oh my
Eggshells. One sec.
fucking
The
God.
issue is that it's not a fad so much as now it's actually almost regulated and regulatory. This is like by default now. I would suggest that there probably has been cooking going on for thousands of years, right? Pompeii, whatever it may be. But it doesn't mean that they were actually like heavily within their diet. They probably were relying on a lot of raw foods, fermented foods, and all this. And we've moved away from that in the modern era and the modern culture. And I would posit that that's maybe a causal reason why we have so much chronic fatigue and inflammation going on.
That fermented foods are super good for you.
And what
the
happens?
fact that we consume less fermented foods than we used to could be part of the reason that we're seeing more issues.
Yeah.
The problem is
going
eating
crazy.
foods that are ultra processed.
Yeah.
Not just
with the cooked foods.
ultra processed foods is part of the problem.
Any
Yeah.
well, any cooking.
There's a
is
bit of a good message, right, hidden deep in what Blob's saying, in amongst
It's
all
the
of
most
the
genius thing you've ever heard on Discord.
batshit
And look,
insanity.
the problem is the problem is this. Okay, any population that begins to eat cooked food, there's a book about this. It's called "The Disease of Kings: The Rise and Fall of Civilizations," or the raw food nutritional basis for the rise and fall of civilizations. Whenever you have a civilization that begins to eat only cooked food, that whole population dies. So this is what's happening with China, where we have all of these Chinese people. They're going to be gone, and it's because they're eating only cooked food. That's actually
I'm
why. If they
sorry.
started eating raw, they would turn around.
This is the dumbest shit I've heard in my fucking life, dude.
So
Yeah, that's what you
historicity
think.
and history is actually my subject. China has been eating cooked, like say cooked rice, for an example, or even cooked wheat before that, and bread and stuff, barley, whatever you want to call it, for thousands of years. And they're still
So
there.
it's interesting you say that. Yeah, they're the culture of the dragon, right? So they started like they're all about their dragons over there. And what do the dragons do? They convince you with propaganda to cook your food.
Okay,
I love that idea.
Yeah,
that's
Tartaria.
so.
This
God
was the
damn
real
it, I
mudflood.
can't-
It was cooking food.
I legit can't. I can't tell. I can't tell if I'm being serious. It's so good.
It is 69.98.
See, this is a huge revelation for you
Hey.
guys.
Hey guys, the
No,
truth
it's
is
not. We've
stranger
been
than
cooking
fiction,
food for
right?
70,000 fucking
It's very
years.
The
strange.
truth is stranger than fiction. Okay, boys.
Very
70,000
strange.
years that you didn't
You
experience.
got dragons.
We have
And dragons
reptiles
exist.
making us cook things.
All right, I'm taking the noob, the NOOB as like a wink, a nod. So I'm gonna noob back to you.
You said you're gonna noob back to me?
Yeah, I'll wink back to you.
No.
He's
you're
winking.
the
He's winking.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm meant to be doing my receipts, but this is a great rendition,
Look,
Bob.
eggs.
Keeping
If
me
you can
here.
eat raw meat, right, and it's not a problem, it's not gonna kill you to eat raw meat. Obviously, there's more energy within the meat. There's the
Not sure
nutrients are
about
all
that.
intact. Well, look, if you
Not sure
cook a
about
meat,
that.
if you cook a meat, you're straight up stripping it of energy, because if you were to light a piece of raw meat on fire and a piece of cooked meat on fire, obviously the raw meat will generate more heat because it's
But yeah,
already
that's
it's not
proposing I'm
already
burning
burned.
it. I'm just applying heat to
Right,
it, which is
right.
different
There's
to
more
burning it.
energy within it. This is the point.
But even if there's more energy,
Also,
just have a bigger
listen.
steak. Like,
Okay, but the
So,
thing is this.
it
Listen,
tastes
wait,
better.
Eggs.
Doesn't
Let me
it
make the
taste
point.
better?
Can I make the point?
Go for it. Sorry, make the point.
Look, if you look it up, right, it's super well known that cooking will degrade nutrients, and it doesn't
Yeah.
just degrade nutrients and damage them. It actually forms carcinogens. So a piece of cooked meat has carcinogenic chemicals in it.
So,
So
Everything's
look,
got
the thing is this.
carcinogenic
The thing is this,
chemicals in it.
Egg. If you can eat a piece of raw meat and it doesn't kill you, you get more nutrients out of it. There's zero toxicity within it. The frequency of that food is more in alignment with your own physiology than the cooked meat. If
the
you go on a
difference-
diet,
Go
listen.
ahead.
If you go on a diet of only raw food, raw animal foods, you will heal much faster than doing anything else. Do you understand the logic there? Eggs?
Yeah, no, I get the logic. I don't agree with it, but
Okay, so if I'm eating raw eggs, raw meat, and raw milk,
yeah,
that's better than eating cooked food.
Cooked
no.
milk,
So
cooked
what I
eggs, and
think,
cooked meat is the
yeah,
is the
I
example.
don't
That
think
will
you're
kill you.
losing many
That will kill you.
nutrients. I don't think that's losing many nutrients. It definitely observably doesn't kill me because I've lived 42 years without coming a cropper cooking my meats.
You sure about
but-
that? Sure about that?
Well, I'm not dead.
I'm gonna
but
debunk you.
Here's the thing. I think that like you can probably get by without cooking your meat quite a bit before you get something bad. But when you get something bad from undercooked meat, like I've had it from undercooked chicken before, easily, a bunch of times. Chicken's a really nasty one because it's easy to undercook. It can make you really fucking crook. And the crookedness you get from undercooked meat is dose dependent on how much bacteria you consume. So the moment you apply heat, that bacterial population is shrinking. So if you get a bit sick off something that has been cooked a bit, particularly a chicken, then you would get a lot more sick if you cooked it less or didn't cook it at all and consume more of it, because that bacterial load will make you much, much sicker. Whereas
this is the
viruses don't do that.
misunderstanding, though. The misunderstanding is this: if I drink too much alcohol, I'll throw up, right? I'll get a symptom. I'll vomit, right?
Yep.
Okay. That symptom is actually helping me get rid of the alcohol because I poisoned my body and now I have a symptom. The symptom is helping me detoxify.
So do you sometimes throw up on your raw meat diet?
No, I don't.
Never? You've never thrown up?
Well, I mean, I've gotten sick and thrown up when I had like a flu, but it's not like I eat a piece of raw meat. It's not like I eat a piece of raw meat and I just start vomiting like that.
No. But while
But
you've
listen,
had this
the point is,
diet,
the
you
point
have
is,
had bouts of throwing up.
well, it's been years and I've gotten flus. So the point is,
Flus don't
all
make me
symptoms, are actually healing you, even though they may be uncomfortable and you have to go through it, and it's it's a problem. But like vomiting is a response to toxicity. It's helping you cleanse your system. Whenever you have a
Yeah.
bacterial infection, it's the same thing. Whenever
what
all
your
these
body
symptoms,
tries to chuck out.
inflammation, all of it.
Yeah, man. I'm down.
Yeah, but
for
you
it.
wouldn't vomit if you just cooked your meat.
Oh, really? People who eat only cooked food don't vomit when they get sick?
So
I don't understand the correlation between vomiting.
I think nothing, I guess, we say here is going to change anyone's opinion. I was under the impression that bioavailability, like how much stuff you get out of an item, can actually increase with cooking because
That's what I thought too.
with proper cooking, because it makes it easier for your body to digest it, to break it down into its fats and proteins. But I mean,
Yeah, your stomach acids don't need to do as much work.
Only vegetables. Okay, beans, vegetables, potatoes, that sort of stuff. Yeah, you have to cook it, obviously, but not the animal stuff.
They do say that's the
the
case with
dumbest shit I've
eggs.
heard.
They say that's the case with raw eggs, that it like certain amino acid is more bioavailable when you cook it. But if you actually look into it, no.
Define
They just
actually
say,
look into it. What does that mean?
well, so it's about avidin, that's what it's called, binding to biotin. And when you look into the degradation of avidin, they talk about how if you leave eggs out at room temperature, it will degrade even at room temperature over time. And then they talk about how it's mostly inactive in low pH environments like the stomach. So this whole idea that you need to cook an egg in order to degrade the avidin so you can easily absorb this amino acid, which is getting damaged from the cooking process anyways, it's a complete psyop because there's no if you eat eggs the way you're supposed to, there already wouldn't be any avidin in it. It's just retarded. They're just lying to you because they don't want you to eat any raw animal foods. So
Big stove is tricking us into buying more stoves.
yeah, that's what it is. It's reptiles.
Down
but
with big
you guys think
stove.
it's crazy. You guys think reptiles are crazy. So
What do we think about reptiles are crazy? I'm confused.
Because they were able to cook their own meat, obviously.
Well, dragons.
I don't think dragons are crazy. I think they're cool.
Yeah, their claws can't handle the utensils.
Yeah. I mean, you have many fun sounding fancy words to say on the topic. So
Yeah, I cook everyone on. I cook everyone on this.
That's a good one. I'm keeping that one.
Yeah, well, we use the term cooked. Like if we have a debate, we go, "Oh, this person got cooked," right? Why do we say that?
What is the etymology of the modern term? We'll call it slang term "cooked." I don't know, but I can tell you that.
Is it good to be cooked? Hey, if I cook you, is it good?
It depends on how hard you cooked me. Sometimes you can cook me way too hard and burn me to a crisp, or you can make me delicious.
Yeah, soften you up.
You made your opponent more digestible.
The thing is, so people would say that like, oh, if this was true, that cooking is bad, you would see the results of the degradation in society. You would see the disease. You would see all these things, and actually, that's all you see. If you look around and you understand what to look for, all you see are people with malformed skeletons, bad skin, their body is completely toxic. They have no energy. They're completely fatigued. They're small. Terrible hormone production. Like literally every single thing. Every single thing that you could identify.
I want to address the phrenology claim of the skulls. People have more malformed skulls in modern times than they did back before we had, modern society. Is that what you're saying?
Cooking.
Because of cooking.
Yeah. Why do you think everyone needs their wisdom teeth pulled out?
Because of cooking.
You don't think they didn't need their wisdom teeth pulled out, let's say 200 years ago?
Nope. That's actually what Weston A. Price showed. He was a dentist, and he traveled to the third world, all these villages. He found kids in third world villages with perfectly straight teeth. They never needed dentists. Needing a dentist, like needing a cement and metal wrapped on your teeth and having someone extracting your teeth, it's so obviously not what is supposed to be happening. And
That's
people
true,
just think
but
like,
that
oh, it's
speaks
just,
again
it's
to
just normal.
process.
No, it's
That
just normal.
speaks-
You just
oh,
get your
that's-
teeth ripped out.
I think that is true, but again, it speaks to processed foods, which everybody keeps agreeing.
Yeah,
can
but
have that
also
effect and are horrendous.
It's only cooking. It's not. It's
But
not
they're
anything.
cooking food. The people in those villages, I bet you cash, are cooking
No, they're
food.
not. No, that was the point. He talked.
What's the, name for us, please, these tribes. You keep
Weston
evoking
A.
their
Price. Look it up. He has pictures of them.
What's the
yeah, but you're
tribe, I'm
also the data set that you have there. You understand that like the kids that had those issues. I don't know what time period was it? The early 1900s?
Maybe not.
What are you talking about?
The book you're talking about, Western Price. When did that occur?
I think it was like the 20s or something. I forget.
Okay, so
they didn't have issues. That was the point. They didn't have.
Yes, those children. I will concede those specific children don't have issues. What about the kids he didn't see, or the kids that died from their issues?
No, of course, though you could point to other children in the third world who are malnourished, who have a bunch of problems. But the thing is, obviously they're malnourished. Like you could point to a starving kid in Africa and go, "Oh, look, they're fucked up." Is it cooking? That would be retarded.
So you see how me saying that cooking causes all these modern issues like skull size and like people being, you said smaller, underweight?
Oh yeah, smaller. Yeah, everything.
You think humans are smaller on average?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right then. Yeah.
There's a picture of these like Mongolian guys here. I'll actually post it. So I'm gonna post this.
Mongolian guys that cook?
No, there's like these Mongolian like nomadic people standing next to dudes in suits, like businessmen, and you'll see the difference.
Statistically speaking, human beings are larger on average than we have been.
That's bullshit.
I what source can I give you then? Can I give you a source?
Here, I have a source. Look at the chat.
Okay.
Now, you don't see people that look like this in society. When you walk around a city, you see people with the worst health. I mean, it's a miracle that they're fucking alive.
Those guys are just dressed up.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
just in
that's why they're
costumes.
way taller. That's why every single one of them is taller. Yeah.
My issue is
You can see that in the face too.
is
You
the
can see the face.
anecdotal versus statistics.
Where are
here.
these guys from?
Looks like it looks
Bulgaria.
like Kazakhstan or some type of
Bulgarian horseback
people. They're
they cook their
Balkan
food?
then.
Yes, they cook
But-
their food.
Oh, totally.
Do you
They
not
do.
think Balkans don't?
I'm
cook-
seeing
you
a
think-
Bulgarian at the moment. She comes over and cooks me food in the traditional Bulgarian way. You're
so
not
you
going
know
to show me a
yeah,
photo of
I'm
you
gonna
people
reply with mine.
and have me conclude that Bulgarians don't cook food because there are
This
some
is
tall
the
men who
worst
put on
anecdotal
costumes.
evidence I've ever heard.
You think Bulgarians don't cook because they sometimes dress up with swords?
Okay, we found a few guys that don't, but most of them do.
Few guys that don't cook, and they're the same as these massive ones.
Look, another thing about the Pottinger's cats, right? So he showed that over generations, the cats got more and more unhealthy. They were far sicker. He talked about how at the end of the experiment, the male cats were feminized and the female cats were masculine, and they were completely sterile. And the cats just died out. He talked about reversing the genetic damage with raw food, and that if there was a certain amount of damage, they wouldn't be able to recover in one generation. So the thing is, today we have certain groups of people have raw food much closer in their ancestry. Like there's certain people who their great grandparents ate mostly raw, and those are the healthiest people nowadays. And then you've got certain people who've been eating cooked for 1,000 years, like the Chinese. They're all about to die. So there's that aspect of
Why
it.
didn't
where
they die 500 years ago or 100 years ago?
The stuff we can't talk about.
Oh, okay.
All right, I gotta order some food.
Get some raw
Cooked
meat.
food. Cooked food.
Don't be afraid.
No, I actually.
Unless I was at
there's-
a fancy restaurant or had killed it myself,
No.
ain't no fucking way. I'm just getting some random hunk of something that somebody else has touched with their fingers and
Do it.
Steak
There's-
tartare. Get steak tartare. It's awesome.
exactly a really expensive restaurant. I'm not tartaring myself a new one.
You can tartare yourself any day you want, bro.
I actually really do appreciate the because there is a issue with modern Western ultra processed foods. I think that we can all address here, and more people could maybe improve their diet by having more raw options. Let's say. However, I feel like completely 100% switching over is just bonkers land to me.
This is the raw option.
They call it the
Raw option
ruption.
radio. Yeah. Look, that's
Right,
true.
we better get
If-
off.
if
We
you-
better get off medical stuff now. We've given it a good crack.
I was
Real
just
quick,
going to add
real
one
quick.
thing. I
Go
was
ahead.
going to add one thing.
Cooking.
That's diet.
Controversy.
This is
I
diet.
know, I know. I don't like it, but I just think we've been meandering pretty close for a while now.
I got one more point. Go ahead, Schlitzy.
Go for it, Schlitzies.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I can't have pasteurized milk, but I can have raw milk. How is that?
Yeah, that is weird.
Many
Anecdotal.
people report that. No, that's like very common. That's extremely common, actually.
There's also 2/3 of
Lac-
humanity who can't process lactose from milk. So
I was
as
about to bring
adults.
that up because there's people like everyone with lactose intolerance. If you look into why people are lactose intolerant, it's because they lack enzyme mutations. Their
Choice.
body doesn't produce the enzyme to break down the lactose. But in raw milk, it already has the enzyme. And those people with lactose intolerance, all of them can drink raw milk and they don't have any problem. This is known. It's proven extensively. But what you said about switching over completely, if you eat cooked food only for like your whole life, if you switch over to all raw, it is a big change, and it can create a lot of symptoms. Although it's healing and good, it's too extreme of a change for certain people. Like if you're very old, like you're 85 years old, and you want to switch over, it'll heal you too quickly. It causes problems. So it's true that you don't want to. Sometimes you don't want to do that.
let's address the lactose thing. The whole point of that is the the lactose part, the bacterial enzyme in raw milk, lactase, I think it's what it's called. that doesn't go away when it's raw. So how do they not?
No. The point is, the people who are lactose intolerant, their body does not produce the enzyme to break down the lactose. In the same
Lactase,
way
yeah.
that in the same way that Native Americans, there's a stereotype about them being alcoholics because they don't have the same enzyme mutations. They can't handle the alcohol as well as Europeans, so it gets them really fucked up. They can't metabolize it as quickly. It's the same thing with the milk, where these people can't produce the enzyme to break it down. The raw milk already has the enzyme to break it down, so they don't need to do that. They can all handle it. This was proven when a large group of people in Hong Kong, and they're known. These people are known to be lactose intolerant. All these people, like a bunch of them, they started drinking raw milk, had no problems. Every single one of them was lactose intolerant, or so they thought. They start drinking raw milk, they don't have a problem. Many people have proven this. It's obvious.
I'm finding a study that says the opposite.
Of course you are. Of course, you're gonna find some shit on the internet without a.
When you say
it.
the internet, I think he's
No,
pulling up
an
the
actual
NIH
study.
and the FDA and the other studies that I'm also
Cute.
looking at here. But you understand that the being lactose intolerant, right, means you can't break down that lactase like we discussed, whether it's raw or processed.
No, brother, it's lactose. Lactase is the enzyme. Lactase is actually in the milk when it's in raw form. And if your studies, I don't know if they're using like the right kind of cow or if they're treated appropriately, eating the right things, stuff like this. So, look, I'm just telling you, I'm a connoisseur of raw milk. Also, yeah, like I used to have problems with. Well, I used to have problems with milk. I know a lot of people used to have problems with milk. Very popular. And actually, when you start consuming raw milk on the regular, I think your body even starts producing lactase. So, like, if I did switch over to regular milk, it would handle it just fine. Even it like somewhat repairs the missing part of your the organisms in your gut. Because when you're boiling milk and you're stripping it of all of its like living goodness, you're essentially just turning it into like liquid sugar.
I'm finding more and more.
I drink raw goat milk, but I'm saying that anecdotally, like I said, the Hong Kong people and you yourself there, it doesn't seem that that's a cure-all for all people with lactose intolerance, though.
Well, how are you defining it, and what are the sources of milk? Look, I'm gonna stand my ground here and say that these studies, I mean, milk and dairy is a huge industry. I don't know where these studies come from. I don't know what kind of how they're performing these studies or what all that stuff. I'm just gonna say it like it has to be bullshit. I haven't heard of any others personal experience or people who have had their experience that have had any negative anything other than perhaps some farm had some bad milk that was raw and had to change farm.
So that's another question I have. Versus buying your milk at, say, the grocery store, when you're buying raw milk, are you buying it locally?
Yeah.
So that's another thing there. I feel like you can get good pasteurized milk from those local sources too.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I mean, I disagree. I think the whole point of consuming milk should be in its natural form when it's at its most nutritious.
I just don't like salmonella. I do drink raw milk from time to
Dude,
time.
there's no salmonella. Actually, even if there were salmonella, it's supposed to be in the diet. Your gut is supposed to be used to that so that it's not bothered by it. If you're actually, if you get sick from salmonella, it's probably because you're not advantageous enough. You're eating foods that are too sanitary. Your gut is
I'll
weak.
stand by that. I like eating my sanitary foods.
Get some roadkill in you.
I'm just saying
Toughen
your
up a
gut
bit.
is too weak. If you're getting sick from salmonella.
I'm super okay with that.
Sully
Okay.
Manelli.
If it's not milk from a human, it shouldn't be like consumed.
I mean, we consume all kinds of milk and blood and guts and all kinds of stuff, bro.
We are
Also drink
omnivores.
that.
It's a free for all out here, brother.
We're talking about odds though, not ises, right?
Yeah.
They did tests with raw milk. They put like harmful bacteria in raw milk and found that it almost instantly like dies. Like harmful, or what they would call harmful bacteria, cannot thrive in raw milk at all. So
I'm sure I use it to wipe down my countertops.
rub it on your skin.
Yeah, I can leave raw milk out and it'll still be good. It'll turn into cream, and then it'll turn into yogurt, and then it'll turn into cheese. Like it never really goes bad. It just turns into the next version of itself. It's always trying to protect itself. Whereas if you leave milk out, it'll grow fucking moldy green fuzz almost instantly and go bad. And it's not the good kind of mold.
Well, to kind of just add a bit of fuel to the fire, I guess. What is it? Bovines, all other sort of vegetarian based animals seem to have this active fermentation happening actively in their gut. We don't really have that as much as what they do. So just an interesting point.
Riggs.
Yeah.
I did find one on about fermented dairy products and specifically yogurt. This 1991 study showed a benefit towards lactose intolerance for this type of these two different type of things here. I'll link that to you. But supposedly yogurt can help you gain it back too.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, but whatever makes you feel better, dude. It's it's the best shit. It's the best shit. Dude, raw milk is like, it's pretty much like, I would even say it's more special than salt to some degree.
You'll have
But
to
Blob would fight me.
Yeah,
Blob would fight me on that though.
It's a million times better than salt.
But I had to say it was better than salt, because Blob would definitely fight me if I said otherwise.
I don't know if you heard, but I had an argument with Yasuke about that. The big salt argument.
Oh yeah? Do you feel okay? Did he get you real good?
He got dunked on really hard. He took an L on that one.
Oh, he agreed to the loss?
Well, I made it very
No.
obvious that basically. I made it very obvious that high salt is not even an option, and it's completely thrown under the bus. Like you can't be serious and defend high salt. And then he was saying, well, in low amounts, it doesn't create these problems. And I was saying, yes, it does. And I've tested this for myself. I know this for a fact. And I asked him, have you tested it? And it was just silence. He said no. And he didn't really, he linked some study that was saying like, oh, increase of sodium lowers risk of cardiovascular disease. And it was like the worst, it was like some Glover evidence. It was like a I don't know, just like a nonsense study. I was just like okay. But yeah. I think there's a big cope session going on with that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the science on salt is not very good. I mean, not good for salt. Like, there's pretty much most everybody agrees that salt's bad, like in the mainstream. So yeah, I guess if you're a mainstream cuck,
well, it's kind of. I mean, that's what he would say that he would use like mainstream stuff to say that it's not mainstream. And like me, like I'm fine with throwing all of it under the bus. Like I'm so crazy, I don't even believe in. I'm fine with literally throwing all explanations out the window. like amino acids, vitamins. Like I'm fine with just saying we don't even know any of this stuff.
That's
But the thing is, my opinion on salt is something that I've come to based on my own experience, and then the stuff I find on the internet is to back up what I already know. And the shit I'm looking up is not like mainstream stuff. It's very niche, very specific. Like I just posted all this stuff talking about here, let me take a look. Salt damaging mitochondrial function, leading to bone degeneration. Oh, that's the other thing. I found this this paper that talked about how high salt diets are basically the #1 cause of ulcerative colitis, which is what Yasuke has. And they're talking about how the metabolites of the bacteria that can thrive in a high salt environment. They talk about how the salt basically destroys the microbiome, but there's one species of bacteria that can thrive, and the metabolites produced from that bacteria completely damage the mucous membrane, and it fucks up the mucous membrane. And that one specific species of bacteria is the most abundant species of bacteria in every single person with Crohn's. They talk about all these people with Crohn's. This is the main bacteria they have, and basically it just there's no. I mean, it literally dehydrates the nervous system, the brain. I brought up how people eat 2 tablespoons of salt and die from it.
What?
A lot of stuff.
Well, dude, I wonder if it has more to do with like iodinized, you know, like the really refined garbage. You know, I don't know if it really means the natural stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I know people who do they call it plasma, like seawater, but
Yeah.
they find the same. Like they find the same. This was like a big thing in the primal community. Like recently, the past like 4 months, people have been testing high salt because there's this guy Darko Velcek who's like a controversial figure in the alternative
Yeah,
health.
yeah, the heavy metals and stuff. You know what? I bought another 5-pound bag. I think you know why? It's because they recommended Morton's. I think it's a hit job. Yeah, I think it's a hit job. They're like, yeah, get this highly refined iodinized salt. It's the best. I'm like, you fucking shill.
Yeah.
Fuck you. And I know that salt sucks. So I used to buy it. I'm like, that's garbage. I would never have that. I feel so much better than this other shit. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's 2 different sources that talked about that shit, but they didn't post the results. They posted some numbers. They didn't post any paperwork or methodology or like fuck all. So like it's basically just a rabbit in a hat. I don't know, dude.
Well,
Specifics
based on
aside,
my based on my interactions with the people, because there's this primal diet Discord. That's like there's like 30 people in there, and they've all been testing this the past like 4 months, and they're the most health conscious people you'll find. So they're not taking heavy metal salt or iron oxide salt, and they have a very specific ratio that they mix it with water. And they're talking about how it literally it just dehydrates them. Like no one's saying. I mean, the smartest guy in there, he's like a complete beast. He's like smarter than me in every area. He's just like completely dunking on these people, and everyone's testing it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess it's actually not good." I mean, I don't really see a. The thing is, I have arguments for it, and it would be the best arguments that I've heard, but it's still not really good. It's just kind of like, all right. I mean, like if you're throwing high salt under the bus, then it's like, okay, we're gonna do low salt, and it's like,
I think.
benefit?
Well, I mean, why both? I mean, why not just like regular seasoning? Like I don't get the extreme thing. I don't understand that.
Well, this is something
like
that
I don't like high salt. Like, why would I? That's ridiculous.
One reason why it would be bad is like if you're eating raw meat, salt, it will interfere with the digestion of raw foods. But with cooked foods, it would help like fractionate and break up the cooked foods. So it would help digest cooked. But with raw, it's like the opposite. digestive process.
Well, dude, I put salt in like a little bit of watermelon, and I become like an athletic god.
Mm.
Like I'm, like there's just some things that salt or gives you very obvious results, especially after like hard day of work, or if dude, I was a fucking roofer. If I didn't have salt, probably would have died. Probably
Yeah.
would have died, dude. So
What electrolytes are. But like,
it
switching
has
it
what
aside,
plants
do you
crave.
guys think the mainstream gets anything right?
Yeah, they do, but it's not intentional. It's like what they do with health. It's the most sophisticated psyops. So they don't tell you the inverted version of what the truth is. What they do is they put out contradictory information about every single point. So you can find information about salt or sugar or whatever point, and you could find things saying it's good for these reasons or saying it's bad for these reasons.
And you think that's
So what they
intentional?
Yes, it's very intentional. What they've done, they just flood in, contradictory information, so people feel like they can't figure it out. They're like, people don't know. There's no truth. Let's just not even investigate it. And that's what you find in
So,
the truther communities. The most investigative people in the world have essentially given up on this topic. They don't want to.
So
They don't want to look into it.
what would the world look like if it were simply various groups of people testing specific claims about these things, coming to specific conclusions that maybe appear to be contradictory one from the other?
Well, which one?
Yeah.
Dude, which one?
Any of
Like
them.
raw food is clearly superior. If you can afford an
Well, in what
organic,
respect?
naturally grown fucking raw meal, it is the most nutritionally like available anything that you can have. Organ meat,
Yeah, but scientists don't
all
talk like
the
that.
tendons,
They don't
the
speak
blood,
in
everything.
absolutes, right? You're talking about
Well, no.
it's the best thing in every respect possible, but people don't do studies that way. They don't write reports that way. Their findings aren't expressed that way. They're talking about very specific benefits in very specific conditions. Very often, like these, it's easy to find differing studies that talk about different aspects of the same thing.
I'm just talking about straight down the middle, like if you want to max out all your stats, but like it's not realistic, right?
Well, it's also not science. Like you can talk about an individual having benefits from a particular diet, right? But
All right, man.
nutritionists take a holistic approach to a person, right? They don't talk
Well,
about
that's
foods
true.
being beneficial.
The
That's
diet
true.
from all of history isn't science, bro. Okay, bro. This guy.
Is that what you got from what I said?
That's true to an extent, but what they do is they'll look at a person and analyze the toxicity they have, and depending on how toxic they are and in what way that they're toxic, certain things will help them detoxify faster. But if you have any person who is completely detoxified, basically it comes down to raw eggs, raw meat, and raw milk is the perfect diet. For any human who's not toxic at all, that's the best way to maintain and build health, is those three foods.
Is there such a person?
Yeah, they exist.
I don't know. The approach seems somewhat simplistic to me. Is all.
It's not simplistic at all. It's extremely complicated.
Well, there's a lot of like absolutist language of this is the absolute best for everybody, and I don't think it really works.
Yeah, I'm not just saying that. I've literally done so much research on this topic. You have no idea. This is why I beat everybody in these debates. Like Yasuke. I beat Yasuke.
I always found this rather that claim
Sure,
of
but you haven't done like
that claim of subjectivity though is like it's always thrown out there as like, oh, not everyone's the same. I don't know, man. Like we are pretty similar. Like it makes sense that if our dietary requirements are pretty well aligned, this whole idea of subjectivity and individuality. I think that this is actually part of the idea to like get you to try all these different things that are not solutions actually, and the raw primal stuff will actually fix you up.
Sure, don't misconstrue what my meaning. I don't mean to say that everybody's vastly different. Like what poison for me would be a panacea for someone else. I'm just saying there's general guidelines and then there's absolutist statements about this is a cure-all for blah, blah, blah. Like I just don't think it works that way.
I think we have now thoroughly wandered on to the medical talk
Yo.
thing, so we need to turn around and.
I want to
head
say
back
I think
something
it's been a medical talk for a while.
really funny.
Yeah.
Rotten kick.
I'm happy to change
we
this.
we're talking about raw milk and salt, and that's it.
Raw milk and salt.
It's kind of medical.
All right, I just want to do my little explanation because like I was chilling up in Demon Stride's server, and then I started talking about the truth, and like he got like real fucking heated and shit, and like I was like, dude, like lower your tone a little bit, like talk like a fucking adult. And then he was going off like, and I was just started talking about, is this live right now? A quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't go into too much detail, but you know, like I started talking about, you know, who's in control and shit, and then he started talking about, oh, you're this and that for saying like that. I'm like, nah, that's like saying that, you know, Obama, he was mixed, his mom was white, his dad was black, and he was president. I'm not racist for saying that. I'm just pointing that out, dog. And then he was like, yeah, it is. And then fucking started going on. You know, and then I started talking about other stuff too. And I was like, you can't get mad at the truth. Or, you know, the truth can hurt. You can't. I'm the messenger, dog. The messenger of the
What?
truth. And then, yeah, he got real pissed off and booted me from the server. So I kind of booted him from mine. As a response.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not against any race religion. I'm actually like, I'm pro equality in everybody, regardless of race, religion, color, creed, or sexual orientation. And I believe that we are all getting fucked over in this massive system, and that we have the capability to make a difference and to make a change and to rise up and live life and to be free.
We're all Rat Pack.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Real all the time. That's what the rat means. Some dope shit.
Rickski's Rat Pack.
Oh, I'm thinking about Logic because he calls his fan base Rat Pack. But it has
Yeah,
two T's in the rat, so real all the time is the acronym. So be yourself 100% unapologetically.
Never understood that advice to be yourself. Does anybody ever not be themselves? Like, how does one go about not being themselves?
Well, if you be
Have you ever
yourself,
seen I Heart Huckabees?
No,
Am I
what's
not
in I Heart Huckabees? Am I not
There's a scene where
myself?
someone's like,
they could clone like a whole army, and they look like the. I mean, their bodies are probably cloned, but probably a reference.
I completely forgot about that. That's right. Yeah, that's another, just another hint of predictive programming. Just, yeah, they love to flaunt it.
Yep.
Like, they think George Lucas had like an inside line to these demon spirits, or
Well, yeah, if you're writing,
or something.
yeah. What do you think? Star Wars is all about, dude. Anakin Skywalker is, like his mom is a virgin. Like he doesn't have a dad. Like the whole story is just the Bible, but
Yeah, but the Bible was written first. Like he could have referenced the Bible, right?
yeah, that's all
When
they do.
When they do that in movies, though, they always twist it to make God and Yeshua seem like the bad guys. Like in Star Wars, Anakin's the bad guy. He goes to the dark side, and he's supposed to represent Yeshua. So they always try to reverse it. They did the same thing with that the Avengers movies. Oh, I can't remember what the bad guy's name was, but he just snaps his finger and raptures everybody, and just they die. It's pretty funny when you know what's going on. Well, I guess funny's not the right word.
You think he was getting rid of the Nephilim with the snap?
No, I think that was supposed to represent the rapture and supposed to
okay.
confuse people because everybody thinks the rapture you get called home, but in the Bible and in that movie, when you get raptured, you die. You're found with the vultures. So, but I believe the rapture happened over 1,000 years ago. The tribulation. I don't know about the rapture, but the tribulation happened over 1,000 years ago.
I don't know. Deadpool is pretty keen on becoming Marvel Jesus.
Yeah, they love doing that.
I don't know if that position was filled by Thanos or not.
There actually is a Marvel Jesus, and it's the son of Jean Grey and Cyclops, and his name's X-Man, and he looks like Jesus. He dresses like him. He has like a beard, and he's like insanely overpowered, and he I don't know, he does a lot of stuff, but it's basically he's Jesus.
Anyone ever read the Lucifer comics?
The what?
Lucifer comics. It was a spin-off from the Sandman series.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never mind. There was an interesting arc in it about the Lilith, which were all the children of Lilith, the first wife of Adam, allegedly. And they were trying to reclaim their place in the Garden of Eden, because in theory, Adam and Eve were kicked out, but Lilith never was. So her and her, I guess, demon children were trying to get back into the Garden of Eden. That was an interesting take on Christian mythology.
Do you believe in like spirit bodies?
I'm not entirely sure what that means.
Well, whenever you have like angels and anything in fiction, they always have like a spiritual body. So like if you're like the guy I was just talking about, X-Man, he's the Jesus of Marvel. If you destroy his physical body, it doesn't kill him. He has like a spirit body. So if you want to kill him, you have to destroy his physical body and his spiritual body at the same time. And anytime you have angels in fiction, this is generally going to be their powers. They're going to have some spirit body that you need to have like a special weapon that can attack spirit to kill them. So do you believe in that? Like, do you think that's real?
I suppose I'd have to sit with it, but I'm leaning towards no. I don't know. Maybe I'm making a distinction of like if a spirit could inhabit a body, presumably. I guess you'd have to kill the body to exit the spirit, and then kill the spirit. But the main thing would just be killing the spirit. I don't know if I guess you could call that a spirit body, but
yeah,
I don't know. My whole stance on spirits in general is towards no, regardless. So I guess that would be no either way.
I think life is better when you believe in spiritual bodies and demons, and that you're being lied to.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Don't you
way
think
better.
it makes people a bit crazy?
Well, yeah, but normal people all suck. So
So it does make you a bit crazy, but normal people all suck. That's a fun answer.
So I
Yeah,
do believe
I agree with that too.
I believe in the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, and I believe they can interact with this world without a body. I think that that's where ghosts and other paranormal things that people have seen. I mean, my wife and I bought a house years ago, and we lived in this house for like a year, and the whole time I heard old men arguing in the basement, like not arguing, but just having a boisterous conversation. And we lived there for like a year, and my wife and I were cleaning our bedroom, and she said something. I'm like, "Oh, it's probably old men in the basement." She looked at me, her eyes wide, like, "You hear him too?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And neither one of us ever heard him again after that. So I don't believe in ghosts. I believe the dead are sleeping. I believe what the Bible says, that they're in Sheol. They're not here interacting with us. They're not watching us, judging us. Like we're told. But yeah, I do believe that the Nephilim that can interact with this world, and I think that sometimes they pose as good beings to try to pull you away from. They'll do anything to pull you away from God. Even pose as your good grandmother, and tell you things that you want to hear, and seem like they're all nice and sweet and everything, but they're not. They're pulling you away from the scriptures and the truth. So thank you for
How do
letting
you?
me
But
talk.
if such a thing like that exists, I would then not know how to get out of the problem of maybe maybe that's what they've done. Maybe I'm the tricked one. If it's possible other people are tricked, why aren't I the tricked one?
Well, I think we're all tricked. I think I'm tricked. That's why I think we need to study. That's why, and that's why God told us to be good Bereans and study the scriptures daily to know the truth. That's where we'll find the truth. And For me, it was the flat Earth. It's like 7, 8 years ago. I was sitting in my driveway watching the moon, and the moon wasn't doing what NASA told me. I'm a huge NASA fan, and I started looking into it. Discovered the Earth was flat, and that was I ruled out evolution in my 20s. Like this is just silly. There's no way that this happened. So, but the Bible having cosmology wrong bothered me. Well, when I discovered that I had it right, I hit the Bible. Like, what other truths does this book hold? Because obviously, this book has the truth. So, I'm at work now, so I won't be able to talk anymore. You guys all have a wonderful day, and well, hopefully, talk to you soon.
You too.
Hey man,
And I
enjoy.
think that might be sort of where I land on this. I think there are experiences that you can express in this sort of language of the spiritual and demons and all of that. And what the underlying truth of the matter is might not even be as important. There are benefits that accrue from expressing it in this language. I think ultimately what it comes down to are the conclusions you draw from that, which, the world has been tricked, I don't think is a very beneficial heuristic to operate under, I guess. In the same vein as I might be a brain into that, right? While that may be true and it may be beneficial for some conversations, it's not a very useful worldview to operate under.
Yeah, I think well said. Mm-hmm.
And on that note, I had 2 coffees and a Red Bull. My stomach's all wonky, so I'm going to go back one now.
Time for poop. Time for big old poop. Enjoy.
I intend to.
It ain't. 15.
Don, send me your latest track. All right, I'll check it out. Yeah, it's pretty
I'm never
dark.
really happy with my own music.
Pretty dope.
I spend months just for the 2-minute little moment in the set.
Yeah, I'm like the opposite. I'll spend like 20 minutes on a beat, move on to the next one.
How do you imagine the perfect listening environment? Like, is it a driving song or sex song? Or smoking meth song?
You mean like the song is about smoking
Like
meth?
the last few songs you made, how do you imagine them being listened to?
I guess I don't think about that.
See, mine would be, if it's not in a neuro set with intelligent hipsters, it's not going to make sense. No one's going to get it. So I sort of make it for this special thing that might never happen.
I see. Okay. That's pretty cool though.
I think art is weird. Like, I've sort of given up caring about listeners.
Maybe you focused on the listener too much originally, and then you kind of corrected for that.
Maybe. think it's because it's really hard to get famous. So eventually you need to realize you're making this art for yourself, not to get famous.
Yeah, but that's like the most fun thing to do. If you smoke weed, the best thing to do is listen to your own music.
Yeah, I've got this funny ritual process. So I mix down quite quietly with analyzers on flat monitors, and then at night time when I'm stoned, I put in earbuds and put them upside down and push them in. So I get like this weird jogging vibe, and then I dance naked to my own music, see if it's in rhythm or if it just doesn't work at all. It's weird when you listen back to your own music and try forget that you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Something like a flow state where you sort of pretend you're someone else.
If you make a lot of music, you just kind of forget naturally, and then you like listen to old stuff, and you're like, oh, like I don't remember making this, and then you're
No,
like,
I
whoa, this
actually,
is crazy.
I think I have OCD, so with drum and bass it's more about technical design that's taken a long time. Some people like do a jump up song in one day, and it can still be cool. But with your music, it's easier to slam out a vibe with a few sounds faster.
Yeah.
More about the feeling and the music rather than the technical design. So I don't make much music at all. I'm normally working on the same things until it's finished. I work with this old Rasta man. He's like 65, I think. But he can't find his own beats, so we're stuck and we don't have any reggae beats. I have to like flick through the free stuff on YouTube and get him to pick one.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
I don't think I can get any more dumber than that.
We're coming in today. Just be ready.
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I was wrong.
Then you need to get SE saying Israel runs the world and we're being ethnically cleansed.
Yeah, get that.
When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything.
Is it easy to set up? You could have Anton LaVey.
I actually don't know how to set up the soundboard in Discord, but if you have like a voice mod on your PC, it's much easier there, I think.
I think what I'm asking is once you've got it set up, how you do it, can you put in any MP3 at all?
I don't know. I've never made a sound bit on Discord. I just use whatever is.
Have you got, you're just playing timestamps or something?
No, I just every server have some saved, and I just use them.
Okay, I'll have to look into it. I've never done it.
But I think you will have to have your own server before you personally can make him, or you have to be a moderator somewhere before you can actually do this on Discord. That's why I said if you have like a third-party program like voice mod or something like that, you just have all your own settings, your own creations.
I think I've seen voice mod before. What does it take over your mic channel? And then it can put effects or samples.
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, if you pay, you can get a lot of different voices. You can make your own special ones. For example, you can have, Arnold Schwarzenegger voice or something like that, Yeah. It's been a while since I've used it. I'm pretty sure that they have more features today with AI and stuff like that. But voice mod was pretty good when I used it back in the days. But yeah.
Oh, so you're not using
Voice
that?
mod is for bitches.
No, as I said, the sounds that I have been playing is just the sounds that various people have saved on their servers that I am a member of,
And you just press the play button and it comes through. I'm
Look
wondering.
in the chat. Look at the chat. This is what I'm looking at. When I click that little open soundboard thing, then I just open this one and a bunch of saved bits is coming in.
Oh, right.
And then
So
you
this
can look at what servers they're from and stuff like that. But yeah,
this is
that's why I'm
Discord's own soundboard.
yeah, yeah. I mean, these are user saved or created, but yeah, it's the feature that Discord have it themselves. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you have to be owner of your own server. I'm not sure if your server needs to be boosted before you can do anything like that, but you need to be a mod or in a server owner.
My dunce as I do my vavants. What do you guys believe politically? How do you feel about Donald J. Trump?
I hate all political stuff.
I think
Why?
I think the system is in place and it doesn't matter who you vote. The system is going in one direction. We just have the illusion that it is going in one of two directions, but it is actually just going in one direction.
They don't count them. It's a TV show. It's duality.
Yeah,
It's both
I
the
like.
Roman Empire.
It's like bread and circuses. It's like a stage or something like that. The system is in place. You can look at like people have been in politics for like 70 years and been in the cabinets and blah blah blah, never swept out. So if the people are sitting in there for 50 years plus, what is going to change except for the head that we are looking at? The face out to the world. That's the only thing that changed.
Trump.
Yeah, that's just so woefully untrue in America. It's hilarious.
Trump's better than some, but he's still just another actor clown.
Actor clown. That's
How did you get so involved in politics then? What made you fall for it?
Fall for it. I don't even think I can
Yeah.
engage in this in good faith.
That's what I mean. Fall for it as in you think it's real and you really care.
What made me fall for it is the fact that it dictates the outcome of my country. I don't know about the politics of your country.
So, like, if you voted left next time, how will that affect your country?
It depends.
Right. So,
I mean, you're asking me how impactful a singular voter's vote is going to be.
yeah, for you, how do you think you voting one way and then telling a few other people to vote that way, how does that change your country?
It can change my country in many ways, sir.
But
It's an illusion. Like let's say right now we think that a lot of things is changing because Trump came in with this new narrative and they're going in this direction, that they're solving DEI and all these kind of things. But when in 20 years time, when we step back and you look at the greater picture of politics, you will just see one green line from back in those days all the way up to now, and it has only gone in one direction. Nothing has really changed drastically. It's just like in the moment feelings. Like right now, a lot of conservatives is like, yes, Trump is doing a lot of things that we want to do, but in 20 years time, no one will remember that because nothing really changed.
in 4 years' time, people will be saying, "Oh my God, we're going left. This is amazing." What's your main emotion about this?
About what?
So, do you like Trump or hate Trump? Which one is it?
I very much so despise Trump, good sir.
Okay, so you're a liberal, but why are you against the opposite, the conservative Republican?
I'm against. Well, there's a difference between like Republicans and Trump. I'm against most Republicans because I fall philosophically on opposite ends of the aisle, and I don't think their philosophy is really all that sound.
So you just disagree on a few things. That's what I'm hearing.
With normal Republicans, yeah, sure.
But just disagreeing with some people on some things isn't enough reason to fall for politics being really important.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So I disagree with nearly all Christians about reality and what matters, but I don't need to go and tick a box to say let's stop Christianity completely.
I don't tick that box.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, if all the Republicans disappeared, it might be terrible. You might be Antifa.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You need a balance of different types of people.
I completely disagree with that.
Some that are going to pay the tax for you, some that are going to make music for you, some that sniff kids' hair in public, some that go secretly onto kiddie planes. You need all the types.
Okay.
Like, to make the world beautiful and purple, you need red and blue.
Wholeheartedly disagree with that.
I used to vote left. I'm in the UK. I used to vote left since I was 18 because my parents sort of convinced me that Conservatives were bad. John Major was bad. Margaret Thatcher was bad. She stopped raves. And then when I woke up around 2017 after looking at Flat Earth, I realised voting left hadn't changed the country at all. And it's just progressed how it would with both anyway. In fact, sometimes the right wing gives more benefits than the left wing.
But nothing is going in the right direction. It's never for the betterment of the people.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I mean, to be honest, two parents that is working a decently job, they should never struggle, but they are.
Yeah, the middle class is gone, so you're either poor or you're having a good time.
Yeah, you're sad or you're struggling. Yes, yes. And that's just wrong, like that shouldn't be.
No, because it creates, what do you call it? Resentment. I think I have equal hatred for both left and right wing in America. Just because recently it's amped up into this weird TV show.
Well, that's because the majority of the voters are voting emotionally instead of actually, doing their due diligence and, dedicating themselves to the topic of politics. At least struggling a little bit with the words. I hope you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, because we don't trust the face of each party, so we can't even decide without emotion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're getting a lot of people are just going out, interviewing random people on the streets, and they're like, "So, why do you hate, let's say, Andrew Tate?" I don't know. He hates women or something like that. Then you ask for a source for that. It's just something I've heard from someone else, So it's like it's emotional peer pressure. to go in one direction, and if you go against that, well, now you're not part of that group anymore because that's how the groups are working today, you know. Why do you hate Trump? Trump is a racist. Got any evidence? No. But my friend said I should hate him, so I hate him.
I think the hate for the Democrats is quite often inspired by Satanic Panic, Pizzagate, trans agenda, these types of things that all ran for a few years. Obviously, right wing Republican psyops to make the left seem crazy. But the left obviously did allow this while they were in. And then the Trump shooting psyop, that was weird. I reckon he pretended to nearly get shot.
But it didn't change anything. I have a great meme that is depicting exactly what that did.
Didn't really change anything except everyone celebrated Trump for like one day. And the automatic response is Trump was shot at, so it must be the left wing that are crazy shooters now.
Check the chat. That's exactly what changed that day.
It's quite meta. Yeah, so you think it was a distraction psyop?
I don't know. There might have been a real shooter. I really can't say anything on that.
Might
Like,
have been a distraction psyop.
it could be, but it most likely was just like he probably was shot at. Was it just this lone shooter? I don't know. I honestly I can't say anything about it. You know, like I don't have any first-hand experience in this event. Everything I have is hearsay. You know, pretty much.
I think they did shoot past him with like a foam bullet into someone at the back, and then the person at the back did their crisis acting and died.
I don't know. I think it was. I don't think it was a psyop or anything like that. It's probably most likely a real event. Do we know everything about it? The event? Probably not. There is probably things that is not out in the open or something like that. Could it have been like, you know, like we know that this guy is gonna do this day, and we are not gonna interfere? That could be something, you know. That might
but
be
I think,
the extent of the nefarious actions I would apply to this event, you know.
but if they're letting someone shoot at him and he missed, it's kind of just falling for the psyop, mostly.
To be honest, it's hard to say, but since the event itself, there was no really outcome about it. It's more like if it was a psyop, they wasted their time because nothing really happened. Nothing changed. It was not like he got super popular overnight and he won because of this event. No, you know. That's why I'm leaning towards this is probably just a real event. Did anyone have some info on this guy pre-hand? Maybe. Most likely, but yeah, that's the extent I want to go with that.
I understand it, but I don't think it's for us. It's signaling. It's referencing Kennedy.
Could be.
We've just had some weird footage. I saw it on Twitter. We normally have police marksmen up on buildings in the UK at crowded events, and when famous people are there. But we've just been spotted like, what would you call the special secret service? Yeah, the SS. So they don't look like police. They're marksmen in like dark blue and dark green, but without the white, and with full headgear on. And then we've got these new armored police cars that are turning up. Sorry, armored police trucks, like these big sort of Hollywood movie style police trucks.
Yeah, they have invested pretty well in that in the UK. But they need to, because they're not blind to what is going on either,
That's the theory. That they've released so many amount of extra too many immigrants, so now they need this extra precautions.
But it's not only to, like limit the immigrants or the criminals, it's also to limit everyone else.
I think it's
Like,
anti-terrorism.
that could be considered
Terrorism.
like a semi-psyop, like we're doing this thing so we can do the other thing, and it's gonna affect everyone.
To me, it doesn't say this is proof that there's too many immigrants and we're about to have a civil war. It's more they're spending money on anti-terrorism, just in case.
Yeah, an invisible enemy affecting everyone else, just like every policy that was signed after 9/11, for example. Like everyone was limiting their ability to move or whatever. I can't find the words right now.
I remember we had this crazy looking young black dude kill the two girls. I think he was a Manchurian candidate, and Alu Akbar brainwashed him. Anyway, the newest news is people are complaining because he was allowed some McCoy's crisps and Maltesers in jail.
The fuck?
Oh no, we're giving terrorists snacks. Like, this is such a silly news story. So what if he's got Maltesers? He's locked in a room now, forever.
Honestly, I don't get why every single developed nation have to spend so much money on prisoners. For example, if you have gotten a sentence where it's a life sentence, we the people shouldn't spend money for the next 70 years that this guy has to be in prison. Instead, we should just find some remote islands where there is no way to swim or make like a canoe and get away, and just put all the criminals in there. And from time to time, we flew overhead and we dropped down some fucking oats or something like that.
I'm okay with prisoners having snacks, but I think it should be like a cheap brownie that they've made in the kitchen themselves, not McCoy's crisps and Maltesers.
No, I think they should have a prison island somewhere, and then they can just make it the best.
We
for
have
themselves.
one island like Battle Royale where we just drop off every criminal.
Yeah, something like that. Every criminal that have gotten a life sentence. So if you only have like 15 years, or you can get a parole in 5.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you are just in a regular prison. But if you are too long gone, there is no way this guy is ever getting back in society. Just on a remote island where there is like 2,000 miles to the next land or something like that, and just send them all out there. And from time to time, one time a month, we fly over and we drop food and things so they can capture some fresh water or something like that, and
Hunger
then they can
Games,
just
and we
survive or not.
We video it all and it becomes the world's #1 TV show.
Yeah, we can have like contest and stuff like that. Really hard contest, and they will die on national airtime, and stuff like that. Yeah, just like the
You
movie.
are a crazy person.
I mean, they are already lost. Should we pay for them for the rest of our life? All the taxpayers, should they pay for them, or should we just send them away? I think it's better for everyone if you just send them away, and maybe we can also have some entertainment about them.
Do you think that's
Should
basically
just
what
kill
we're
them.
with Australia?
I mean, I would go to that direction too. Like, if they already got a life sentence, there is no way to ever get back in society. Just fucking end it. That's my statement. Like eye for an eye, tooth for teeth.
So you wouldn't feel guilt. You would just say, sorry, that choice you made has ended it for you.
Yes, 100%.
Even though you could accidentally make a similar choice by accident.
Yes. If I did
Okay.
what he did, end me.
But we still need like a judge and jury for manslaughter and stuff where it just happens.
I mean, of course. I mean, the Jewish system should still be in place. They should still have a trial before they get sentenced. Like, and from time to time there might be a mistake. Sure, shit happens. There is no perfect systems out there. And yes, that is not optimal, but it is what it is. I rather want to kill the 99% that is just going to be a waste for society for the rest of their life, and then have 1% mistakes. I'm fine with that. That's fine error margin.
Do you think Australia was like that when we first took the ships of criminals there?
No.
That was the idea.
I think most people who came were active in some way because they were trying to build a new society. So there was rocks to be broken, roads to be paved, buildings to be risen. So there was plenty for these people to do. And I would also say that all these people have now gotten a new chance in life, and not living in a cold, wet place, but now in a sunny place. Like.
That was just an idea for some criminals so that we could get labour out of them.
I mean, if go back 500 years, do you rather want to sit in this cold, moist cell, or get a new chance in life, away from everything you know, but a new chance in life? And you.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I wonder if the slaves felt the same. They've got no money, nothing, just a desert. And they get offered a new chance in the new world.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. Were these slaves? Were they free men before they became slaves, or have they always been slaves? If they have always been slaves, I don't think they have that kind of perspective,
Some got conned into it through religion and family deals and money and stuff.
But also, like, well, the American slave is a bit different than what, for example, a lot of the Middle Eastern slavery and stuff like that. That was like if you had debt and you would sell yourself to someone to pay off that debt, that would also be considered slavery in those days.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is some smart Africans might have worked this out and done it on purpose.
Maybe, but again, looking at Africa today, they have probably done it the guerrilla warfare way, where they just went in, killed the masters of the fucking town, and just stole the people. That's probably what some of these warlords did.
Yeah.
If not most of them, I would imagine. Just looking at how Africa is today, I could imagine that was what they did back in the days.
In don't know if you've seen it, the Northman, he puts himself into slavery on purpose so that he can get the boat across. I think that's what happens.
I haven't seen that.
And in Django Unchained, he escapes one situation of slavery, but he sort of gives in to the Russian for a better life. So he says, I'll do what you say instead of what those American white people said to me before. I'll do what you say now. And then his life just excels upwards. He learns to shoot, ride a horse, dress up. Learns to write and read.
Yeah, the VC just died, so I thought I'd come in and shake it up a little bit. So yes, flat earthers, we know what the sun is. We know what the sun does. We know what it's made of. We can track its movement above, around the earth. We also know where the sun is when it's midnight, and it's not above my head. It's actually below my feet. As we bask in the glory of heliocentrism, I will read from the book of history, page 24.
What a heliosexual.
I will read from the book of Revelation, the rise of astrophysics.
Ladies and
From the
gentlemen.
late 18th onward, astronomers and physicists made serious key discoveries and advances in techniques in technology. These enabled astronomers to learn from the first time about physical properties of the stars other than our sun. A spectroscope passes light from a star through a prism or a diffracting gradient, which is a piece of glass with narrow lines etched in it, deflecting different wavelengths and colors of light into slightly different paths. This is called a spectroscope. This is how we know what the sun is.
Bro, is that your Christian kids book again?
Reading from the Bibles. Well, from the heliocentric Bible. Stop it.
So you are religious.
The secrets of throughout the history of astronomy, the stars were made of pinpricks of light in the night sky. Too
I can
distant.
I can hear how poetic it is.
I know. Even when studied with the highest magnification. But as the light gathered power and astronomical instruments improved, astronomers were able to make sophisticated use of distant starlight. Although Isaac Newton had split sunlight through a prism in the late 17th century, it was British chemist William Hyde Wollaston who refined the process, developing the spectroscope, a device for analyzing the wavelengths of light emitted from an object. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we know what the sun is and what it does. So when a flat earther tells you, well, how do we know there's not a cloud in between the viewer and the sun? Well, that's because that cloud that's in between the viewer and the sun is not emitting any light. That's how we know what the sun is made of, because we can analyze the spectral lines coming from the sun.
Yeah.
The
But
dust,
you have never tested the sun in a lab.
that's okay, but I can test its light. And I can go in a lab and I can burn helium and I can get those same exact spectral lines. I heard Jin come in a little while ago.
Ladies and gentlemen.
There he goes. Take it away, Jin. It's all yours.
So I was wrong.
Oh, excuse me. I will read from page 106 of the Heliocentric Bible. The Earth and Moon Partnership. The Moon takes 27.3 days to complete one elliptical orbit around the Earth. As it moves, the Earth orbits around the Sun. It takes 29.5 days for the Moon to return to the same position relative to the Sun in the Earth's sky, complete its cycle of phases. The moon's gravity pulls on the Earth, making the oceans on either side of the Earth plunge deep, in turn producing the tides. Tidal forces slow down Earth's spin, with the result of the moon moving away from Earth by about 1 centimeter each year. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is how tides work. Two bulges in Earth's oceans are created by gravitational interaction of the Earth and Moon. As Earth spins, the bulge of water sweeps over the planet's surface, creating changes in the sea level and high and low tides. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
When you make a positive claim, you have what's called the burden of proof. The burden of proof typically lies with the person making the claim. The burden of proof is on the one that makes the positive claim. When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. I'm a stupid
This
flat
is a
earther,
3-second
right? And I'm just a
song.
loser.
Good morning. What is going
Stop.
on? What is somebody just playing clips over and over?
Yes.
I came in here to somebody reading from something they claimed was somebody's Bible. I'm just wondering whose Bible
That's
was wrong.
Beeble's God-safe science books that he indoctrinates his kids with.
He indoctrinates his kids with. Okay.
Same as McToon.
Yeah, heliosexualism.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Scientists.
So if I found some flirts to talk to, then, eh? All right. Sounds fun. All right. So,
Are you a globetrot?
no, I'm someone that lives in reality. I'd like to introduce you to it, but I doubt that I can. I doubt that I can. Anyway, okay, so I heard somebody reading something that described the gravitational interaction between Earth and its largest satellite, the Moon. And yeah, okay, and then so it did sound like a Bible. It sounded more like a kid's book explaining some basic physics of like the interaction between the sun and, or not the sun, the Moon and the Earth. So like, where's the disconnect here? Where are we running into a problem?
Well, I see no problem except that book's designed to teach a Jewish God from the Old Testament to young children
Okay.
through scientism.
So like the God of Abraham.
Yeah.
The same, because most people believe that there's sort of six major religious categories that believe in the God of Abraham, right?
Okay.
And they all have different scripts and different scriptures in different languages. I know a lot of people who are Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and I don't know so many people from other sects. I guess I know a few people who are Eastern Orthodox that have different views. But most of the people I know who are religious believe that the Earth is a globe because it is, and they also understand how gravity works and orbital mechanics and stuff like that. So, so I don't know if there's a problem having the God of Abraham taught in a book that also gives a really cursory view of how gravity works.
The problem is hypocrisy, because these but are really angry at flat earthers for teaching their kids what they want to teach.
Oh, okay.
But then we catch them using God-safe science books.
Okay, I mean it depends on, like there is. I will not say for 1 second that there isn't quite a bit of hypocrisy in all sorts of things, I guess I would say. Like I find hypocrisy in most religions there's hypocrisy in their scriptures, right? Like it says one thing and then says another, and they don't actually comport with one another. And you can say the same thing about science if you like look at an old science book and a new one and say, well, this new stuff refutes this old stuff, but science is meant to get better information over time. So that I don't really find that to be a problem. Some people do. Some people don't like that science changes to deal with new information. But I kind of like that aspect of it, but I do find it weird. But people can have like one weird view and one totally normal one, or maybe they have all totally normal views and just one thing they think is something that doesn't comport with the reality the majority of people see. So I think those things could all be true all at once.
Yeah, it could be true all at once, but I just don't think it is.
Well, like, what is the like? So you think if you believe in the God of Abraham, understanding orbital mechanics and gravity, that's kind of off the table?
No, it's
No?
using the fascination of nature to instill the idea that God's real, while having a go at other people for what they teach their kids.
Oh, that's a fair complaint.
It's not that I really care. It's just that I'm making a point.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be religious and understand science at the same time.
No.
No? Okay.
If you're religious and you're teaching your kids a fantasy that you've chosen, you can't
Yeah.
have a go at other people for thinking Earth's flat, because you're
Yeah,
more crazy.
okay.
You're more crazy than them.
Yeah, so like someone like Will Duffy, I think, is a good example of someone who's been called out for being a young Earth creationist, but also being upset with flat earthers for not understanding the shape of the Earth. Yeah, and I understand the complaints against him, and I have no idea about his character too much because I only see him in his own videos mostly and a couple of interviews he's done. He comes off as like sort of a genial enough person, but that doesn't mean anything about who they are. But I do find it very strange that they hold some very strict religious views on a number of topics that don't comport with scientific reality, but they're really hammering hard on flat Earth. And I think people have called him out for that, and I get that, and I'm not at all against calling him out for that, especially the things that he says publicly. Like if he wants to quietly hold a view that I disagree with, while also holding views that I do agree with, I mean that's just going to happen, right? Like multiple people on Earth are going to agree on some things and disagree on others. That's a given. I don't think any of us would expect anything else. Like, I don't know how many people are in the room right now. I know not everybody's active at one time in voice chat. But let's say there's 20 of us. What are the chances that if we were given a survey with 50 questions on it, that more than 2 of us would answer identically on every question?
Yeah, I've spoken to Will about creationism.
Okay.
With respect to genetics, and like I hear the criticism. I mean, he's a science denier in one aspect and then not in another.
Yeah,
I don't know. What he said to me is that he trusts experts, but he's sort of giving more weight to creationist experts, so creationist PhDs and those sort of guys.
Yeah.
And I basically think, particularly one PhD creationist is a complete liar.
I have not yet met one who works for a big organization that isn't grifting for pay. There are a couple that I've met that don't do it professionally, that I think have genuine beliefs, and they're able to somehow parse things by granting that their God is fairly magical.
But at least Duffy can admit this, that where you've got McToon, Omni, Jesse, Beeble, none of these guys admit it, and there's many more.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've never heard Toon talk about his religion other than admitting that he's religious.
Exactly.
And I've always
that's my point. He
suspected
doesn't
that,
dare
yeah.
discuss his fantasy.
Well, and he may realize that that doesn't fly. I actually don't like. Toon and I aren't great friends
had
or
to
anything.
block
I've interacted with him a couple of times. He again, like Will, he seems like a nice enough guy. But the fact that he homeschools his children is often, not always, it's often a tell that somebody is trying to make sure certain parts of reality aren't taught to their children.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not always the case. Some people just don't trust the school system. Some people live in areas where the school system is really terrible, especially in the USA. Like if I lived in the US, like if I somehow got like forced down there for some reason, my wife's a professional educator. I would rather that my wife, who's a Canadian trained teacher, teach our children than some of the things I hear go on in some American educational institutions.
Yeah, but you can teach your kids at home. Some people think God's real. Some people think
Mhm.
science is real. Some people think both's real. Some people think a different God is real.
That's what my children have been taught. They've been taught that there's many, probably at this point, millions of different takes on religion, and that their mother and I happen to not believe in any deity of any kind, but we do believe that people believe this.
But what these
And we
books say,
respect people can.
these books say, because experts in science who are definitely telling the truth say blah 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 blah, this confirms Job 13:2, blah 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 blah.
Well, I've heard people do that with and some people are very strongly against this. I've heard people say, well, the Big Bang is just the creator, like the Big Bang is just a poetic way of in science saying that God created everything and brought everything forth or whatever, right? And that, I mean, if somebody wants to believe that, that's fine. I'm not so happy with religious people like jumping down their throats on that, but I also
I
realize
think it is a religious myth, and you have to trust in expansion to believe it's even real.
Sorry, which one's a religious myth? The Big Bang?
Scientific
okay.
Big Bang theory, yeah. It makes sense to me logically that we're in an explosion and stuff's coming out and it was smaller to start with. But that's still a huge question mark of why.
Oh, the why? No, like the why I don't think has an answer in our current paradigm of thought.
That's what I'm saying. It's a scientific theory, but actually it's just a religious myth.
Well, if we ascribe it to a creator god or a bunch of gods who got together in a committee, depending on what part of history you're in, one might make more sense than the other. But also geographically, a lot of people still have polytheist thinking. But if you ascribe this to them, then you could also ask the God. Like let's ask the God of Abraham, why did you do this? What was your purpose? And people say, well, it's a mystery. But why would God do this?
My answer is he's an artist and he was bored. And that's what all masculine entities do, is make things.
They make things when they're bored?
Yeah, it's like the desire to have sex. You just have to.
So are you saying that feminine entities don't make things?
No, I'm saying they're normally, in symbology, they're the canvas or the empty space that was there first, or the muse, and then the man creates. That's not man, it's masculine.
Okay. I mean, that's certainly not something I've experienced, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
So the empty void of no universe would be the womb, and then the universe is the sperm exploding inside.
Okay.
Exploded
But
again last night.
The womb isn't empty. Nothing happens in a womb without also the egg that the woman has made. And
Yeah, I think that's the
two pieces have to come together.
That's the magic bit, but it comes forth through masculine will. That's only the symbol. It could be the other way around.
Okay. I mean, I can understand like magical symbolism about this, but like
like a baby pops out, it's a boy or a girl. The woman made it, but the creation was the man's desire to get erect and blast off.
But what about the woman's desire to have an orgasm and release an egg?
Yeah, sure. So that's another one of the causes of the Big Bang. The woman was lonely too.
Well, I'm not necessarily lonely. Like maybe she just wanted to get off. Like, women have sexual desire too. Like men, it's not a strictly male thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. But it takes the man to come in with the magic wand.
Well, I mean, a man could come into a fucking Kleenex and nothing will happen. But he still made
That's
this
what I'm
art
saying, yeah.
piece in the Kleenex, right?
The Big Bang is the magic blast off.
Are we living in a universe of cum, Dawn?
Yeah. Magic fluid.
Okay.
That explains everything.
Yeah, all cum stains.
Yes.
No, it's more about the act of sex rather than the actual sperm.
I'm gonna come.
Nice.
So you are making them. How are you? How is that one just available?
Some are. I mean, I am member of a lot of servers, so there's a lot of ones to pick between, you know.
I don't know any other models for how the universe started, really. So I've just applied symbology to that one main one. So in that way, the fact we haven't really got another model, we just think it was smaller and it's coming out. Maybe that's the best model because it's the only one.
In other news, Ozian is a registered sex offender.
Yeah, who is Ozian? Can you tell me his backstory?
I've just seen him on Modern Day Debate a bit, and he's been doing a channel with what's his name, Max, the Brazilian dude. Yeah, he tried to. There was a fake honeypot ad that he replied to for a 15-year-old, I think it was. And yeah,
And how old's he?
51.
Okay, that's quite a big
Yeah.
gap.
Quite.
What if she was 19? I'd let him off if she was 19.
Well, 19 would be legal, right? So yeah, but he's been sentenced to 8 months prison apparently.
But what if he was 25 and she was 15? I might let him off then.
No, I think it's still. I think the gap has to be like 2 years or something like that.
Wait, this was
No,
recent?
I'm saying I'm quite radical, so I'd let someone off if they were young with a 15-year-old, but a 51-year-old with a 15-year-old is obviously into young girls.
It's recent in that I only heard about it today.
I know who you're talking about. He's always debating.
Yep.
I'm just checking. His Twitter's gone. His Twitch has gone.
Yeah. Everything's gone. Yeah. It's pretty weird. Like, if you get like this happened in 2023, apparently. I mean,
one
wouldn't you just
mistake.
fucking disappear from the internet?
It's a huge mistake, and it's one mistake. It's like he got caught with his hand in a cookie jar.
Yeah.
But in the internet, people that's enough, isn't it? People decide who you are based on that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, this was there was no actual harm done. It was a bait ad, so he didn't actually, fuck a child.
I imagine
but-
someone baited him, someone else in the community.
No, it was a police operation apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So how does
they're probably
how does the community know about it?
Someone posted on Twitter a couple of days ago. I don't know how they know who he is, like his name. That'd be an interesting story. Like, how did they make the link there?
So it's not. Is it called a sex offence if it's just a bait ad?
Yeah. I think he tried to meet her. Let me find the
yeah.
text. Let me find the text. It is...
That's unbelievable, dude. I mean, the guy,
Oh,
you can call it entrapment. Sometimes they try to call entrapment.
Yeah,
when you tempt the guy,
hate those people. They're also partly to blame because they set up
No,
the
they
cookie
are.
jar. They set up the cookie jar and said,
Like he
"Ooh,
would have
look
never probably
at that."
been tempted.
Right. He might
So-
not have
yeah.
ever gone for a cookie.
I don't know.
But still, dude, he did.
Yep. There's this.
The CIA used the same.
I never liked that guy, anyways, dude. Whatever.
Oh, he was a shit debater. Like that's yeah.
Yeah.
By the way.
Solicitate with a
chat.
15-year-old girl, dude. That's messed up.
Yeah. So click the link in the chat, and he's Anthony Michael Beavers near the bottom.
There's a
And it was,
musician.
yeah,
called
15-year-old.
Ozian.
Hey?
There's a musician from Switzerland called Ozian. Is that him?
No.
No, he's from America. Pretty sure. What is he, Canadian or American?
He's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
You've probably seen him, Don. You've probably seen him. You just don't remember him.
Maybe.
Yeah, you would have seen him. Beavers was accused of responding to an undercover ad on a known prostitution website and arranging for sexual conduct and activity with a 15-year-old in exchange for $280, arriving in East Palestine for the meeting. So he went there and, yeah.
What? He went to East Palestine.
Palestine.
No, there's a place.
Palestine.
There's a place there's a place over here called.
Okay, but
Palestine.
they waited. So he went
Yeah, East
to the
Palestine.
place and they got him. Jesus.
Yeah.
East Palestine.
Traveled across the border. Oh, Matthias. Let me get a meme back into Matthias.
I want Matthias to snap out of it because I hate him when he's this angry.
Oh, he's just.
He's not always this bad, dude.
I know he's spiraled. He's conflated evil with thinking Earth might be a globe.
I have a pre-prepared meme for you.
That's the
Matthias.
least of the worries, dude.
No, but I mean, in here, he calls us heliocentric cultists, and it's like we're just disagreeing, dude. We're not evil people.
That's definitely part of the cult, dude. What you talking about?
Yeah, flat Earth is a cult.
The anti-flat
Yeah,
earthers.
it's part of the culture, the globe.
anti-flat earthers have to be blamed for the world's issues.
You guys just have a really big cult. That's all. We have a smaller one.
So even if I give you that, yeah, I just wish Matthias was less angry about cults existing. It's like he should get over that by now.
Oh, he's in one.
Exactly, he should own it.
Yeah.
He's not even in one, dude. He's a lone wolf.
He's a flat earther. Yeah.
It's the
He's
cult
in a cult.
ideology of flat Earth that's made him angry at the cult of globe Earth. And what happens is he's making himself get bullied by up to 5, 6, 7 people at once every day. And that's horrible.
Yeah. See if I respond. I'll respond to one of his comments and see if he unhides, because he's got me blocked. See if he unhides my comment just to put an emoji on it.
The blocking thing can become the spiral too. It's happened to me. Because if you block someone who your ego still wants to reply to, then you're stuck looking at everything.
Oh, I haven't got an
Like your
emoji yet.
ex-girlfriend?
Like your mom. I'm disappointed, Matthias, whatever his fucking name is, Matthias.
You guys heard about that volcano that erupted yesterday
Negative.
in Italy? It wasn't like
Oh, I got some
catastrophic,
emojis.
but it wasn't
Sorry, I got
cataclysmic.
emojis.
But nice.
I'm not
There's
really
another
surprised
one.
because-
Go ahead,
I'm not,
dude.
re-
I didn't hear you.
I'm not really surprised because that volcano blows up like every couple of months. It
Oh,
simply
really?
like, yeah, people just don't really care about it, so it isn't reported as frequently because it happens so frequently.
Oh, so they just fear mongering then. But no,
Oh, this is
Yeah,
there's
Manhattan.
another.
All right.
There's another volcano supposed to erupt next month off the coast of Washington, I think, under the ocean. You heard about that one? It's like a mile wide. They're literally saying it's going to erupt next month. Like they're like waiting for it to erupt any moment. That one's supposed to cause a central tsunami or some shit. I don't know.
That's lame. I'm waiting for the Yellowstone super volcano to erupt. That will be something more fascinating.
There's nothing more than a big ass tsunami hitting the west coast, dude, from Washington to California.
I mean, when you think about it, we didn't have some major cataclysm since a very long time, like a big asteroid or a big volcano. It was also like always like a local thing where like a couple of islands were destroyed at worst.
Yeah.
But this doesn't mean it's never going to happen.
Where are you from? You from Poland?
Yes.
Just wondered.
Yeah, no problem. Matthias is a very funny person because he unironically tells people that he blocked them as this was supposed to be a win.
Apparently, Ukraine just got hit again.
Yeah. Oh
Heard some
no.
bad news last night about Russia too. That they're hurting.
Bad news about Russia.
Actually,
Or great news. Good news or bad news that Russia got bombed?
no, I heard bad news that they're actually feeling it now. Like they're hurting.
For me, it's amazing news that they got bombed.
A lot of their rare earth mineral supplies have been cut off. Like basically all of it. Like anything external. A lot of their external imports are being cut off. Like everywhere. They're basically
in the chat.
right now they're basically relying on their own mineral and natural energy. Like they can't rely anymore because the U.S. and the West has cut them off from like everything, not just oil, not just gas, like everything.
Did you hear about the way they bombed those Russians? Because it was
yeah.
very very well planned action. They basically like imported trucks into Russia, and inside of those trucks there were drones hidden, and those drones just kind of like flew out of those trucks and started bombarding targets way deep inside of Russia. And they didn't even realize there were drones inside.
Yeah. He's a big chunk, dude, of jets. Last time I heard, they had like 108. I forget. Go ahead. But I heard Putin's mad with Germany right now. He even threatened to nuke Germany, dude. Nuke Berlin. Seriously. I mean, I don't have the source right in front of me, but
They're not going to do that, because if they did that, then they are going to also get nuked, and it will be a mutual destruction. I don't think Putin is enough stupid to do that.
I know, but he's threatening to actually bomb Berlin if they F him over or some shit. I don't know all the details, but I'm driving. I'd pull it up right now, but so right now Putin's pissed off at Germany. He's pissed off at Europe. He's pissed off at America. And it's like,
I'm just reading about that drone operation, and it's even more funny because they actually somehow managed to infiltrate Russia and build those drones inside of Russia, and then they transported them through those trucks somewhere deeper inside of Russia to strike deeper targets. And that kind of makes sense, because I don't think Russian border control would allow trucks full of drones to go into Russia.
So that, yeah, dude, I was surprised. I mean, I'm not really that surprised. The surprising part is like they were able to infiltrate Russia with these what was it, like trucks, right?
Yeah.
But the drone warfare, bro, is 21st century. If you be on your Xbox, that's basically what they're doing. But I was gonna say, there's
You're roboting, but I don't know if that's a fault of my connection or your connection, because nobody else is speaking.
No, it's definitely on his end.
Okay, thank you. Drone warfare, it basically made tanks obsolete, because you have to spend millions of dollars to build one, and you can destroy it with a very small explosive with a drone that can be built for like $100 maybe. So Russia-Ukraine war basically revolutionized the warfare, and it's made what other countries spend like billions of dollars on obsolete.
Explosive devices that were being used by the Afghanis. You guys got guys in sandals running around blowing up Humvees, blowing up.
I think in the future
And then
advances will be like made with small infantry groups. So even if a drone strikes you, the losses wouldn't be so significant.
yeah, I was gonna say that there's a prophet. His name's Henry Groover, Christian missionary, like 30-something years. And he spoke of a vision he had in the 80s, like 1989, 1988. And he spoke about seeing a future warfare between Russia and America. And like this is before any of this blew up like the way it's going on right now. Like he talked about everything, dude. You got people talking about touch screens before touch screens were out, about 5G towers being popped up everywhere, like back then, right? But he said something that always stuck with me that I remember listening, and he said that the point where Russia starts to put up their white flag, like we give up, like like mercy, we give up. The point when the other countries like Europe and America start accepting Russian refugees because their country is so famished, right? So decapitated and depraved that their people are dying of hunger. Russia, Putin will put up the white flag and be like, enough is enough. And then he'll start releasing his population to the neighboring countries as refugees. He will allow them to leave the country as refugees. And then is when he's gonna give the fatal blow, where he's planning something crazy, like suicidal type of shit. And I'm waiting for that moment. And I remember him saying that in the 80s. He was talking about it, bro. I'm waiting for the day where Russia starts to release Russian refugees to the West, and the West starts accepting Russian refugees by the shipload, plane load, whatever. I already know that's. I don't know if he's legit, but he sounded pretty legit. He was convinced in his mind that this is all gonna go down. But he described volcanic eruptions at the same time as this war is going out, to the point where at one point the Russian jets are gonna get caught in like some ash debris, because it's as the war is going on, there's gonna be like volcanoes erupting and shit, dude. I don't know if it's gonna be that crazy.
Yeah, I don't think volcano eruptions will have a correlation with warfare, but Russia could pull off that they will basically send refugees to the West who would be like pretending they're politically persecuted in Russia, and then they would like commit terrorist attacks. But I don't think that is going to work, because the European Union already has some strict migration laws for the Russians. They are already pretty skeptical and don't really give them visas pretty often. I heard like of a Russian complaining on YouTube recently that Poland didn't give him like permit to stay in Poland. So that's why I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, I get that, and I don't know if this is gonna happen either. This is just some random guy, one of a couple guys that kind of had visions in the 80s of the future around our time right now. And what they described was very particular, bro. Like, so when Russia, after Russia, acts like they gave up, they're defeated, right? They put up the white flag, and then the West starts accepting refugees. That's when they're gonna hit us with some type of secret weapon that they have, whether it's an EMP or nuke. I don't know, dude. I don't even know if nukes are real. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm on the fence about it. But apparently, they're gonna hit us with some type of EMP and a nuke right after. The EMP first will disable the grid, and then the nuke is supposed to. It's not gonna be like a big ass nuke. It's gonna be strategically placed nukes, like surgical nukes, in all the major cities. And in Putin's mind, he's gonna hit the democratic cities. Like he's gonna hit probably San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland. Miami, probably, allegedly. But for whatever reason, one of the nukes hits in the West and it activates, it like causes an earthquake and a volcanic eruption at the same time, dude. That's what this guy's vision was all about. So while jets are flying around, dude, you got ash going up in the sky, dude. It looks like cataclysmic. We'll see, dude. You heard it from me, bro.
I don't think it's going to happen, but if it will happen, I will remember what you told me.
There's also this idea. You know that one volcano that erupted a couple years ago? Was it the Tonga eruption? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about, like in Indonesia, somewhere like that.
Somewhere around there, and allegedly Russia was running experiments. Like, this is all classified stuff, but apparently it got leaked. But Russia was like testing bombs inside of volcanoes to see what would happen, and they were purposely trying to make the volcano erupt. And they dropped the bomb inside of its caldera, and it caused that eruption. And the Tonga eruption was caused by human intervention.
That's actually pretty sick.
I heard Russia did that. I don't know if it's true though. Obviously. Who keeps using the soundboard? That shit's annoying.
I think he's doing a good job.
All right, no, it's fine. Whatever. I'm just saying it's annoying. I didn't say you can't use it. I'm just saying.
Oh, it's the same eruption that the globetrotters use as a proof of the globe.
You think it's possible for human beings to drop a bomb inside a caldera, cause an explosion?
I don't know that much about the geology of how volcanoes work, but possibly.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they used something like that against us. Like if they knew there were certain areas that was geologically active in America, like right now, like literally there's a volcano offshore. If they, use that to their advantage.
Like there's a super volcano below the Yellowstone National Park, but it's underground, and it's supposed to be one of the largest volcanoes on the Earth. So if they use something like that there, then like dropping a nuke, then yeah, people could be done in the area.
Yeah, double whammy. But yeah, there's literally one. If you look it up right now, take a second to look it up. There's one off the shore in the Pacific. It's a mile wide. It's not considered a super volcano. It's right underneath it being considered a super volcano. It's a mile wide. and it's about to erupt next month. They said allegedly. I don't know how they can come up with the numbers like that. Like, oh, in 30 days it's gonna erupt because they got the people freaking out.
Yeah, Tonga's just past Fiji in the Pacific Islands over there. Yeah, I got a Tongan guy who is at work, or he might be a New Zealander with roots back there. Yeah. Yeah,
The
I
thing
wouldn't
was
know if
actually
a
realistic
volcano
as
could
fuck.
be.
I genuinely thought someone was knocking to my door for a moment.
What were you saying?
Never mind.
No, the other guy who I don't know. He was saying something.
Yeah, one of the guys at work is part Tongan, part New Zealand, so he would have family, like grandparents that were in Tonga. Yeah, Pacific Islanders, just past Fiji. Yeah.
Top of the morning. Wake up.
It's afternoon here.
Eight a.m. where I'm at. Not exactly the top of the morning, but I feel like a lot of people are sleeping still. I remember last night I left and I came this morning. The same people are still in the chat. Amazing. So what do you guys think Putin's gonna do? Inevitably, like, we keep pushing him to the corner. The whole world keeps pushing him into the corner, draining his supplies, destroying his military. Granted, he's got a lot of territory, a lot of natural resources, but at the same time, like, a lot of that stuff's deep in the tundra. It's not easily accessible. What do you think he's gonna do?
I think at some point they will have to reach a stalemate, and Russia will basically take the lands that they already conquered, and Ukraine will basically stay in those smaller borders. I think that both sides don't have enough power to push the other side completely out of their territories. So inevitably, they will reach a stalemate at some point and realize they don't have that power. I don't think it's going to have any like effective ending.
So they're just gonna the war's just gonna fizzle out. You saying?
Yes, basically.
No, it's not gonna end with a bang.
That's what I believe. Yes.
I thought they have a meeting today. They have a meeting today. They sit down together. Apparently.
The Western countries, they pretend like they want Ukraine to recapture the lost territories, and Ukraine somehow believes that. but in reality they are kind of grinding the Russian military equipment to destroy it, for them to be weaker in a hypothetical future war with NATO. So at some point, even Ukraine is going to realize that they are not going to capture it, and they were just kind of used by the Western countries to do that, and it's going to end. But at the same time, NATO isn't going to like supply Ukraine with so little equipment that Russia is going to push them out into like capture the entire country, because that will also pose a risk to NATO, because Russia then will have a direct border with NATO, where Ukraine border was. So that is also not going to work. That's why I think it's going to end with a stalemate.
It's funny how Western media has spun this, and you guys believe this. Like it's like I have to keep saying this, man. There's no way. I repeat, no way Ukraine is gonna win this. Like bet everything you have, man. There's just no chance Ukraine is gonna win this war. Zero.
I'm not saying they are going to win it, but Russia isn't going to win it either. They won't capture the capital.
Yes, they are. They're gonna win. They're gonna keep Crimea. They're gonna keep those things that they took, those 3 states, and they're gonna take more. The more the war goes on, the more eventually they're gonna take all of Ukraine. They can and they will. It's only a matter of time.
If we assume the rate of capturing the new territories is going to stay the same, then they are going to capture the entire Ukraine in like over 100 years. Someone actually calculated that. So no,
In 100 years, yeah. You keep listening to that. you keep listening to that comedy, whatever that is.
You're
yeah.
making.
I don't know what's gonna happen, SC, bro. I really don't know.
SC, you're laughing at me believing in that data, but at the same time, you unironically believe that Russia, at the beginning of the war, wanted to capture Kiev, but they actually didn't want to capture Kiev. It was just kind of a setup, and they, from the beginning, they knew they are going to fight an attrition war, even though they spent their best units on trying to capture that Kiev. So I'm not the one who's delusional here.
They didn't
You
use their
most
best.
certainly are, my friend. Unfortunately, because this is lives we're talking about. Yeah, you have no clue what you're talking about, bro. I'm sorry.
So SC Montreal, when you say Ukraine isn't going to win, aren't they? I mean, do you truly think that Russia is going to take all of the country? Because that was their original objective.
No, that was not their original objective. No, they don't want to take the whole country, and they're even making deals right now to prove it. They're saying if they stop, we're going to keep what we have, and they can have the rest of it. All they want assurances that they're not going to join NATO, and they're not going to have like a militarized situation. That's all they want.
There's
rest
also
is
like
all CIA propaganda. They want to take down Russia. That's what this whole mission was about.
one of the like over there, like after they took Crimea, Ukraine blocked off potable water and things like that. And I would say that this objective of what Putin tried to do is trying to kind of secure the Donbass and those other 2 regions as well. But I just, like I said, I don't see how Russia can administer Ukraine, and then on top of it, now they're creating a land border that they can't even defend now. Going forward, it just doesn't look like it's going to be a good win for Russia, no matter what.
Russia can barely control its own provinces in its own country. There are a lot of provinces that are far away from Moscow, that are far away from St. Petersburg, that are like it's like the states. Russia is a federal subject, which means that there's a lot of states that have semi-autonomy which means that they can somehow control themselves outside of Russian influence. If Russia can't even control them, what makes you so sure that we'll be able to even control Ukraine? This war has been a complete disaster for Russia. They were supposed to be one of the biggest powerhouses in the world, and Ukraine has successfully kept them back for years. The idea that Russia is going to somehow be able to control the Ukraine is entirely insane.
It's so funny, man. When I listen to you, it's like listening to a CNN general. You clearly have no idea what's going on, bro. Clearly zero. It's like CNN talking points. But hey, you'll wait, you'll see. Remember this conversation, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you've
why
been saying that for months, dude. You've been saying that for months, and
that's
nothing
kind
has
of why
changed.
I was asking about like the objective that you're talking about, because I don't disagree that Russia will probably end up quote unquote winning this war, but the it's kind of like a Pyrrhic victory. I don't see one. They've been demolished, infrastructure wise, everything wise going forward, and then like I said, administering that border is going to be they couldn't even do it now. They drove trucks into Ukraine and did the drone bombing. So I'm sorry, into Russia. So it's like
They can't even control their own states. They can barely control their own people. There's a lot of Russians that are completely against the war. But Russia is not united. It's not. If they can barely control their people, how are they going to control Ukraine?
Where are you getting this? They barely control their people. That's a delusional statement, bro. They have records of men joining the army. And clearly, you're just not aware, bro. Sorry, but you just don't know.
Nah, Russia has military dissidents already during the Soviet era. There's a long tradition of people not wanting to join the military in Russia for a very long time. You probably haven't even been to Russia, so who gives a
Clear
shit?
delusion, bro, about a country that has won, that has defeated just about every empire. You just simply are not aware of what you're talking about,
Yeah,
sir.
they couldn't defeat a small country like Ukraine. Yeah, right.
Ukraine
That's the thing. That's the thing that you're not getting, Montreal. Russia was
should have
supposed to
looked
be a
at how big-
superpower. They were supposed to be able to crush any country at a whim. They demonstrated that they can't anymore. The entire
Buddy,
world
let me
is
educate
doubting
you.
if Russia is a military
Okay, let me
superpower at all
educate you
anymore.
a bit. Right. Let me educate you a bit. They've done war games, right? They've done war games against Russia, and then every single time NATO loses. Do you understand that? You have no idea what you're talking about, man.
That's not accurate.
Russia
Yeah, see.
is a superpower. It is a land-based superpower. There's no chance in hell that NATO could attack Russia right now. Inconceivable, impossible, according to every military source.
NATO doesn't want to
every
attack Russia.
single
That's
one.
what you're making up. That's
You're
not the
just
idea.
I think you need to
not
look
in
how
the know, buddy.
small Ukraine
You're just
is.
flapping your jaws and interrupting.
No, I think the guy needs to look how small Ukraine is.
Great.
That was a thing like a couple weeks ago. Is that still happening?
What thing?
They were beefing up troop presence near the Finnish border, near Finland.
Are you saying the Russians or NATO?
The Russians.
Yeah, the Russians apparently, according to my sources, right? The Russians have amassed almost 1 million men. Almost 1 million men, well equipped, trained with the top military gear. It's like a very frightening thing, bro.
Why do you suppose that is?
Yeah.
Is what?
Why do you think they're doing that?
Because if the deal doesn't go through, they're just gonna roll on in. They're just gonna roll on in. They're gonna go into Kiev, and they're gonna denazify it. If it's not done by hook, it's gonna be done by crook.
I think he's going to assassinate him more than anything. I mean, I think Putin's only option would be to assassinate the Ukrainian president, make it look internal, try to do something like that. But like I said, I don't know how they're going to administer Ukraine. You know, if you look at the U.S. Army, we had a problem administering Iraq. We had a problem administering Afghanistan. and we are better than Russia. We would crush Russia in every war game. If you take nukes out of it, because that's mutual assured destruction, they have no chance. Every war game that you play with Russia versus NATO, it is a more equal playing field, but NATO wins about 60 to 70% of the time. The problems with NATO are the Article 5. Will everyone honor Article 5? That's a question that it's up in the air. And that's kind of how those war game scenarios pan out towards Russia. But if everyone honors Article 5 and everyone is actively fighting and there's no nukes involved, Russia has no chance.
I don't know
He's
what info
trying
you're
to
getting, but I'm
frame it.
getting the complete opposite
He's trying
info
to
in the
frame
war
it.
games.
No, like you're trying to frame it as if Russia always had the option to completely run over Ukraine and end the war now. That's not at
I
all
didn't
what
say that.
has
I said
happened.
now.
That's
They
not
could
what's
do that
happening now, and that's not what's going to happen in the future. Like, I don't know what delusional idea you have that Russia, by choice, want to end the conflict with 1 million soldiers. If they wanted to win, they would have done it a long time ago.
Right, buddy. Yeah. Keep on your delusions and
Well, the
No,
problem
but like,
with the
are you hearing yourself? Are you
Yeah.
hearing yourself? You're
the
telling me that
biggest
Russia
problem
wants to lose by design. It's crazy.
Well, the biggest problem Russia has is their army itself. It's unreliable. Every general lies, every lieutenant lies, and that's what they're getting. That's why it's taken them so long. You know, like they model their battles based off of data reports that are lies, and they send more troops to get slaughtered. So, like their entire system is kind of FUBAR. Um, it's not it has not, like, after Soviet era, it was locked down and everyone kept their job by lying, by saying we're the best, we're the best, we're the best, and they're showing that they're not. I mean, it's historic with Russia. They've never been able to handle logistics ever in the modern war sense. You know, they did it during the Napoleon Wars because you just put people on fucking carts and send them west, but it's different now, and you see that they did try to take Ukraine. They did spend their best troops, their best equipment, trying to get to Kiev, and they got fucking crushed. I mean, it's very straightforward.
No, it's not,
They
man.
lost against
They-
the Finnish, they lost against the Afghanistans, and they're losing against the Ukraine. This is not something that is weird. It is something that has happened throughout history a ton of time post World War II.
Wow, the shock is going to be great, man. I'm going to remember these conversations. The shock of you
Saying
guys.
that for months and nothing has
gonna
changed,
be-
Montreal. You've been
it's
saying
just
that
gonna
for
be great,
months.
and
Nothing has
try not
changed.
to interrupt. It's very rude, bro. I know it hurts you, but you've interrupted me every time I speak. I know it's hard what I'm trying to tell you, right? But you will see it. Only a matter of time.
I will
Yeah,
be shocked.
you've been saying
if-
that for months. You're saying that civilization would crumble for months. Nothing has changed.
I would be shocked if Russia did take Kiev. I would be very shocked. I would be. That would be something where I'm like, wow, because I mean, you looked at the reports from the beginning of the war. You know, you talk about the West forcing the Ukrainians to fight. We offered Zelensky a plane to get the F out of there. He said no. They want to fight. So at the end of the day, it's a problem Russia's going to have if they win. It's a Pyrrhic victory. I don't see how they have the economy to administer. I don't see how they have the ability to defend their new border. And then when you look at just how decimated they've become over this last 4 years, it'll take another 10 years for them to rebuild to be able to be any type of military presence. And you're seeing the rearmament of Germany. You're seeing France stepping up. You're seeing all these different countries in that area that are going to be rearming essentially as well. So I don't see it. I see Russia as a paper tiger going forward. I've always said in America, why the fuck are we spending $900 billion to fight Russia? It costs like 75 cents apparently to get a bunch of fucking drones. So I mean, it's just like at the end of the day, like I would be very shocked if they took Kiev. I really would.
Let me ask you, if there's such a crappy army, and why is America? Why does your president want to stop the war? Why is he giving shit to Zelensky and telling him there's no way you can win? It's a loss. So you know better than the president. You know better than the American.
I do know better than the American president because I'm not going to put these tariffs on.
Big shot coming your way, buddy.
I think that's not. I don't think you know how much the president knows or not. Yeah.
I would say, as an American, our president is incompetent. Our president possibly can't read. Our president is a criminal. He's a convicted felon, and he is a liable sex offender. So at the end of the day, I would say I do know more than him, and him pressing Ukraine to surrender and Russia not to do the thing that they should do to do a peace. Our president isn't helping this situation at all. It's actually embarrassing to watch that fucking Oval Office meeting when he's in there yelling about Zelensky and all that. It's embarrassing. The soft power America is losing under this man is irreversible. We've destroyed Bretton Woods. It's almost as if he's a fucking Russian plant, because at the end of the day, the only person who's benefiting is Russia. We don't have tariffs on Russia right now. Think about that.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is your president is a moron. That's true. He is a megalomaniac. But the people advising him, right, they know.
They're just as dumb.
Your defense secretary knows. Please don't interrupt him.
I'm sorry,
try not to fucking interrupt once while I talk, man. Please. Can you do it?
Yes, but you're saying that the people around him
I ain't talking
Hold on.
I'm just not going to do it. It's fucking early. Talk to
SC, I
yourself.
got you. SC, I got you. Please, guys, one at a time. Let SC finish his point. He's been interrupted like 3 or 4 times already.
It's not worth it, bro. He's just gonna tell me CNN shit. It's just not worth it. We're just gonna have to wait and see. That's it.
CNN. I've not told you anything from CNN. And like I said, at the end of the day, Pete Hegseth is a fucking moron. So I don't know. You're trying to say the people around him are smart. That's not true. So that's the argument. We have an administration of fucking idiots running this country right now.
I'll agree with that. Yeah. What you're saying is now the military people that advised him to get out of Ukraine because we've been pumping money in for 3 years and they've been destroying everything. You're going to tell me that advice is not correct. What do you think we should do is give them more arms and more weapons, more money? That's what you think we should do?
Oh, so I do. So I used to have a fucking fight in this. I was mining Bitcoin in Ukraine, and that all got shut down. But one of the things that's going on there is, like I said, those individuals in Ukraine, they're not being conscripted. They're not being ripped out of schools. They're not being guns forced in their hand and pushed to the front line. These people are volunteering to go fight. So I would support anybody who wants to fight as an American, and we should honor our treaty with Ukraine that says we will support them because they gave up their nukes. So I believe that we should be honoring those things. When you're talking about Trump and people saying get out of Ukraine, get out of Ukraine, get out of Ukraine, I never wanted to start. I remember that February. I remember sitting there. I remember seeing it, and I just got so depressed because of the loss of life and the outcome. Because at no point can Ukraine stand on its own and defend itself from Russia. But at the same time, like I said, those people are fighting out of their own fruition. They want to fight. They want to fight for their freedom.
Well, you might think that, but I've seen and heard, and I've seen with my own eyes, video of Ukrainian military men. They go to bars because what you're saying is not true. The people are not wanting to go fight. They're running. They're leaving the country, right? There used to be 40 million. Now there's 20 million in Ukraine. It's completely decimated. So I don't know where you're getting this information, man. It's like
that they want to fight.
Completely on the opposite side of the truth.
Hold on, let me add something. Let me add something real quick. I just want to say that I don't know about his numbers, but I heard that at least 6 million to 10 million people left Ukraine. Mass exodus, right?
Yep.
Just leaving the country, which it's not surprising. I mean, they're getting bombed. Second thing, Zelensky is an American puppet. We toppled their government in like 2015 2016.
Yep.
We inserted Zelensky, right? So he's an American puppet, right? Second thing, hold on.
third.
Second thing, or third thing. Third thing is this, bro. Ukraine wouldn't be in this problem if America and the UN would have just not invaded Ukraine and started an American puppet and started putting a military presence on Russia's border. Go ahead.
And honestly, like I said, the expansion of NATO, I guess that's west. It was an issue because administering the Ukrainian border for Russia as is bad enough. So they might as well try to administer it, getting the Donbass and the other thing, the other region as well. But when you look at the long, big picture of it, yeah, 10 million, I think in the beginning, like 10 million people ran. Yeah, yes, people will run from war. If 40 million people are no longer there, yeah, they ran, but you have millions of people who are still there and still fighting. You know, like I said, in 2015, honestly, at the end of the day, when you look at it, 2015 happened, and then there was supplemental elections afterwards, and that coup, I'll call it a coup, that coup upheld. The people of that country liked the outcome of that coup.
Let me add to that. Hold on, let me add to that. So I appreciate you conceding the point that it was a coup d'etat, and that Zelensky most likely is a CIA operative, American puppet. This is something that we've been doing for a long time, right? We topple governments, we meddle in elections. The elections that were done in Ukraine were not legitimate, in my opinion. Yes, half the population in Ukraine is on board and support Zelensky. They're basically Democrats, right? They're the equivalent of Democrats, except in Ukraine. Now, the other half, though, if you really look into it, the people there've been independent journalists that have interviewed Ukrainians just randomly in the street, bro, and asked them their opinions on the whole thing, dude. Most Ukrainians can speak Russian, right?
Yep.
Most are of Russian descent. They remember the Soviet era. Hold on. Half of the Ukrainians, so just like in America, we have a civil divide right down the middle, left and right paradigms. In Ukraine, you have a civil divide almost right down the middle. Now, I can't give you the exact percentage, but it's around 50-50. So 50% of the population don't mind being absorbed by Russia, don't mind. They actually hate Zelensky. They hate the West.
And the thing is, it's like I'm not going to give you 50-50 on that, because there's just two things. So after the annexation of Crimea, Russia, and I have to honor this, Russia did a vote in Crimea, and it was administered by the West, and people in Crimea said, yes, the majority, it was above 50%. Yes, we would rather be quote unquote Russian. But you have to remember, like you made a claim, they remember the Soviet era, but there was an era before the Soviet era, and Ukraine was its own country. Ukraine used to kind of be Russia. Remember the Kievan Rus? It used to kind of be what Russia is now. Like that whole region was redefined after the Mongols wiped them the fuck out. But like when you look at the history of it, and Putin actually wrote a very good fucking paper about it, there is so much cultural interconnectivity between the Ukrainians and Russians that this war is fucking unnecessary. The problem is that in Ukraine, the economy and the people are doing better than Russians. So when you look at the Ukrainian system, the same thing in Taiwan and China. When you look at the Ukrainian system, you have the same similar cultural people, and they're doing economically better. That makes your government, aka the Russians, look bad. And it's the same shit that will probably spark Taiwan and China. And it's cultural, but like I said, there is no reason for a war other than the fact that you can't win the culture war. That's why Putin is fighting this, because he can't win the culture war, because what he's presenting doesn't work.
And to add, the reason that the people, half the population is on board with Zelensky and the West is because of the media campaign on their televisions. The same reasons that America so divided is because of the media, bro. So they've been media brainwashed in Ukraine to support Zelensky unconditionally. They don't believe that he's an American puppet. They believe they drank the Kool-Aid.
I would say that
These
I
people
don't
are-
think they think he's an American puppet. I mean, I don't think that. I don't think Zelensky is an American puppet. I think he potentially rose through a power vacuum that was created. But I don't think he's an American puppet. I don't think he sits around and does what we say, other than the fact that if he doesn't do it, we won't give him stuff. You saw when Trump got impeached the first time, he was attempting to withhold military aid for information on like Biden's son or some stupid shit like that.
So what Ukraine has been used by America, by the Biden administration, right? We've been using and abusing Ukraine, right? There's all type of embezzlement going on. We have Burisma with the whole gas company, and they've been using and abusing Ukrainians, bro. We've been meddling in their elections. Half the population thinks that Zelensky is an American puppet, and the other half doesn't. Just like in America, bro, we have literally like ideological clashes, like polarization, like you wouldn't believe. The same thing's going on over there, dude.
And I would say I would say in the West, in the Donbass, in those regions, did you in for the Crimea annexation, did you see the green men? Did you see that aspect?
You're talking about the what's that battalion called?
They weren't Wagner. They weren't Wagner. They were legitimate, like basic Ukrainian militia that support Russian heritage that's being supplied and supported by Russia. It wasn't Wagner.
Yeah, what are they called though?
They call them the Green Men. That's yeah, because they had on like green like frog suits basically. They didn't have any flags. They didn't have anything else like that. So like I said, like in the West, yeah, you do have that type of dynamic, but that could be administered with democracy. It could be like it was. Hey, do you guys want to be a part of Russia? Do you want to be part of Ukraine? That question was asked, and they lost that vote. It was the exact same people who administered the Crimea one. So like I said, at the same time, Putin is going to lose the culture war. That's why he fucking started fighting military, because his economy sucks. Ukraine has a better port than they do. They have, I would say, they're fucking almost everything they have, but they inherited a bunch of that shit from the Soviet era. Putin's like, well, if you want to be better than me, I'm want my shit back, and now try to be better than me. And like that's kind of the approach. It's if I can't have it, you can't have it. That's kind of what he's doing right now.
I'm gonna back out, but yeah, I just want to say that. Yo, I see you still there.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. It's just a waste of time, bro. It's just Western propaganda versus reality. So there's no way to convince these guys. They bought the Kool-Aid. They're just gonna have to wait and see the Russian bear do their thing. That's all. That's all.
So what
That's
part
a
of
Western propaganda versus Russian propaganda?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, you keep believing that.
What part is Western propaganda? Like the numbers say that Russia's equipment is down. The numbers say that they're conscripting people. People aren't walking up and signing up. The numbers say they've lost more men than the Ukrainians have. These are the numbers. So like I don't know why you say this is Western propaganda.
Everything you just said right now is not true. Every single word.
Okay. So if I can show you that Russia has lost more men than the Ukraine, Russia's not going to show you that, but 2 out of the 3 sources. But Russia's going to show you they lost a lot of men. Then will you start like accepting facts essentially?
No, buddy, I told you. You have no clue what you're talking about. Every person that I've heard, every expert, every military analyst, every teacher, everybody that has been talking about this, they all say the same thing. The troop loss is on the advantage of Russia. It's like 8-1. Their military is banging out equipment like there's no tomorrow. They're in full military footing. You just don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's not your fault. You've fallen for the propaganda. It's that simple.
Right. And so okay, so I have a set of facts and you have a set of facts. Why don't I say that you don't know what you're talking about? Like, why don't I go that
You can.
approach?
You can. You
Okay.
can say it, and just time will tell, right? You
Yeah,
can
I
say it.
agree,
I
but
can say it. Nobody believe any one of us, right? We're not there, but we'll just time will tell. We'll see
I hear,
who has the
but I,
correct information, me or you.
but I hear, that's the thing. I, I hear you say things that are not factual, though.
According to
You
who?
know, according to the available data.
Breaking up.
Right, and according to my available data, it says that you have no clue what you're talking
Oh, and the thing is, I
Western.
didn't even say you don't have any clue of what you're talking about. I just said that you're not using like I guess we're just using different data sets, but at the same time, I just don't. I explain to me like where is Russia getting this equipment that you're talking about that they're arming these people with?
Sure, I can tell you. First of all, they're getting drones from Iran. They're
Yes.
getting stuff from Korea. China is helping them out, right? Plus, now this is the very most important part of all, right? Russia is on war footing. Their manufacturers are not making cars and little trinkets. They're on
Yes.
full war
Yep.
footing. Do you
War
understand what that
economy.
means?
Yes, I know exactly what that means. Every shell you shoot, you produce 4. That's the war economy. We are pushing towards a war economy here as well.
Not even
We are
close. Not
not,
even close, buddy. You're not even close to war economy. Not even a fraction of it. That's why I'm telling
okay.
you, you're willfully
Okay,
uninformed, bro.
so you're the one who's willfully uninformed because this is why you look at these things and you buy stocks and things like that. We are on a war economy. We have switched from fighting little fucking people in caves to focusing on World War fucking 3. And yes, we are ramping up our artillery shells. We are ramping up our abilities to produce, I think, like 4 more frigates. We are doing all of those things because of Russia. Yes, we are. We're not on the same level of war economy that Russia's on. No, they're on a very bad war economy. They can't make their domestic goods, and they can't import the things they need. They're death by 1,000 cuts. So like that's how the fucking Soviet Union
It's
fell.
comic. You know what, man? Our convo, you're so far from reality, bro. It's just comical. Yeah. Believe what you want, brother. Peace out.
Okay.
It's not even worth talking to you, bro, because it's comical, the stuff you say, man. It's just
What's
comical.
funny? What was funny about what I said? I don't.
Everything you said, bro. Everything you
Okay.
said is Western propaganda. You have no clue how the war started, how it began, what's
clue.
going on now. You just don't know, bro. It's just I can't talk with you. You're just willfully, ignorantly uninformed.
Okay, so now we can call people's names. So I'm not willfully, ignorantly uninformed. I've
You are,
read.
brother. That's the funny
No.
thing
So
is
being
you
willfully
are.
being
Let him talk.
willfully ignorant, being willfully ignorant is seeing a set of facts that you have not presented, and then rejecting those facts to try to keep my point. That would be willfully ignorant. If I'm anything, I'm uninformed. If I'm anything, but willfully ignorant would be me saying, "Hey, this is a war economy," and you say, "Oh, well, that's nowhere close to what Russia is." And I said, "Yes, it is nowhere close, but we have switched from fucking making little tactical little missiles to shoot in a fucking cave to starting fucking doing artillery shells." We're ramping that aspect of it up. That statement led you to say, I know nothing about what's going on and I'm willfully ignorant.
You said you are on war footing. That's when I said you're willfully ignorant. And then you said that they started. Yeah, they are starting. They are talking about starting, but still, they're nowhere close to what Russia is right now. Not
Because
even
we don't have
close.
to.
First of all,
Because
let me
we
give
don't
you one
have to.
statistic, right? And look this up, right? Russia produces more howitzer shells. I think it's the 90 millimeter, the ones they use on the field. That's very important for battle. Russia outproduces all of NATO. All of NATO. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, because they have to fight all of NATO. So they would have to outproduce all of NATO. So yes,
Unbelievable. Listen to it. Dude, it's over. This convo is over, bro. Over. I'm just not gonna get upset with somebody that doesn't know fuck all.
I told you I
Have a good day,
understood
bro.
what you're
But
saying.
he is agreeing with you. See, what's wrong with you, man?
I told you I like that's the thing, dude, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, let's just stop having this conversation because I'm actually trying to fucking talk to you. You just want to fucking grandstand and say, "Oh,
I'm
you're
not
dumb, you're
grandstanding,
this."
bro. I'm
Yes, you are.
aggravated at how willfully uninformed you are, bro. It's like talking to somebody that has no idea what they're talking about. Of course, I'm gonna get upset, bro. You just don't know. It's not your fault. You don't know.
Right now, in this moment, grandstanding.
It's not grandstanding, bro. I'm telling you, every single general military person I've heard says the same thing, bro, except a few people here on the internet that have no idea what's going on in the war. I mean, I can't say it any better than that. You just don't know.
Do you have military schools in Canada?
Oh, man.
I'm asking. I don't know. Do you have military schools in Canada?
No, we don't have military schools here, but we just wing it.
I don't know. I mean, because we have a few.
That
We
is
have
the
West.
dumbest fucking question I've ever heard, bro. Do you have military schools in Canada? Imagine a question like that.
Okay. So is it a yes or no answer? Because I still don't know if you
I'm
do or
not
not.
talking with you anymore, bro. Have a great day. You're wasting
Okay.
my time.
All right. So if you have a military school there, you should contact them because the ones here constantly do war games and they show these war games, they show these outcomes, they show these scenarios that you can see. And that's why I said that. I don't know if you have military schools in Canada. I don't know the names of them if you do. I know ours in America. You have West Point and other ones. And this is wherein lies why we should not have a conversation. I ask you an honest fucking question and you give me this fucking response.
Don't waste my time, bro. Don't waste my time.
You're wasting my time.
A person asking if we have
You were wasting my
military
time.
schools in Canada, you're just wasting my time, bro. Go learn about war and then come back. We'll talk.
I went to military school. That's why I know the Earth's curve because we fucking learned how to fucking load fucking cannons and fucking how to aim them. I went to fucking military school. How I got to military school, I beat the shit out of a bunch of kids and got in trouble. But I went to military school. Yes.
Do you know what a war of attrition is?
Yes, I do.
Is that what's going on right now, or is it a full-scale war?
That's why I said it's a Pyrrhic victory if Russia wins, because it's a war of attrition.
Okay, so they're not trying to take over Ukraine, right?
They're trying to administer it in some way, form, or fashion.
Right. So if they want, you don't think they can run over Ukraine right now? Answer that question. If they want to do a full military assault, you think they can take Kiev or no?
No, because they tried that and their tires were so old that they fucking broke on the way there. They couldn't get gas from the back of the convoy to the front of the convoy. Their equipment is shit. So no, they can't do it.
So your military assessment is no, because they don't have good tires. It's just comical talking to you, man. It's just comical, bro.
Okay, logistics. That was one example of logistics, but
Are
they
we
can't
talking
do
about?
it. Go ahead.
Are we talking about the debacle with tires and vehicles exposed to the sunlight, or?
Yeah, the 38-mile fucking caravan
I
that
heard
just
about
got
that.
raided.
What was the problem with the diesel? They couldn't get diesel
They
because their
couldn't get
tires.
diesel from the back of the fucking convoy to the front. So the problem with Russia, it's always been their fucking problem. They don't understand trucks. They understand railroads. They do that very fucking well. So everything you see in Ukraine, every advance they got was directly off of a rail line. They got their equipment there and they could deploy it and everything was good. The second they got past just any level of distance from those rail lines, they could not support their troops. They couldn't get fuel. They couldn't do anything. And on top of it, like I was saying earlier, years and years of lying, saying, oh, this equipment's good. Oh, this is that. This is this. All came fucking out. And these things just broke down. Things just broke. And it's going to happen in war. but on the level that it did with Russia, it's fucking comical.
In your
The
military
road
experience,
conditions
do
and
you think it's
yeah, the
because
road
of
conditions in
the
Russia are dog shit. The road conditions there are horrible.
yes, in your military
Well,
experience, do you
but
think
that's
it's
not.
because of the curve of the Earth? Like, I think it's
It
because
is
of the
because of
Earth.
the good of the earth.
Okay.
Oh, when you shoot an artillery shell?
No, the driving issue.
No, we're
Yeah,
talking
correct.
about that. I was talking about the artillery shell. There's nothing to do with the curve of the Earth or the driving issue.
By the way, Renee, did you hear about the 40 planes destroyed 33% of Russia's strategic
Yeah, bombers.
96 bombers
Yeah.
that they cannot build anymore because they were built during the Soviet Union and technology is no longer available?
Yep.
That's insane how they allowed like a bunch of cheap drones to do this to them, man. Like, it's so much incompetence. It's crazy.
Well, they just drove trucks across the border and then basically just. I mean, that's what I'm saying. How are they going to administer the new border if they can't even do this one? You know. But
Seems
yeah.
feasible, yeah.
I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm gonna remember you guys, and we're gonna have this combo in the future, and I'm just gonna sit back and laugh and listen to you guys double speak. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't mean this.
Renee,
I can't wait. I can't wait.
You've been saying this for months, Montreal. You've been saying this for
if you-
months. Nothing has changed.
If Russia takes Kiev, I will be the first fucking person on here to say, "Oh my God, I was wrong. All the information that I got." I mean, honestly, I would say that I said that. I mean, 2 weeks into the war, I was like, "God, I hope Russia just gets this
Renee,
over with quick." Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I asked the other guy this, but I'm curious what your answer. So if we push Russia, NATO pushes Russia to its knees, or it's like cornering a wild animal. How's Putin going to react? You think he's going to be unhinged, suicidal? You think he's going to bomb the West? Like, what do you think is going to happen? Because they do got they do got some hidden
nukes.
weapons, under wraps, secret technology under wraps. You think he might use some of that secret technology, like the Poseidon missile?
So their biggest claim to fame was that hyper missile, the one that went like Mach 6 or something like that. I could hypersonic, yeah. I can totally. This is the thing. This is the scary thing about Putin. Yeah, he can't ever leave power. So if he's in a situation in which he's going to lose, I have a fear that he will do something crazy.
But define losing though, like pushing Russia to borders from 2014 is not losing. Russia is keeping all of its territory. Ukraine is just regaining back its former territory. That's not losing.
I would say losing for him is going to be after he has to try to administer it and the nightmare starts happening. And and then you're not going to even have like the wartime ability to suppress your population type thing. But like I said, in the long run, Putin can't not be in power and live. So
so you guys said it's going to take 10 years to rebuild the destruction that's already been done.
Way more.
What if this continues, right? And it would take like a generation to reestablish Russia, and the people are famished, impoverished, right? The supply chains are broken. They've been completely isolated from the rest of the world. So no imports of rare earth minerals, no imports of all the international goods will be halted, right? Mm-hmm. And then he gets suicidal. He gets self-destructive. How do you think he's going to react? Because have you heard about the Poseidon torpedo and the weapon of indignation? You know the weapon of indignation that they have?
I don't know what the weapon of indignation is.
There's two secret weapons. They're not so secret anymore, but there's two secret weapons that they have. One is this torpedo that supposedly has a nuclear payload that's able to cause a massive tsunami. The other one is from the air that can be deployed, basically from space or close to the edge of space, and it's some type of EMP device.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have EMP devices in space, because when you do war games, and you have the nuclear capabilities, the first salvo is to space to take out GPS and everything else. So I would not be surprised if that type of thing could happen. That would not shock me if Russia is developing, if not even Russia, but probably I would say China is probably more developing something like that. But one thing I don't think Putin will be suicidal. I think he's a bit too narcissistic for suicide, but you never know.
How old is he? He's almost 80.
No, he's like 70. He's like
Not suicidal like that, self-destructive.
Okay, yeah. Yes, in the regard of self-destruction and whatever, it's if Putin is at risk of losing power, he will attack his own people. And therein lies kind of the madness of what he's building, because what he's building is going to end up coming back, blowing up in his face. It's going to take way more than 10 years to fix what's been done there. When you look at Gaza, look at the tiny little strip of Gaza, and they're estimating a 50 fucking year rebuild. So just imagine fucking Ukraine. I think they said in Gaza it's like 20 years just to get rid of the rubble if they go that route. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So Ukraine, 10 years, there's no way it's going to get back to any level of production where it was in 10. It could even take more than a generation.
Russia right now is on top of its game. Its finances are good. Its military is good. The people are happy. All the people are for the war. The men are joining by the thousand every month to fight. Like, this guy, no disrespect, has literally no idea what he is talking about. Like, literally, just making shit up.
Propaganda right there.
Russia's
I mean, there's lots
financials
of
are in the
Russia's.
rubble. Like,
By the way,
like Russia has been having such heavy sanctions that the ruble value has completely diminished. Their finances are not good.
Yeah, war
The
economy
people are
does not
starving.
mean.
The
War economy does
finances
not
are
mean.
not good. I have no idea where you're getting this idea from.
War
But I don't
economy
tell
does
you
not
because you're
necessarily mean
willfully,
progress.
you don't know nothing. Have you heard about the BRICS?
Yes.
Yes. Well, the sanctions that you put on Russia, right, did affect it a bit, but they restructured their economy, right? So has China, so is all the world right now. The BRICS right now. The West is irrelevant. You understand?
Mm.
The economy of Russia, thanks to the BRICS, is thriving right now. Their industry is pumping out weapons like there's no tomorrow. It's like you just don't know, man.
No,
You
it's
just
not.
don't know.
Their payment processes have been stopped. They can't
no
use
SWIFT.
They can't use funds international. Their payment processes has been stifled. Dude, I speak to Russians all the time. Their markets, they're losing fucking inventory. They don't have food for their people. And the inflation is fucking killing them. They're suffering inflation just like every other country in the world right now. Their economy is not thriving whatsoever. Their finances is bad. Their ruble value has gone to the fucking floor.
The problem is that like war economy does not result in long-term stability, right? Like you may have some benefits now because we're pumping your body full of hormones, right, and steroids. But after that, you give out and die. You deflate. And they suffer from the same things we suffer in the West. Like, I don't understand. Prices of energy fluctuate, which damages them because they're a petrol state, essentially. They don't have other services like in the West. They suffer tremendous brain drain with majority Russian young men, especially in tech, just run away from the country. They don't stay there. They go to West. They go to my country. They go to Germany. They go to Austria. They go to the Netherlands, United States.
Yeah, Montreal, you gotta get this dick out of your ass. Seriously. You gotta stop listening to the propaganda.
I think that's needed, though.
Stop talking to some real Russians. Learn a little bit говорить по-русски не понимаю, and learn a little bit how the reality is over there, rather than just speaking out straight up propaganda straight out of your ass.
Yeah, what I'm hearing right now is European Chihuahuas. That's what they call you guys. That's what the Russian calls you guys. Chihuahuas.
Well, I mean, keep in mind that we took.
You just insulted me. Let me finish.
I did not insult you, I see.
Can you handle it? Can you handle it?
I did not insult you, I see.
No. The Russians refer to Europe as Chihuahuas. You're a bunch of barking morons arguing against each other, fighting against each other. Europe is irrelevant. Do you understand that? You are a laughing stock militarily. You are nothing.
That's not true because only with European money we managed to take 33% of the Russian strategic bomber fleet. Only European money.
Again, Chihuahuas. The Russians refer to you as Chihuahuas. You are irrelevant.
They may refer to us as Chihuahuas. We refer to them as bombless.
Bro, we sent to Ukraine
the Russians
look
at
there's
you
one thing
as
that you're not getting.
Hold on, wait. Come on, guys. Wait. Just wait for him
They
to
can't
finish.
handle it, bro. They just can't. They will not listen to the
All
truth.
you're doing is calling people names, SE. All you're doing is calling people names.
It's fine, but they can dish out. They can dish out after he's done.
You already made your point, SE. Look, the Russians call the Afghanistan's fucking puppets, and the Russians still lost that war. They're calling the Ukrainians puppets. They still lost that war. It doesn't matter. The matter of the fact is that Russia is losing the war of popular opinion. It doesn't matter what the military is because they're losing. The popular opinion is that Russia are the invaders. This means that they are not getting anything from any other country. They are unpopular, and that is a huge detriment to them. This is why the sanctions are in order. This is why no one wants to cooperate with them. It doesn't matter if they are superior when it comes to the war. They are unpopular, and that makes everyone wants to be on Ukraine's side and infer heavy sanctions that is hurting them really bad.
So popularity, man, it's comical, man. Yeah, it's you just guys don't know. I don't blame you. You just don't know.
So, SE, I asked you earlier, why is Russia amassing troops near Finland?
Because they're amassing troops because eventually they're going to make a push, right? They're trying to get a deal now, right? They don't want to kill Ukrainians. To them, Ukrainians are like them. They're Slavs, right? And there's a lot of Ukrainians there. They don't want to destroy the country, bro. They want to denazify it. They want to make it not part of NATO. And it's as simple as that, bro. They don't want to kill the Ukrainians. They don't want to destroy the country.
Bargaining, you're saying?
But what?
You're negotiate for Ukraine?
Is he coming in muffled to you guys, or?
Yeah, a bit
his audio is very low.
Am I? All right. I'm asking if you're saying, if I've understood you correctly, you're saying that Russia is going to use Finland as a kind of bargaining chip to get Ukraine.
No, I never said that. No, what I said was they're amassing troops along the border, close to 1 million, and they're waiting. They're waiting to see if they can make a deal. Oh my God!
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're not amassing millions of troops between the border between Karelia and Finland. That is completely made up.
Finland.
There's no sightings on them from the Petrozavodsk region to Karelia. You're making this shit entirely up.
No, I didn't say millions. I just said they were beefing up troops near Finland.
No, they're not, because there's very good relationships between Karelia on the Finnish side and Karelia on the Russian sides. Like I said before, like an hour ago, and I'm not sure if you heard it, there's a huge difference between what Russia thinks that it is and what the other oblasts, which is the other provinces that are far away from Moscow, how they are. Karelia, which is the region that is sitting in the border between Finland and Russia, they have had very good cooperation, and they don't want to have war with each other whatsoever, because after the Second World War, there's a lot of Russians that ended in Finland, and there's a lot of Finnish that ended up in Russia. They want to cooperate with each other. They don't want to bomb the living hell of each other. They're in good relations with each other, even though of the war. So no, this shit's entirely made up.
I mean, there will like
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Did I misunderstand?
No, you didn't. I heard about that as well. Yeah.
I mean, maybe something's come out since then that it's all been like some sort of weird war game or something. But that was my understanding. They were amassing troops.
look, this is what's going to happen, right? If these talks fail, that the Americans are trying, and make no mistake about it, the Americans started this. If the Americans thought there was any chance of war, of them winning, they would have continued. Right now, Trump saw the writing on the wall. He knows there's no chance of winning. That's why he's vying for peace. I mean, if you guys can't see that, like, why would the Americans pull back if they thought that they can defeat the Russians, their lifelong goal? Like, think about it, man. Take away your prejudices and your hate of Russia and realize that Americans know the war is lost.
I mean, my concern was more the justification you were giving earlier. Like, if you were serious about their motives, then that would have seemed weird to me. Them starting to beef up troops near Finland, but
no, there's no justification. It's war, right? I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just merely trying to give you the situation on the ground, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, but you spoke to their motives, and that's what I was contesting.
Well, the motives of the Russians are clear, right? It was after the fall of the Berlin Wall, where the promise was made and not kept of not expanding. At that time, Russia was weak, yes, and NATO was taking full advantage. They were humiliating them, really just expanding, further and further east. And then the Russians said no. They drew the line, and the rest is history. We're just not going to get our way there. It's not going to happen. Ukraine will never, ever be part of Europe or NATO, period.
The expansion eastwards that they were talking about that's not going to happen was, like you said, just after the Berlin Wall fell. That was to do with East and West Germany. It wasn't about new countries joining NATO.
No, you're not correct about that. No, it was a promise that they're not going to expand east.
That you're incorrect. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you're incorrect. That's why I say it's frustrating talking with you guys, because you just don't fucking know shit.
Yeah, you can't follow the propaganda. You actually have to go with the generals. The generals talked about this.
Yeah, go with the original. What was it? A phone call, a memo? It was like one statement that was made, and in context, it's pretty clear what they're talking about.
No, there was witnesses present. There was not only was the main general, his testimony. You had the witnesses that were present, even though it wasn't written down, right? It wasn't like a contract or anything like that. It was a verbal oath of agreement. Just because it was a verbal oath of agreement doesn't mean that it's not binding anymore.
What does that even matter? If that even is true, the verbal contract was with the Soviet Union. It doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly. Spoken like a true Western person. That's why they don't like us and they don't trust us, because of what you just said. So what? We made a promise. Feel.
No, you're not listening. You just make your own conclusions based on what I not said.
Yeah, bro. Just go sit down, man. Stay out of the convo. You have no clue about.
That's what you always do. You just hear what you want to hear.
This was after the fall of the Soviet Union when this agreement was made.
That's incorrect. Incorrect.
It was in the yes, it was. It was in the.
No, that's incorrect.
When did the Soviet? Okay, so when did the Soviet Union collapse? Go ahead.
1989.
And when was the oath made?
Well, before that.
No,
Yes,
I'm going from my memory,
Yes.
but I thought it was made in the 90s.
No, we made an agreement with Ukraine in the 90s to disarm them. Russia and the U.S. made an agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine had the third most amount of nuclear missiles in the world. We made a deal with them. They said if Russia attacks us, U.S. will come help. If a U.S. or NATO attacks us, Russia will come help. That's the deal. The deal of expanding westward was done with the Soviet Union. And then the Union fell, and then Putin attempted, and you saw in 2008 his first push in Georgia. It's always been that.
I'm gonna look it up, dude. When I get a chance, I'm gonna look it up because there's probably multiple agreements that were made. The one that I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure happened in the early 90s.
That one happened after the Berlin Wall fell. The one they promised not to expand eastward.
That's possible, but when the wall fell, Soviet Union was still a thing, so that doesn't narrow it down anything.
So you guys are denying that it's wrong, and Russia had no
We
no
didn't make
right
a
in
deal
this
with
matter,
Russia.
that they were lied to because they were
There,
expanding.
there was never a
You
deal with
think the
Russia.
Russians
What
have
are
no
you even
point in?
talking about?
Why are you interrupting? Why are you going in the middle of my sentence, bro? How do you know what I'm gonna say, bro?
Because you're talking bullshit. You talk about Russia. We never had a deal with Russia. What are
You
you
see,
talking
I
about?
talk bullshit. Damn, go fuck yourself, bro. How about that?
Oh, nice mod.
Yeah,
Go
that's
fuck
very
off.
nice, bro. That's all you deserve, man. Yeah.
You know what?
He's saying it wasn't
Go
Russia,
fuck
it was the
You don't deserve
Soviet
to talk
Union.
in a
yourself,
conversation.
Montreal. Shut up and go fuck yourself.
You see,
Come on, guys.
that's
Do
all you're
you know the
worth, man.
difference?
That's all you're worth. You have nothing but insults, bro. You're just
You
useless.
said that,
Hey, you
idiot.
just insulted him, man. What the
You
Yeah,
said,
I insulted him because he's coming in and
Montreal.
insulting me, bro.
It's all
You don't hear
right,
that.
all right, guys. Come on.
You don't hear that,
there
man.
you go. You are a retard. Fuck off.
You see, that's all they have,
Shut
man.
your retarded fucking ass face.
You see?
Hey,
You see that, Lion? What are you saying now, Lion?
Stop.
I mean,
Retard. Retard.
you
Stop.
see?
SC's an ass face.
You see? Where's my
Shut up.
buddy playing
Shut
now?
up.
Go back
Shut
to where
up.
it started. Go back to where it started.
Shut up, Ezzy.
Oh, I started.
Shut up, Ezzy.
Yeah, it's very evident that you guys just can't keep up with a conversation of facts. You just
I
get
gave you
pissed
facts. You
off,
deny it. Shut up.
and that's it, man.
Hang on. That's it right there. That's where you end up, SC. You guys just can't keep up. You're all clueless and blah blah blah, and then you call a name or
But that's
two,
the
and
facts,
then you
Leslie.
go quiet for a minute. No, that's not the way that you communicate. You don't insult and just say someone's clueless. That's not a response.
That's all we
That
have.
is definitely a response. When you say something that is not correct, you're
Yeah, that's why we
absolutely
call you
clueless.
stupid all the time, because all you say is
That's
incorrect.
That's
You
not an
fucker.
insult. Like
You
when I told
fucking
him to
moron.
fuck off,
Everything
that
you
was
say
an
is
insult.
incorrect.
Yeah.
That's all you
Look,
have.
you
Incorrect
just
bullshit.
hate Russia so much, right? You're unwilling to see the facts. It's that simple.
I tell you
guys,
facts, you deny them.
You're in Europe.
You deny
You
everything,
hate
idiot.
Russians, and you're gonna interrupt. And it's your goal, right? To get me upset. It's not gonna work, man. It's just not gonna work.
You keep interrupting everyone.
The
so
war will
you have
be
no right to
lost.
say anything
Russia
about interrupting
will
anything.
win the
And
war.
every
There's
fact that you
nothing
get
you
told,
can
you
do
tell
or
everyone that
say.
they are incorrect and that you know better. You know shit. You only listen to Russian propaganda. That's all you have. That's what you do, and then you tell everyone else they are incorrect when they give you facts. That's what you do.
Right. I can't wait for this to go down, bro. I'm gonna remember you, 42. You're gonna be one of the first
I
guys.
cannot wait for Ukraine to lose. That is what you say. You are actively advocating for genocide. That's what you do. That's what the kind of person that you are.
You see, now that's
You're
slander right there.
You're
Right?
a terrible person.
I'm giving you facts on the ground, and you're just getting upset because you know they're gonna lose, right? But you have no comeback.
No, that is what that is
have no
literally what you
comeback.
advocate for.
And all you can do is interrupt me while I talk and insult. That's really all
keep
you have.
interrupting us and everyone else all the time. You are a terrible person, and you cannot control yourself.
You see, it's a personal thing. It doesn't matter. You can hate me all you want. Ukraine is still going to lose this war. That's a fact. You're going to just have to deal with it.
So earlier, I said you were talking about facts, and I said that the Russians have lost more troops in Ukraine than you came up with some number of 8-1. There's a report here in The Economist from 2 days ago that claims that Russia has had killed or casualtied 1 million people, 1 million men over the
Right,
last
I've seen
4
those
years.
reports as well, yes. But what I'm telling you
So
is...
I'm sorry, real quick, but like you were earlier saying how we say things that we don't know what we're talking about. They have no facts behind it, and that we're dumb, basically. And like I said, you've seen that report. You're going to say it's Western propaganda. That's fine. But at the
Not
same
me.
time,
I'm not going to say that. Let me.
okay.
You want to hear the answer?
Yeah, really quick. But at the same time, here's data that says million men gone. Where's your response to that with data?
Right. I'll tell you my response. Try not to interrupt me.
I won't.
I have a video I'll show you. Colonel McGregor coming out of his mouth saying that, right? Actual military men that have experience. That's where I get my info. You're getting your info from a quote from CNN or whatever. I don't know where that info is. My
The
info is
Economist.
coming from military men. Do you understand that?
Retired.
Okay. Oh, okay, so you have the report of one guy who says that we're just putting up a wag the dog type war, and we're using propaganda to say that Russia has lost 1 million men when they haven't. That's what you're claiming is reality right now.
Yeah, your statement is correct, but not just one guy. Every single military analyst that I've heard an expert say the same thing. Yes, correct. I'm disputing the propaganda in the news, the numbers that you have, and I'm countering them with actual military men that I've been listening to for months say this stuff. Yes, so either you're right or I'm right. At this point, it's called a fog of war. We really don't know.
Renee, what are you saying?
Russia has lost over 1 million men through death or casualties over those
And what
last
about
4
Ukraine?
years.
And what about Ukraine?
It's less. I think it's around like 600,000.
600,000. Yeah, I heard the same numbers. I don't have a problem with those numbers because you also have to look at other analytics like their total population, right? So you compare the total population of Ukraine versus the total population of Russia, bro. It's not even close. So yeah, Russia can lose more, bro. They have, you know what I mean? So the numbers, it might look like Russia is losing, but if you really compare statistic per statistic, Ukraine lost. Ukraine lost
I
more.
I get what you're saying, and that's why earlier we were talking that this is a war of attrition, and that's why I hate this war. But then at the same time, the statement was no. Ukraine's actually losing 8 times the amount of men that Russia is. That was the statement directly from SC.
Yeah, that's the info I have, guys. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making it up.
So
it's 8-1. They're saying.
Right. So if you look, well, I don't know if it's that exact, but if you look at the population, right, Russia has 150 million people. Ukraine has like 30 million. So Russia can afford to lose more casualties. Right, or have more casualties.
We're not disagreeing, Lion, because but the thing is, it's like that's a war of attrition. That's what they used to do in World War One. They used to say, "Oh, the other side has 1,000 bullets left. Let's put 1,500 people there." You know, it is the dumbest way to fight a war.
That is true. That's the worst way. Yeah, and we don't know how true the numbers are. Right? We don't know if I'm right, and we definitely don't know if you're right. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
But what you're saying essentially, if we use just they lost 1 million dead casualties, you're saying there's 8 million Ukrainian men dead casualty that are soldiers.
No. The other way. No. I'm saying, according to my report, what I'm hearing, right? Like I said, I could be wrong. They say that there's 1 million Russians dead and 1 million Ukrainian dead soldiers and about 100,000 Russians. That's the numbers. Now, it could be wrong, but everybody I hear, they're saying that they're really outnumbered. Like the dead are not, they're asymmetrical.
And what Lion was saying is correct, that Russia has a larger group of people to pull them from and all that other stuff. But the difference is, and trying to kind of get back to this conversation, now we're having a conversation. We're actually talking about numbers. You have facts. You're saying 1 million Ukrainians essentially to 100,000 Russians. I don't find that anywhere other than potentially Russia. And even Russia says there's been more killed than 100,000. So, I mean, if you're like on our side, if we're going to be reporting more casualties, I would say we're going to lie. America, we lie. So I don't truly trust those numbers. I don't trust Ukrainians' numbers. I don't trust anybody's numbers. But you can
agree on that.
You could get like a data set of them, and you can kind of get the fact that like you have an extreme, and then you kind of look in the middle. And even when you look in the middle, Russia is losing way more men compared on the field compared to Ukraine.
Like I said, that's not what I'm hearing. I don't know who's right, man. I mean, you could be right, I could be right, but like I said, every person I hear, I listen to. And these are not just guys on the street, right? These are retired generals, retired guys that were in the field, in the service. Now, they could be lying too, man. I don't know. Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah,
It just
I
doesn't
just
make sense that Ukraine could defeat this Russian juggernaut. I mean,
they're not doing
just
it by themselves. They're not. What Ukraine has is the will to fight, and they're utilizing superior Western weapons to be able to do so. It's an asymmetric war.
That's another misconception, apparently. The superior American weapons, they're finding that on the field that they're not really that superior after
Are you
all.
serious, Essie?
I am, yeah. I'm very serious about this. There's
Explain to
reports
me.
on that,
So,
yeah.
okay, so which weapon system are you talking about that's been irreparably damaged on the Western side compared to the Eastern side?
We're not saying irreparable damage, like the tanks, for example. The tanks they've been taking
But
out
that,
tanks.
tanks are. But the thing is this: one, we had an entire military mindset for about 100 fucking years that tanks were the shit, and now technologies come out to make them less of the shit. So
You literally
this is
see drones with grenades, dropping grenades in the
into
hatches.
holes.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, that's why the war has
Hey
changed
guys,
now. That's my
guys,
point.
real quick. Eden, did you ever find those pictures for me? Taking Back Eden?
I don't know if he was talking to that.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to set up something with a forensic digital specialist, and I'm hoping to use some of the pictures he has that he has analyzed as fake. Sorry, go back to your convo. I messaged him, but he hasn't responded, so I tried voice.
Well, that's going to be interesting, bro. The forensic
morning,
guy on the
Omni.
photos. That's going to be good. I can't wait for that.
Actually, I've got a couple of them lined up. So, yeah. I would just want
I
to
want to do the moon photos. Yeah. Well, that's another thing.
Send me a picture that you feel certain is fake. I don't want to deluge him with stuff because these guys charge a fair amount of money for their work. So I just
have
want
one
to
with moon dust that I'm really interesting to have analyzed. I'll send you that one. Like the crater before and after. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What's happening right now?
We're going to do a thing on forensic photographing. That's another thing.
So these guys usually do court stuff. They rarely I mean I don't know that they've ever done moon pictures or anything like that. So it's a guess as to how will is Don in voice? No.
I am, but I'm just messing about. I don't care if that's your uncle or your mate from around the corner.
Okay, so you're just bullshitting at me. Okay.
Omnivore, can you expand on the moon dust story that you just talked about?
So flat earthers claim that all footage from NASA and photographs from space are fake. And so I'm looking for digital forensic experts, people who analyze pictures and video to determine if it's real or fake. And they usually do this in the context of a court case.
Yeah, Graham.
What's that?
I posted it, Omni. Check it out. That's the picture I'm talking
Graham.
Okay.
47 past.
Yeah,
you remember Graham?
1897 versus 2017. What's 1897? Is that the year it was taken?
Yes. Yes, believe it or not.
Okay. Can you give me the provenance? Can you tell me where that picture came from?
Yeah, it came from Apollo Detectives.
Okay.
They have a YouTube and they do all this stuff on the moon.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So like I said, I want to tell him, where it came. I mean, I'm afraid that he's going to say, well, that you got this somewhere off the internet from someone, and I don't know where the original source is, so I don't know if I can help you with that. But, that's That's
It's worth a try. It's worth a try.
worth a try. Yeah, no, it totally is. Yeah, no, this is exactly what I want. Like I said, we don't have, so Eden is going to give me his Himawari photos and hopefully some of the analysis he's done where he checks for the specular reflection or something like that. So I'm hoping I can get those as well because like we know where the picture came from. There's an original we can get, stuff like that. So we'll see. Yeah.
SE,
All right, that's great. Yeah,
I'm unable to verify the photo on the left. Can you? Do you have a source for that?
Geez, I got something
I told you it's Apollo Detectives.
I got to step away for a second. I'll be back in a moment.
Because those are not even the same craters. Like the one pointed with an arrow is not even the biggest difference between them. Even the inside of the crater has completely different mountains. It's just not the same crater.
And you know this by looking at it for 3 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious. Look at the features in the center of the crater. Look at the wall around the edge. Not the same crater.
Okay, so a mystery solved then.
The one on the left has kind of like veins going outwards of it, and the one on the right really doesn't.
Do you know why?
Because he tried to
The
compare
whole point
nickel
of what I
with
just
that.
what I just said, right? Because of the dust, they claim it's because of the moon dust. Hello.
No, the claim is because those are completely different craters.
Unbelievable, man. It's just like it. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, you're right. You're fucking right, bro. I know your 5-second analysis. You're absolutely right, sir.
What is the claim anyway? You just say moon dust. That doesn't answer anything. What do you mean?
But wouldn't it be smart if you would have asked me that question before you said all that you said? Yeah. The whole
No,
idea.
well, it's just obviously not the same crater, is all I said.
It's just obviously that you didn't hear what I said, right? I said this two different pictures they claim is because of moon dust. So obviously the one on the left is going to look different than the one on the right after the dust. You understand now?
Oof.
What, did somebody pour some dust in it? What do you mean?
Somebody poured dust on it? Liftlane, are you trolling now or what? Do you not know that they say there's dust on the moon that floats around?
There's regular dust, yes, but what does that have to do with these two images?
Well, one is without the dust and one is with the dust. And I'm wondering, are those real pictures? Because if those are real pictures and there's an accumulation of dust that much, then there's other things we can talk about. Like, for example, the retroreflector that they left on the moon. Starting to get it now.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, it's not like there's any wind up there blowing the dust around. I mean, there's that electromagnetic effect we talk about where the dust will actually levitate at like 3 centimeters off the surface or something, but it doesn't
you're
blow
remembering what I
around,
said.
you know?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it doesn't
Now
blow
you're
around
remembering.
on the moon.
Who said it's going to go around on the moon?
Basically made a strawman argument and wants us to argue for a strawman he created.
A straw man I created. Man, you guys are not intelligent at all, man. It's like everything I say, you just got to go against it just because the fact that I say it. It's really bad look for you guys, man. Really bad look.
I'm just not clear. I'm just not clear on what you're saying about this. One's with dust, one's without. What does that mean?
Can I try? Does it mean that in one lunar landing there is the dust who accumulate on a lander, and on the other there is no dust? Is that the point that one landing have dust, the other landing don't have dust? So there
I
is
didn't
a
quite
lack
understand
of
what you said, bro. I'm sorry.
the consistency, the consistent. It is you assume that every landing should have dust or have no dust. And you have two landings that have one have dust, one have no dust, so it's not consistent, so it's fake.
No, I didn't say that. First of all, we were just talking about Omni brought it up, and I was curious to see if that picture is real. That was the number one thing. I'm not claiming that it's true or not. As a matter of fact, I want to know if it's true or not. That's my whole thing why I brought it up. And if it's true, do you not realize the implications of that? If dust accumulates, do you not understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah, but if it was the same landing, it will be so you can make the assumption that it is not consistent. Why
don't
the
think
dust
this is,
appear and disappear?
I
But if
don't
it's
think
not
this
the
is
same
about the
landing,
landing site.
It's not about the
Well, it's
landing
not-
site, but you can make
No.
implications of the landing site. But it's not about the landing site. You're right.
Nick, these are just craters, not landing sites.
And Apollo Detectives doesn't believe the Earth is flat as well. He's just an Apollo skeptic.
There you go. There you go. Someone's understanding it. Yeah, it's very simple, man. If there's dust that accumulates on the moon, then there's implications of that have to be addressed. For example, the retro reflectors that they left. One. Number two, the shots that they've taken. You know, when they take the pictures of the footprints and they say, "Look, this is proof that they landed there." Well, if there's dust accumulating, how are those footprints still there? There's stuff that we can talk about after we prove that this is real.
So
But
are
the
you
print-
willing
the
to
print has
admit
been
the moon is a space ball for this, and we can land on it?
Don,
Wait,
please,
wait.
Don, please.
Oh, please, SD. You want to make a fake argument that you don't even believe yourself? Please.
Yeah, good. I mean, you know, if you're not gonna say anything to contribute to the conversation,
So if
maybe
you
stay
can't
on mute.
admit that
Yeah.
we're landing on the moon, why are you talking to us about the dust?
Yeah, go have a coffee or something, bro. You're
What?
not needed here.
You're not making sense.
I mean, I think
Don't
the
waste
answer
your
would be
time.
yes. You'd have to assume that.
Sisi, he's making a kind of sense.
SC, I have a quick question. Is it a typo in the picture? Because it says 1897. Does it mean 1987?
No, it means 1887.
Oh.
That's why I
don't
want to
think
know,
they
is it real? Because I checked up and they did have telescopes back then. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
not
but
sure
they
of this
have
picture. That's
cameras.
why when Omni brought up
They have
forensics,
cameras.
that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Oh my god. You're gonna
Oh,
find
man.
out the left one's totally
Oh,
CGI.
man.
That's what you're gonna find.
There's 1897. I don't think they were photographing the moon with this kind of detail.
No.
That's why I want to know if it's real. Very simple.
Yeah, and the same with like the lander picture. Like this is a better photograph of the lander that's still there that we sent. Allegedly.
Right, now you see
So-
those tracks on the ground, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Now, if
Hold
there's
up, hold
regolith,
up.
can I finish the
Hold up.
sentence?
I
If
found
there's-
a source with pictures from 1859.
You found the source with picture, yeah?
No, it's not the exact one with your pictures, but I found one that has pictures.
From that late, okay, yeah. Because I checked too, and apparently
I
they
have
were
one from
able to take.
1888. I have. There's one from 1888. One from 1891.
They look
That
quite
looks-
different though.
So they are different. I'm just saying it's. They were able to take pictures back then.
Yeah, but not
Yeah.
this sharp.
Can I say
No,
that?
not this detailed though. Not this detailed.
Just, I want to be clear. AC, do you mean that there is wind on the moon in a normal, every day? Every day there is wind on the moon that is moving the dust around.
No. I'll explain to you since you don't know. It's not. It has nothing to do with with wind. Apparently, the regolith on the moon gets charged by the sun. right? They get charged and they float in the air a couple of feet, if I remember, off the ground. It has nothing to do with wind.
I thought it was like 3 centimeters.
I forget the height, to be honest with you, Left Lane. I forget the height. But
I
yeah,
don't. I don't think that picture is from 1897.
I find it hard to believe too, Omni. Yeah, I find it hard.
It's. I think it's a typo. I think it means 1987, not 1897.
Yeah, all right.
I reckon.
That's why I
it's
want to
like-
have it analyzed.
because they
yeah.
didn't have that good detail back in those days.
Yeah. So let me see.
Photo of what?
I'll see what I'll see what he thinks. So the guy who's coming, I think tomorrow, is a different guy. Like there's two people who responded to me, so I'm signing them both up.
That'll be great, man. That'll be good.
I mean I hope so. All right, let me see what I can do. So did Taking Back Eden never come back?
I haven't heard them all day, honestly.
Okay.
I can't guess. It's actually a fun detective work, yeah, to work out what's going on in the meme.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it the same crater? Are they different craters? Is one of them CGI? The older one CGI, or is the newer one CGI? Could you
All
check
of them for fun.
with the telescope and see which one's
don't even-
right?
We don't even
Or-
know if the tweets are correct as well.
My brain's going further. If they are both the same crater and they're both real, and one's from a long time ago, decades ago, then there must have been seismic movement to shift loads of dust because there isn't that much wind, as we've been told.
There is no wind.
Or a
No
meteorite
wind.
impact.
Forget wind.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I ruled that out.
Meteorite impact, could that be a potential cause?
But I don't know if they would admit to seismic shift that would wobble the dust of round the
Now,
whole
if you want to
plane.
talk about
Smaller meteorites and stuff, could they possibly cause some sort of collision?
if you want to talk about the dust, that's obvious, right? That it's a joke, right? It's when the lander lands, right? And you see the feet, pristine gold thing. Now, if you believe that, like, there's definitely some cog disc going on right there, right? And that's not an insult. If you think a rocket could go down where there's regolith and it rises up and nothing falls on the feet, that's
Why
cog
would
disc
there
right
be?
there.
Why would there be regolith there? It was already blown away by the landing itself from the engine.
Yeah, cog disc, exactly. Cog disc.
No,
No,
there's
that's
an
not how that
explanation, and you
material
just
works.
miss it out of hand. Here you go, immediately.
All the material gets all
No,
over
no.
everything. It won't. not
The
get all
exhaust
over everything.
is going to blow the dust away,
Also,
and it'll be landing
Not
on
dust.
basically a bare spot, right?
It's not
I
dust.
have an important.
If
I
you
have an
believe that,
important
it's like
announcement.
magic. You believe the dust fell up in the air and fell everywhere, but except on the feet. Like you're believing in magic, Left Lane. There's no other way to say it.
That is what happens without an atmosphere. That is
It's not
exactly what
dust
happens,
like what
Jesse.
you guys are thinking. It's not that kind of dust.
It'll blow the dust away from the landing site.
It's not.
There's
course.
a
Not
difference
dust.
between
Stop
there's a
saying
difference
dust,
between
Left Lane.
silicate.
Not
There's a
earth
difference
dust.
between fine silicate like particles and
What's that
like
mean?
genuinely colloquial what we mean by dust.
No, it's not. Have you seen the pictures?
By the sheer fact of composition.
All over everything. It
Oh,
gets
boy.
in everything. There's nothing that it
Yes.
didn't get inside.
The regolith on the moon is indeed
Got in
extremely
the
fine
noses of the
silicate.
people. Their ears, their forehead wrinkles, their skin, everything, their hair, their boots. It got on. They couldn't get it off. What do you mean? Why you guys keep calling it dust? You can get dust off.
Yeah, you guys must have seen
mean,
the pictures with the suits all full of dust everywhere, and they claim it went into everything. There's even a picture of the guy. He has dust on him in the capsule, on his face. Like, I mean, come on, man. Guys, seriously.
They think it's regular dust. They don't understand it's like an oil-based dust.
It
They think
clings
it's like
on you.
a
It's
oil. They
magnetically
think it's like,
charged, bro. It's like
yeah,
electrostatic.
like a,
It clings
yeah,
on you.
100% like an oil. Yeah.
They say they've measured Earth moonquakes at about 5 on the Richter scale.
What's that like?
Well, that's another anomaly because the moon's supposed to be dead. Yeah.
Here's the thing:
No,
they
that
can't
is right.
measure whether the sky moves with the ground or not because
They
clouds
taught us
move
it's
and
dead.
the sky sits still, but the clouds are moving past your house.
But I believe it's not dead. I believe there's still molten stuff in the moon moving around.
Yeah. There's just no moon
This dust
volcano.
problem is an issue, right? The dust, it's a real big issue. Like there's no way around that.
Well, there's
Just like
no
double speed.
reference, Essie. There's no real reference for us to even like fathom whether we're right or wrong. When you could make up guesses or not, and I'm gonna be like, no, because without references, the Globers don't have anything. They've never had a reference frame for fuck all. They keep saying they know about all the globe stuff. They know about the flights. They know about the math. They know about this. But every time you say, okay,
So
show us that
the
with the ball,
moon,
they
the moon has
cannot
a
do
20
it. They cannot
meter
show
high
you
cliff.
how a
A 20
flying
meter high cliff
object.
as a
Here
result
goes
of one of
fuck
the
over
moon
Bob number 5 because he doesn't like balls, and how to demonstrate in helicopter, or how the wind is locked to the ground.
Okay, yeah.
Locked to
So
the ground.
so we have these guys found it. It's the one on the left is a plaster crater, a plaster model that somebody created.
Would
There
you
you
have ever
go.
guessed
So it's
that?
bullshit. There it is. Okay.
No, it's interesting though because
You see how simple that was? Yeah.
someone's tried to recreate it.
You can't. There's no reference, Dawn. If no one's ever been somewhere and no one's going there, what are you recreating, man? Come on, bro.
No, I'm
Fucking work
talking
with me
about
on this.
them. What I'm talking about. They look through a zoomy pipe. They see a crater on the moon, and they have a dream about it, and they think, "Oh,
Oh,
I really love moon craters." And then they get the paper mache out, and they do a few models.
oh no, I get you there. Yeah, from their mind. But what I'm saying is like listen, the idea of a reference of what they keep saying the globe is doesn't exist anywhere. There is no ball anything that they do anything with. There are no ball physics. There are no ball references to tell us about all the ball stuff they say
Yeah,
they
that's
know.
not true. The moon is a ball reference.
Brother, listen to me carefully. The Earth is supposed to be a ball, but it's sitting stationary and it's flat, so it's not a ball, and everything it does is nothing like a ball. But then they keep telling you they go outside on flat Earth that's not round and not a ball, not spinning through space, not doing any of that shit, none of it.
That might be true, but I'm
And they
saying
have no reference for
you can
what that
use the
would even
moon
be
as a
like.
reference.
No,
To
listen,
just
hold on, but there's no reference for a curve because they can't find one, and they bitch and say, "Oh, flat Earth is imaginary. It supposedly has no edge." Says the people that says a globe with a definite size has no edge. It has a circumference from the center point out and stops there. But globers say the globe doesn't stop. They say up is down, but they can't fucking
I should
understand
invite
how or why or
PJ
show
here.
you where it's up and
PJ
down.
would really like to think
Because
that.
our directions are relative. So if my
Stop
feet
saying
in
that.
Australia,
Relative to flat Earth, we know. Where's the globe reference that they're relative to? Show us what that means. You don't
right?
make any
So
sense just saying fucking words without a ball.
as an Australian dude, like
As
when
no
I
ball
stand up,
haver and imagining yourself being
my
a ball.
There's
you
more
have no
ball stuff than
reference.
flat stuff, to be honest.
You have no reference. Where's your ball spinning reference to show you know what the fuck
It'll be
you're talking
provided
about?
when you show your flat stuff spinning reference
Yeah,
in a
cool
lab.
story, retard. Hey, my flat stuff don't spin, bitch. Shut the fuck
Don't
up,
request
loser.
things that don't
Keep to
exist
the
in your
inside of your
paradigm
own
and hasn't been
nutsack.
fleshed out in your paradigm.
Inside of the nutsack, boy. You live in a nutsack. Shut
The
up.
guy has no map, and he's talking
Listen,
about the
my guy,
globe.
the map is flat. The legends on there, the distances and everything. Check them, bitch. They're flat, motherfucker.
Show it to us.
It's all. Go to the fucking military. Go to your school book. Go to an atlas. Go to a library. Go
You
on your
don't.
phone. They're
Yeah,
all
you don't
flat,
have
you
it. It is what
fucking
it is.
retard. Your phone is flat. The books are flat. What do you mean? Show what to you? The round one that don't exist?
You're no. I didn't ask for
Where's the round map?
I didn't ask for an
You didn't ask
increase in
for the round
emotion.
map?
I asked for
That's
a
where
map.
you fucked up inside a baller. You need the inside of a ball map, bitch. You need to take
Ladies
a
and
mask and
gentlemen,
inside out.
D-Mark sits there and asks the
You need an
Globers
umbrella
all
map.
day for something,
Get
but
your
when someone
umbrella globe
asks
map.
him something,
Yeah, we're
look at the
asking
spiral
you
he
for
gives.
evidence. You
Can
dumb
we just do something else?
shit.
Can we not do this?
That's how proof works. You fuck.
Destiny,
Okay.
disable Arcwing. You cannot do this with Arcwing. You have to disable. Sorry.
Hey, come in.
No, y'all go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you guys see the video I posted? Obviously, I don't believe it, but it's them on the moon talking about the dust going everywhere. I just want everybody to make sure that that's a thing in your
but you,
paradigm.
you literally show the guy falling over in the dust, then saying it's all over him. That makes complete sense. That has nothing to do with what you said earlier about the no dust on a landing.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just
like-
have no clue. Just watch the video, guys, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you don't get it, Essie. You're just not smart. You don't get it. That's impossible to fake, and you don't get it. You don't have what it
I
takes.
know, bro. But just have a look at that video, guys. See for yourselves. You know, I'm not making this up. As a matter of fact, they even have a competition thing for anybody that could come up with some sort of electromagnetic apparatus. So when the suits, so that it doesn't accumulate on the suits because it causes real bad damage. There's a thing, you can look it up.
The issue is like the astronauts weigh about 75 kilos and the suits and the equipment weigh about 80 kilos. So you're trying to say like people have the maneuverability of their own body weight as a suit.
No, I'm not talking about maneuverability. I'm talking about the dust, the moon dust, the regolith, the electrically static charged stuff that floats. That's what I'm talking about, and it goes everywhere on the suits, everywhere. I mean, that's what they say.
What do you guys think? Inertia, like or Newton's law, an object in motion will stay in motion. What do you want, Omni? Mute yourself, or I'll do it for you, son of a bitch. Omni.
I talk about maneuverability because like these guys in suits are like stirring up dust with their movement.
All right. Well, I guess we'll talk through Omni's public appearance. All right. What do you guys think about an object in motion remains in motion? So while on the moon, like if I were to throw something, would it stay in motion longer? Like in regards to even the motion of their hands, like would their hands like stay in motion? They'd have to pull back constantly.
Yeah, using the weight of the suits, like try to jump with your own kind of body weight as like a 75 to 80 kilogram male wearing a 75 to 80 kilogram suit. How high can you jump? And
Not high in those
compare-
videos.
Yeah.
But like, due to that law of motion, shouldn't it? I mean, it shouldn't keep going up. Why is it going down? Why is it so difficult to get up?
It's about 1/5 or 1/6 the gravity. So if Neil Armstrong in his 80 kilogram suit can only jump 3 centimeters, you just multiply that by 6 or 7 and you can find out how high he can jump in total on the moon. It's as simple as that.
Why are we talking about how high he can jump?
Because it matters because of the gravity. You can't a human male as fit as they can wearing their own body rate isn't jumping as high. It's just not plausible.
Okay, but a simple thing, like let's just go to simple basics, right? You guys believe that the lander landed. Now we know there's regolith, we know there's dust, and you believe that it could have landed without one speck of dust of regolith clinging onto the feet. Like to me, that's cog this, guys. I'm really sorry, man, but how can you believe that?
Where does a landing rocket point to? Ezzy.
What?
Where does the landing rocket point to? Up, down,
Straight
left,
down?
right? Okay.
Straight
what
down?
happens to anything that is down there?
What's your point, bro? Don't play high school games with me.
No,
What's your
no.
point?
No, tell me, what happens to anything that is down there?
It gets flown about
It gets
all
blown
over
away.
the place. Blown
away
away.
from, yeah. So you just answered yourself why there's nothing on the landing gear. What is the problem with this? What is
Just the
what is-
fact that you said that, bro. Just the fact that you think that it could blow all the dust away. It's like, what can I tell you, man? There's like no use in talking to you, bro. You just believe in a fantasy that's not possible. You think all the dust. You think not one speck of dust came back and fell on the landers. Not one.
what would cause it to come back? There is no
Yeah.
atmosphere. There is no atmosphere, Emmanuel. There is nothing to come back. There's no force to make it come back.
Truly unbelievable how your mind works, man. It's just
No,
blows
you just
Unbelievable.
again without any argument. Nuh-uh. That's all you have. I
There's
explained
no
something to you,
nah,
and
bro.
all
There's
you do
no
is nuh-uh.
possible way that something could blow all the dust away, man. It's just impossible. Only in your mind.
Impossible.
You can imagine such a scenario.
Because you
It's
see it
rocket
call it
engine.
impossible.
He only has rhetoric. Look,
If you believe
I find it-
all the dust
no,
got
no, no,
blown
but do
away,
you
that's
believe-
on you, man.
But do you believe the entire world was deceived, including like hostile governments to the United States, like China or Russia? When the landing happened, they confirmed it happened. I find it
Change the
harder
subject.
to believe
Don't
that
change
the
the subject we're
entire
talking about.
world. I find it harder to believe that the entire world was in on it.
You're changing the subject now. We're talking about a
No,
physical
no, no.
thing. Yes, yes,
We are
yes.
ta-
yes.
we are talking
You're
about
going
the
away from the impossibility that not one speck of dust landed on the feet. You know that's ridiculous. Now you're trying to go into politics,
I have no idea if
and
that's
you're
true
going
or
to
not.
interrupt me,
I have
and
no
I know how
idea
this
what-
is going to go. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's,
because you're
I don't know that that's ridiculous. I would say that they would blow the dust away from the landing site and they would land on a spot that had the dust blown off of it. I don't see why it would come back to the spot that it was blown from, since there's no wind to bring it back. It's going to blow it away and it's going to fall to the surface.
Right, right. So all the dust got blown in a certain direction. None of it fell back. It's like you're believing in fantasy, man. I mean, if that's what you got to tell yourself to believe it, that's okay, man. That's fine.
No. Reason it through. Why would it fall back to where it was blown from?
You think that a rocket could come down and blow all the dust away in a certain direction? Like you're free to
times
believe
you've
that,
said
but
that
it's just not
Yes, say it
physically.
again.
It's not physically possible what you're saying. It's just make
Let's say
believe
so.
in your brain, bro.
Let me
That's
ask you a
it.
question. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you're right. Let's say that there's not a speck of dust that is on the landing gear. What are you suggesting happened? Like the film crew vacuumed the feet before they shot the scene, or like why was there no dust in the wherever it was that they shot it then?
That's very simple because it didn't land on the moon. It was in the studio. It's very
So
simple.
why
man.
wasn't there dust from the studio? Why didn't the dust in the studio go back onto the feet?
What?
Why didn't the dust in the studio of all that little sand or whatever they put down to make it look like the moon, why didn't any of that go back on the feet?
Because they weren't smart enough. Well, actually, they thought there's no way we would have the technology we have now, and we're able to.
How did
to
they
look
prevent it then?
closely? Because please don't interrupt. I know it's hard. Please don't interrupt. Okay, thank you. So the reason why is they never thought that we would have the technology cast that on a wall. On a wall. They
Yeah, but
didn't
that's
even
not-
use direct feed. Yeah.
That doesn't answer the question, though. Why didn't the dust in the studio get back onto the feet? It's a physics question.
That is the dumbest question I've ever heard. Like, are you guys? You listen what he just said? Why didn't the
Yours
dust
was a
in the
dumb
studio
question.
fall? Like, bro, you're not even on the planet, bro. What are you talking about?
No, we've gotten back from the moon. We're back on the planet. We're filming the lunar landing in a studio somewhere. Stanley Kubrick is off in the corner, beating off. Why did the dust get back on the lunar module?
What's wrong?
Again, the dumbest question I've ever heard because it never landed. It was placed there by a crane and taken a picture of. It never landed because if it landed somewhere where the rockets would have blown the dust would have been everywhere. Simple,
You
clear cut.
repeated that
If
like
you don't
40
get it,
times. Are you really
if you
gonna
don't
do
get
this
it
with
and
your
you have
life,
to
man?
feel that you have to interrupt, I know you guys are triggered, man. Try not
Yeah,
interrupting.
because you
It's
won't shut the fuck
very,
up.
very rude.
Right, so let's say they've got some dust in a studio and they've got a rover driving through it. Where's the dust in that studio going, and why is it not on their suits?
What kind of question is that? Bro, there's dust all over the suits. Do you not understand that? You see the astronauts talking about it. I posted a video of it. I posted pictures of dust all over the suits. Get off your cog this and listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, if
It
you
doesn't
guys aren't
click
getting
for
it.
Ezzy.
If it was fake, obviously, like when Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins walked upside down drinking tea, it would have fell out of the cup. It was obviously real, and they had magic. And you guys just can't wrap your heads around it. It's obvious. There'd be repercussions.
Wow. Moon dust kills your fantasy.
Revolving around it.
No, it doesn't. Your misunderstanding doesn't make it true, Ezzy. You just it doesn't click for you. That's all.
I know, I find it really insulting that he's implying that we have cognitive dissonance about something that's like he's perpetuating a conspiracy theory. This isn't fact. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You can't
Do you know
really
anything
believe that
about
the
moon
moon
dust,
landing was fake.
lady? Do you have
Do I
any
know
clue
anything
what
about
we're
moon
talking
dust?
about?
Yeah, I'm about to shove some up my nose right now. I'll let you know how it goes.
You see,
And
you have
that's
nothing.
why-
You have nothing but an insult. What are we talking about? Do you have any clue what we're talking about here?
Yeah, Cho,
So
have
we
you
have
watched
to
any
pretend the suits.
I've been,
not you, the
you've been
lady that
talking
just
about
spoke.
how the moon landing is fake. It was created in a studio. Something dust all over the suits, and it's getting dumb. Like, come on, people. You guys know
So you
that the
see,
fucking
something does. She has no clue what she's talking about.
Yeah,
Thank you.
believing in the moon landing in 2025 is pretty dumb. Yes.
Right, so we
Yeah,
have to pretend.
that's my point
We
right
have to
there. That guy
pretend-
did it.
Eden, did you ever find those pictures?
Oh yeah, I did. I'll DM them in just a moment. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the point of pretending the suits weigh differently.
Nobody said that. Nobody said
Well,
the suit played differently.
Yeah, they would have no ability to maneuver their bodies the way they could with the kind of suits that they were wearing. Like
Nobody made a point about that. Why are you addressing that? We're talking about dust, bro.
Like if the entire group
they can't maneuver that amount of dust if they can't maneuver. Like it's like saying, "Oh, I can do 100 laps of a swimming pool with like my hands tied." Like it's just not as easy.
If this entire group of human
talking
beings
about,
doesn't,
man?
if this entire group of human beings doesn't believe that it is possible to fake that moon landing, then yeah, you are going through cognitive. You can believe that it's true that they did it, but if you think it's impossible to fake that, then yeah, you're going through some kind of situation right now.
Yeah, and it's
Nobody said
impossible
that.
to think that you're an AI just because it's
Nobody is
possible
suggesting
doesn't
that
mean
it
it's
was
plausible.
impossible at all. We're just saying that to speculate that it never happened still in our day and age is a little bit fucking weird.
That's not an argument. Sorry. It's weird.
So you have the cognitive dissonance of somebody wearing like an 85 kilogram suit.
I guess I have to
maneuvering
apologize.
like
I've
it
got
weighs,
actual life problems. This is the shit that
maneuvering,
I commiserate
interrupting
about.
Cowser's moo. Fuck's sake, bitch! I was talking. Like
Don't
you're
call her a
pretending
bitch, bro. What the
maneuvering.
fuck is wrong with you? Stop that.
I mean, she did interrupt right in the middle of him talking.
Yeah, but you don't
so.
call a woman that, bro. Come on, like seriously, man.
If they're gonna act like a bitch, they're gonna be called a bitch. Like
No,
don't
I'm not gonna let you do it, bro. No, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna put you on mute if you continue that. No, don't call her a bitch, bro. Period.
All right, I'll just call you a little bitch because you can't handle the fact that a guy in an 85 kilogram fucking suit doesn't maneuver like a guy in a 3 kilogram suit. If someone has cognitive dissonance here, it's you.
Nobody's talking about movement, bro. You just brought up a thing that no one is talking about. We're talking about dust. Try to keep up.
He's making the claim that nobody can move slowly and trick you. Like they can't move slowly and trick you.
and it's impossible, and you've been debunked because they're moving slowly. Obviously, it's true.
Yeah, this guy just
Hey,
doubled
SC,
down
did you
on
hear
it
how
not
when
being
you said,
possible.
yeah, SC, did you hear how when you said nobody's talking about movement, the very next person to talk, No Tanks, was talking about movement?
Well, he was trying to explain what he meant by that, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
moving slowly
Good,
doesn't
good
mean
job,
jumping
SC.
fast.
Good fucking job.
What are you
Doofus, why
so
are you
triggered
interrupting?
about, Doofus? Like, you came in for that?
Yep. He came in to address
I
my
came in for
addressing
a
those
lot of
other guys
things.
addressing that wasn't addressing the point. It was awesome. It was like epic. Doofus.
And the interesting thing
We're not talking about the
dust,
movement, but we're definitely talking about the movement.
yeah, and if you're going to talk about dust, we can talk about the dust flying off the back of the tires of the moon buggy. And what we can do is look at the parabolic arc. So we can still talk about the movement of dust. It doesn't operate like slow motion. So again, you have failed in the dust department.
Whatever you say, bro. Yeah. I'm
The
a
dust
failure.
department is
Yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah, because we know how parabolic
argument.
arcs work. Yeah, we do know how parabolic arcs work because we have tires that maneuver sand. We film them in slow motion. We compare them to the Apollo ones. They're
Yeah,
different.
film them in water.
Only delusional people who think it's fake think
underwater.
So you're saying it's impossible for them to have faked it. So to believe that it is impossible so you're
I'm not
saying
saying
they're
it's impossible.
deluded.
I'm just
Okay,
saying
well you
physics.
just made the claim of
Physics doesn't
delusional,
change
which would
because
mean
you film
that
it slower.
no, sir, hold on one second. When you make the claim that we're delusional for believing in the possibility that they faked it, your claim is now it is impossible that they faked it unless you are a deluded individual. Do you not hear yourself?
Tora, that's not what he said. He is addressing
I'm
the
saying-
claim that he's addressing the claim that slowing the footage would be enough. And that's not true for the reasons mentioned. Nobody said it cannot be faked. The argument put forward was that slowing the footage was enough.
Nobody said slowing the footage. Actually, when No Tanks
said it.
addressed it,
No
he said
Tanks
that
just
he wanted
fucking
to-
said it. No
I'll
Tanks
do it.
just said it.
Hold
No
on
Tanks
one
just
second.
said it just
Hold on
now.
one sec.
Don't say
Why are you
nobody said
interrupting
it.
me, doofus?
Don't
You
ever
always
say
complain
nobody
about
said it, you
people.
gaslighting fuck. You
hold on. I
motherfucking
didn't-
gaslighting asshole.
Come on, chill bro. out.
And
Why is that guy allowed to
wouldn't have
interrupt me
even
like that,
mentioned the
Mod?
tires flicking up
Hold
dust if you
on.
weren't going to
Hold
bring
on.
up dust and deny
Hold
movement. So what we
If you're
can
gonna
do is
gaslight it, you're
analyze
gonna
the
get
tires.
interrupted. I'm just gonna do it. If every time you lie, that's gonna happen.
Dude, why is this guy allowed to go
I'm
on?
nodding for
Omni? Why
clarity.
do you, dude? It's so
Tora,
terrible. You guys
Tora.
don't mute. You guys are terrible. You're gonna mute me though. Watch.
Territory. Hold on. So the quiet. So what is? Say the question again.
Okay, but now that I think about it, I don't think I did say slow down. I think Doofus is.
No, you said acted slower. They acted as
right,
if
that's right.
they were moving slower. So that's all I was trying to bring to the point of it. It's not that they slowed down the footage. You're saying that an individual cannot act as if they are in slow motion at this point, unless you're a deluded person.
The conversation moved on to dust. The conversation moved on to dust, in which No Tank said that slowing the footage would be enough. Thank you.
So I have seen several papers, a couple of white papers at least, of analysis of the moon dust kicked up by the lunar rover and how it falls. And apparently, according to the papers, it falls at a slow rate, and that would be, as far as we know, impossible to fake. So,
Jeez Louise, impossible to fake? What kind of job does this guy have? He analyzes the falling of moon dust, bro? Why do we even have
Yeah,
someone getting
because we
that,
have
bro?
real
What a waste
tires
of
on
money.
this real Earth that flick up real dust. We know what they look like on slowed down film. We compare that to the NASA film. It's different. If gravity is different somewhere magically on Earth, that's where the location was. But we find no such
Sorry,
locations
in a
where
film
gravity is
studio,
different on Earth.
in a
So we
film
have to
studio,
think
you can
different.
most certainly replicate that exact effect, bro. Are you kidding me? With CGI in a film studio?
But wait, Tara, you asked what about analyzing dust? You guys are the ones that bring up the dust analyzing. That's not us. That's y'all.
And more importantly, when you say you
Yeah,
can
that's
do
the
it in
sad
a,
part.
when you
If you
can do it
really
in a
did it, hold
studio,
on, he
when you
addressed me,
say
Doofus.
you
Hold
say you
on,
can,
hold on, Doofus.
when you say
He
you
addressed
can
me,
do it in
bro.
a studio,
Jeez
when you
Louise,
say you
guy.
can do it
Just
in a
go ahead.
studio, the reasons given why you can't do it in a studio is because dust does not behave in any fluid anywhere on Earth in the manner that we see in the footage.
Okay, that was the most retarded thing ever. If it's no, dude, Left Lane literally addressed
It's
me,
the
and now
most
you guys are
retarded.
just gonna.
Well, I posted a link to one of the white papers in the chat. Now,
the fact that you have to post a link to a white paper of someone defending this position is silly. Okay, if they truly went to the moon, no one would take the time of day to be like, you know what? We're going to make sure we prove how dust falls here or here in order to show these guys that we actually went to the moon. That is logically ridiculous.
So
It's not logically ridiculous to address the positive claims of the people who are detracting. If somebody makes a claim and somebody else does the work to show why that claim is false, it's not ridiculous anymore.
What does it
Stop
matter? Why do you
gaslighting.
care if someone believes if you went to the moon or not?
So
Go ahead. What is the
Again, if
logical
somebody makes a
implications of having
claim
people that
and that
don't
claim
believe
is
you went
shown
to the
to be
moon?
wrong
Dude,
with
I can't even finish
detail,
what I'm saying.
it's not ridiculous
This
anymore.
guy is
Stop
interrupting me
gaslighting the
every time
rooms.
I'm talking,
You can
dude.
stop the gaslighting at any time.
I'm asking you a specific question of what is the
And I'm answering.
danger of
We already
having
showed.
someone not believe in the moon landing so much so that you need a dust analysis.
because the dust
The
analysis.
answer to that question was already given, and I gave it to you. You fucking dishonest bastard.
All right,
Listen,
all right. Hey,
when the
Dude,
when
mute
the
this guy.
when the
How are you going to
when
allow
the
him
claim
just
is
to
made,
continually?
when the
Dude,
claim
you
is
guys
made,
just allow
when the
people to
claim is
insult
made
for
that
no
the dust,
reason because I
when
have
the
an
claim
actual
is that
question, dude.
when the
I'm not going
claim
to
is
allow this guy
made
to
that
talk,
the
bro,
dust,
until you mute
when the
him.
claim is made that
Mute him, dude. What are you doing? right now?
Crybabies. Look at these crybabies.
So Tora, I'm not pleased with how you're acting either. You're also.
What did I do wrong?
Yeah,
Point it
okay,
out.
I'm gonna explain it to you. So first off, you're trying to be intentionally provocative, and you are asserting that there is no evidence that could overcome your position, because the fact that there is evidence that overcomes your position is further proof of your position. So that's not intellectually honest, is it?
Oh, are you kidding me right now? You're saying
I'm not
that's
kidding
not
you at all.
intellectually honest because I said you can perform this in a film studio and someone said you can't make dirt do that through a
That's right.
camera? Dude,
That's
are you kidding me? Do you know what CGI is? Do you know what computer generated images are or not?
These are images that were taken from the lunar landing a long ass time ago.
How do
So
I
they
know
were
that?
not-
How do I know that?
They
How
were
do
not
you know that?
computer-
Because you believe someone that told you that. And I
We're
don't
rambling
believe
now,
that
dude.
person that told you that. So
Laura.
Yeah,
therefore,
but you got
your
the point.
argument is
And
bunk.
you just believe the
If
person
you
who told you it
really
was
believe
fake.
that you went to the moon, go
Let's
ahead
be
and
clear.
share the danger of people that don't believe you went to the moon and
I
what
don't
could they
think it's a
possibly
danger.
do?
I don't think it's
Okay, then
dangerous.
why
Laura.
would you spend money on
Tora, man, you gotta
analyzing
let someone
dust?
talk, dude. You're like not letting anyone talk. Thank you. Go ahead.
So Tora, I'm not worried that you don't believe it. I just think you're stupid for not looking at the evidence. Okay, so just dismissing it out of hand is as you should know, is a dumb thing to do. If
Do you think that's an honest way to engage with someone to tell them
yes, I do.
they haven't
Yes.
looked into it? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so I
I
became a
100%
flat
do.
earther without ever looking into the moon landing. Okay.
So I believe that you think you've looked into the moon landing. However, the idea that there is no evidence.
Yeah, go ahead and predict my future, predict my mind, what I think. Yeah,
What if-
Omni, that's an
Okay, well,
honest tactic, bro.
I will. I can read minds over
Yeah,
the
that's an
internet.
honest tactic, bro.
Yeah.
What if?
Yeah. Again.
What if we did go to the moon, but like something about that is like is hidden or misrepresented?
So
we didn't go, yeah. That'd be,
So
that's
there's a ton of evidence that we did go that is dismissed for various reasons. However, for moon landing deniers, the look at the dust is something that would be at the time impossible to fake. They did not have CGI. They didn't have
I mean,
that-
where
are you talking
how do
about?
How do
They
you know
didn't.
it's impossible
I am
to get like a
explaining
mixture
to you that
of
back in
certain?
1969, they didn't have.
Okay, when did a Space Odyssey come out?
They didn't have the they didn't
When
have
did a Space Odyssey come
I don't
out?
know what did it. It
Can you
doesn't matter.
fucking answer it, Toro, or are you gonna shut the fuck up? Can you answer shit?
Stop gaslighting, Doofus. You're a liar.
Yeah, why is Doofus so mad at me, bro? Can you just tell
2001
him to fix his
You're not
shit?
an honest participant in conversation. That's why.
Because okay, so I'm explaining to you, Cora, because you are committed to being not smart in this.
Dude, this is your argument. Your argument is you're dishonest and you have bad tactics when you debate. So I'm just gonna continually insult you. Like, dude, are you retarded?
Hey, can we just not talk about each other? Can we just not talk about each other, please? We
1968.
don't need to
And
tell us
that's just sad
Tora's
because the
opinions about
audience
Tora.
can see all of you guys are tagging up, teaming up on me, and insulting me like an incredible amount to the point that you're making yourself look bad right now. And you don't even get
I give
that.
it 2 months here, Tor. I give
Yeah,
it 2
look,
months.
Space
Well,
Odyssey,
reasons were
Space
given.
Odyssey was made in 1968.
So
and maybe
clearly-
filmed
Yeah,
2
the
years
Space
prior.
Odyssey was made in 1968. CGI
and
didn't
maybe
exist
filmed
then,
2
Omni.
years
Okay,
prior.
now how
do
stupid do you
anything
feel?
like the dust. It did not show.
Yeah, and they didn't have any parabolic dust in it. So fuck your argument, I guess.
Oh, okay. It didn't have parabolic arc. No, this
can
is the
achieve- you
whole
can
entire
achieve that,
argument
you
was
can
there
achieve
was
that
no
look with just
CGI before the moon landing. Space Odyssey was before the moon landing. It used CGI. Therefore,
Well,
you're
what
wrong.
CGI
You
did they
look
use in
retarded.
Yeah, you can
2001: A Space
achieve that
Odyssey?
that same look,
Which
that
CGI?
look by
No,
moving
no.
the camera in a
This is a
specific
claim
way.
that
That would be like
definitely
one way you could do it. You could
What
move the
CGI
camera
did
to
they
give you
use
this
in
apparent
2001: A
arc or
Space Odyssey?
deviation,
You
something
gotta
people
back
call like
up.
Coriolis sometimes. You could do all sorts of tricks. I mean, debunk
Okay,
all
what
the tricks.
CGI did they use in 2001: A Space Odyssey? Which ones?
They moved the camera around and made you think it was moving in a parabolic arc.
That's not CGI. What
There you
CGI
go.
was used in
That's it. All
2001:
they
A
had to
Space
do was
Odyssey?
move a camera, and you got fooled.
CGI is not moving a camera.
That's all they did.
And
They tricked you.
Okay, so what CGI? So Tora said they used CGI in 2001: A Space Odyssey.
How do you know
What
they didn't?
CGI did they use?
They used
What
elusive
was it?
tactics. They use elusive tactics to show weightlessness.
Elusive tactics is not CGI.
Okay,
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna change my definition of CGI to any film trickery.
Okay,
why
that's not how anybody in the
all they gotta do
entire
is move a
planet
little dust
defines
in your little
CGI.
Well,
You're an
that's,
idiot.
that's the
and you
context I was
achieve it.
using CGI in, film trickery. So there you go. I just changed it. for you.
Literally.
Why would
moving
you
the
change something that everybody else already has a definition for unless you want to make a dishonest argument?
Because we
That's
saw
not a
Mary
dishonest
Poppins.
argument.
We saw her and the chimney
Yes,
guy
it is.
on the ceiling.
Literally shifting the
and
goalpost.
It's not a lie. All right, so you have to deal with
You
it.
can consider it's shifting the goalpost, but that was my position from the very beginning when I said CGI, meaning film trickery, making you believe something
it's
that's
meaning
not
film
actually
trickery. You
happening.
said
That's
CGI.
what I mean by
Claim of
CGI.
CGI was
I'm
addressed,
sorry.
and then you change your claim to something different. That's shifting the goalpost.
Yeah.
All that stuff,
Yes.
whatever it took to make the audience.
Well, I don't think
go,
the
"Oh,
guy
that's
is going to
amazing. They must be
reveal.
walking upside down on the moon." Whatever it was, that's what they did. That's it. To claim it's impossible, you'd have to show that it's impossible. I mean, that's a claim that you guys are making, which is obviously, like I called out earlier, is obviously a ridiculous claim to say it's impossible.
So
I gave a reason why. Do you remember my reason?
why-
Or
the
do you want to
reason why-
fucking keep going on like this?
The rate. You said the rate that the dirt
impossible
falls.
is because the reason why it's
Parabolic arc of dust.
is because
Can you do that in air or any other fluid?
all right,
In
well,
water. Yeah, you can.
so
Incorrect. Water does not allow dust to move in a parabolic arc.
So the answer is no. It's not possible, and it's very easy to understand why. When you have the dust plume being kicked up like a rooster tail, is I think what they call it, what you see is the particulate matter, of which there are millions of little particles, and it moves in a way.
Who counted those particles?
Okay, you're going to interrupt me, Gotex? Really? Okay. So it moves in a way, this mass of particles, that these particles don't move on Earth. You can't, I mean, there's no way to fake that by moving the camera.
What does that mean, Omni?
It means that unless you can
It had
explain,
to happen on the moon. That's
If
what your
you- yes,
conclusion is? It
yes.
must
Oh
have
my God.
happened on the
No,
moon,
Tora,
therefore.
Tora. Wait,
So you've
wait.
never seen it before.
I'll wait.
Therefore, you assume it must be on the moon.
Can
Yeah,
I? Let me,
it's something that you're confused about, and therefore
Tora,
it must be on the moon.
okay,
You
so
don't know. You don't have an
There's more
explanation.
gaslighting.
You're going to talk over me. I got it. So no, Tora, it happened in a low gravity environment. So if you can explain how they faked a low gravity environment with millions of pieces of particulate dust, I'm all ears. But you can't do it. You won't even look at it.
It says in the movie A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick accomplished the impressive illusion of weightlessness.
Yes,
Okay,
but
so
not
that
for-
would be a less gravity environment, correct? When you create an illusion of weightlessness, dude.
Not for particulate dust. Okay, if you don't
How do
understand
you know that? How do you know that?
because
It's not in the movie. That's how we know, because it's not in the fucking movie.
Yeah, it's
So-
not in the movie,
so
right? This
Can
is
I,
what
can
you're-
I explain, please? Can I have give an explanation?
No, Omni's
So-
turn.
No, I
No,
can't
Omni's
give an
Omni's turn.
explanation.
Leave Omni alone.
No, you can't. What we've measured on Earth, that particulate matter, no matter what substance, is happening to the force of gravity, about 9.5 meters per second per second. So when we look at the film, we notice that the particulate matter in slow motion or fast operates to those laws of physics. When looking at the film, we're noticing that moon's gravity, which is about 1/5, shows that gravity is moving at about 2 meters a second.
What
So
are you
that's why
going
I
on
say
about?
the movements of the astronauts matter, because they're only jumping or moving against
Okay,
2
is
meters
this
per second of
absolutely
gravity,
the case
much
100%
like the
true?
dust is, much like the dust is rotating from the rooster
Yeah,
tail
is
of the
this
tire.
absolutely the case? Are you saying you are stating an absolute truth about the moon that is 1/5 the gravity of Earth? So it's 100% the case.
Absolute
that is
truth.
true? Yeah, it's absolute.
I bet you do
It's
just talking to you during
you
that
and your
time.
absoluteness. You always pull that crap when you're in a corner.
Well, I'm just wondering, this man is making a ton of claims. I want to know the method he used to come to absolute knowledge and absolute truth on this matter.
Well, I can actually help. I can actually help out in this regard, because Oblate Anvil, real quick, dust is not all the same size, not all the same amount of mass per particle, and
How
not
do you
all
measure
the same.
that?
Yeah, and not all the.
Gaslighting coming.
How do I know that dust is not uniform? Oh my God, that's a wonderful
And like
question.
I
Anyway,
said-
Oblate Anvil,
like
I'm
I
just going to
said-
point out real quick
Dustometer.
to help out your argument real quick. So if the dust and is not a uniform size, doesn't have uniform mass, and it doesn't have uniform surface area, but it follows the same parabolic arc regardless of its differences, then it must be that drag is not a consideration.
I'm saying, get me
Therefore,
on these.
the
Get me on these
dust
film
is
sets.
moving in a parabolic
These
arc
people are
through.
clowns.
It's through. Oh my God, you guys!
Through it. I thought you were
Therefore,
done.
the dust must. Jesus Christ!
The way I
Therefore, the
know
dust
it,
must be falling.
I want to get in there for a second, and then I'm gonna just leave entirely because people have been interrupting. So the way that I know that it's
I just gotta finish this one sentence. I gotta
Wait,
finish this
wait.
one sentence.
You're
Right,
both
so,
speaking
since
over
we
each
know the
other.
dust- Since we know the dust, Jesus Christ, dude. Since we know the dust is not uniform, has different mass per particle, different surface area per particle, drag is not a consideration, so the dust must be moving through a vacuum in order to follow that parabolic arc.
So the way that I know, the
you
way that
on
I
it.
know, so let's see, hang on. The way that I know that it's absolute truth is because how upset Tora got when I presented him with evidence that
Stop
he
it.
doesn't have a way to refute.
You know,
And the
it's
cool
he
thing
doesn't,
is,
and then he
like,
doesn't.
we can actually
You got you, dude.
we can actually put a tire through various sizes of particulate matter and still film it in slow motion. It's totally different to the moon one because you're comparing 2 meters per second squared to 9.8 meters per second
Yeah, I'm just.
squared.
All I'm
The
saying is,
physics
get me
doesn't-
on one of these studio sets. Let me get a fan. Like I'll turn on a
Oh.
fan until I achieve the fall rate that I want to achieve, and you guys pay me whatever it takes. Be like, oh, he proved the impossible. He showed it to be possible. I'll just blow a fan in the water and call it a day. Pay me.
You're asking
How
to
do you
film
A
know?
fan would not
moon
work
Like-
because
just
the
like a
drag
guy
would be
was,
different on
But,
different
but
kinds of
listen
particles.
to this. But
That's
listen to
For
this.
just the fucking reason I just mentioned, the fan wouldn't work because the drag would be different.
But
Yeah,
listen, if you've got
keep
it
changing
wrong
until we
and
get what we want to
you
get.
only
That's it.
assume space is what you assume it is and it's wrong, it's fucking nonsense. And you're standing on the hill of globe going, yeah, this is the way it is. You don't
Yeah, just
know. You've never been.
make the claim. You would sound like a reasonable person if you made the claim that I don't think it's reasonable that they faked it, but I know it would be possible. You'd have to just change. You have your goal, you have your target that you want to hit, and you just change the medium, the material, the you know, whatever physical interactions you want to play within the medium to get the result you want. But I just don't think it's probable. I think they went to the moon. To say it's impossible is just this crazy position.
If they went to the moon, I don't think we'd be having this argument. That's the.
I mean, listen, even
the
a dummy,
basis of
even
it.
like dummies like
I don't
Donald
think you
Trump
would
doesn't
be.
believe it.
I don't think
Yeah.
you would be because the
We are having
evidence
this
would be
argument.
presented on.
Yeah, because like you
Equivalent.
have to pretend that there's some imaginary fan blowing dust at a particular speed that
No, that's
fakes
used.
a
If
different
that's
gravity
what gets
force.
me paid, if that's what you guys will pay to see, then I'll get a fan. I'll get a couple. I'll
There's
get two
no-
fans.
There's no amount of unequivocal evidence that can stand up to invincible skepticism.
That's
None at
right.
all.
There you go. There you go. So you have your evidence and your belief, and that you hang on to that. And you know, obviously, if they repeatedly do this, they could make this trip, then you would change minds. It's just this 1960s. You know, my grandfather from that era is, you know, fucking nuts and bolts under the hood of a Chevy kind of guy. You're telling me these, you know, until I see it, and you know, now, you know, repeated with people who aren't a bunch of, you know, war survivors and whatnot, numbskulls, then then I probably shouldn't believe it. Doesn't seem reasonable to believe this one-time stunt.
I just don't know how humans back in
You know, this era of
1970.
people, they would drink a six-pack and beat their kids and then fly to the moon. I mean, if you want me to believe it, then I guess that's what you want me to do.
So many
No,
inconsistencies.
it's not a matter of like
There's so many
you have to
inconsistencies
like
as well.
imagine
Which
that
you just
there's some small possibility that somebody
No.
can change what gravity looks like with dust.
you don't even know. You can't even see gravity. So how do you know what it looks like? And you're going. You don't know what gravity looks like. That's fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
Argument, good argument.
If all they have to do is time their camera to move up relative to something falling down by the 0.03 or whatever you said meters per second, then that's all they do, and then they got you. I mean, these guys get paid for this shit. Let them get paid for it.
Okay, that's
they
not
have digital
for the reasons that I already explained to you, because the amount of drag on each different kind of particle would be different, and that wouldn't solve your problem. But you're not going to address that argument. You're just going to keep repeating the bullshit you said, like nobody responded to you.
Yeah, put the entire studio underwater on let it drop the whole studio. I mean, these guys are in
Underwater
Hollywood,
won't
baby. This is Hollywood, dude. They do what they got to do to get Mary Poppins on the ceiling. All right.
You know that
Isn't
drag
that
is
Space Odyssey?
on different sized particles. You know that drag is different on different sized particles, correct?
Yeah, we're talking about just the sand, and then we go to each variable and we change the drop rate of each thing as needed. That's it.
Okay, that's not possible to do if each of the particles are a different amount of mass and have different surface area. You cannot make them all fall at the same rate through any fluid with drag. There's no way, in order for you to, there's no way for particles of different
Put it
sizes.
through a sifter. We just sift out the particles that we want, and we put those in the scene.
100% impossible for different sized particles to fall through any fluid and move at the same rate. It cannot be done.
Yeah, we just put it through a sifter. We get the same part. Listen, I mean, me and my Hollywood buddies will get it done, and you just pay me. That's it.
Okay, go get it done then.
How high off the ground did the dust fly?
I need a financial commitment from Doofus. Instead of his gaslighting, that's not going to pay the bills.
Financial commitment is a bullshit requirement. If you make a claim and you fail to support it, that's not on anybody else. Also,
how high up did the dust go?
there's one other problem with that argument too,
Jeez
which is
Louise, guy, how much are you gonna talk?
Jeez, this joint woke me up with all this.
even if you have all of the dust particles
Yo, calm down, doofus. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Bro.
I will get it out at some point. Yet even if you have all of the dust particles at the same size falling through any fluid, the path that they take, if you graph that out over time, will not God damn. Okay, so the path that they take.
Today, Junior.
I will get it out at some point. If you assholes could stop
We can hear you, bro. Just say it. We can hear you.
We'll get it out at some point without you assholes acting like children. All right, let's try it one more time. We'll try it again. Okay. When you have even particles that are all of the same size falling through any fluid, the path that they take, when you graph that out, will not be a parabola because drag is not going to make that. It's not going to make that possible. If you have drag on any particles, it's not going to be a perfect parabola. There you go.
All right, Mark
How
Taylor.
high up did the particles go?
Why not? Making Doofus really angry, Taylor. Mark Taylor.
How
You're
high
not
up did
making
the
us
particles
angry.
go?
I mean, if you guys keep interrupting the answer, it only shows that you're
How high
children.
up did the particles go?
But that's not a relevant answer because.
Oh, so you don't know how high the particles have gone, but you can tell the exact parabolic arc they should take at a regardless of the height of the particles.
We're not going to allow any answers because Tor is a piece of shit. Now let's try this again.
Dude, what's wrong with this guy, bro?
Okay, well you can keep fucking interrupting and disrupting the flow.
You
of
interrupted
conversation
everything I said. You didn't even hear my
Everybody wants to
question,
give an
bro.
answer. We'll just keep doing this bullshit over and over again. Fill the room with noise until I get the answer out.
Yeah, this room will
Okay,
die because of people like you, bro.
until the answer actually can come out. We'll just keep doing
Think
it.
about where you're allowed in these
all
circles.
day
dude.
long until Torres
Listen
shuts
up,
his
if
fucking
you ask
mouth.
the fucking
Until
question, wait
Torres
for the
stops
fucking
fucking
answer.
talking. We'll just keep doing this. Okay. Jesus Christ. Now I lost it. Here we go. That's the reason why he does this shit, because he doesn't want the fucking answer to be told.
Well, next time you slow
Doofus
down
doesn't
a
know
little
it.
bit when you catch yourself losing it.
Parabolic arcs through different mediums.
Yeah. And what was the height? Do you need the height specifically to determine the parabolic arc and the shape of the arc? Or no, you don't need to know the height?
No, you don't need to know the height because parabolas are parabolas at any scale.
Okay, so if I drop something, instead of being 9.8 meters off the ground and I drop it at half that, does it drop at the same rate?
The rate of acceleration is the same in both cases.
Okay, so in 1 second when I drop something, what was the rate?
9.8 meters per second.
For 1 second, then it's not 9.8 meters, correct?
It's not, listen very carefully, it's not a velocity. It's not 9.8 meters per second. It's 9.8 meters per second per second. It's a rate of change in velocity over time. So the answer is, it is 9.8 meters per second in both examples. Is there a flat earther here that knows physics? I know that's an oxymoron.
I just don't think anybody wants to hear any more yelling, especially not me. So I'm not even gonna continue it any
Well,
further.
he wouldn't have to yell if he didn't get spoken over. So.
Yep.
I don't know, bro.
I'll second that, Taylor.
Yeah, you asked about how dust works through like a medium, and you answered like how the parabola works is like if you threw a dart underwater, it still operates at 9.8 meters per second squared. What we're looking at, the footage shows it's about 2 meters per second squared. These are different like kinds of physics that aren't on Earth.
From how many seconds was it in the air for?
The paper's still in the chat if you want to look at the numbers.
Right, and the dart would be heavily influenced by drag, just in case, that was not mentioned.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I mentioned dart under a different medium, like even dust underwater. I don't think would make a rooster tail like that.
Yeah, but that's just due to the moon's Coriolis. Like the Earth, right? Like there's, I think it's like 100 feet per second. that it's rising in the west. Right.
So
This
who here
is
thinks
moon
the
Coriolis.
Coriolis is rising at 100 feet per second in the west? You said.
That's all. Yeah, that's all it is.
Who here thinks
Yeah,
that
well,
no?
it seems like a rooster tail, just like if you were to put the prop in the water and you were to trim the engine up a little bit. I mean, I don't see the difference.
Because it wouldn't be a parabola for the reasons that I mentioned. Anyway,
It
does
is.
anybody?
I mean, have you ever seen a jet ski?
Is it just we'll try this again. Does anybody here think that No Tanks is an honest participant in this conversation when he says the moon
Why is
Coriolis?
this guy doing this? Like, what is he doing?
I think No Tanks is that the moon Coriolis is a.
Me too. I also think
Coriolis
he's
is the reason.
very honest.
We'll just keep doing this. Let's keep this fucking going. That the moon Coriolis
Dude,
might
every
be.
time you're in here, it's just terrible, bro.
He's very honest.
We'll just fill the VC with noise again because whatever the fuck is going on.
Because you're not. You're not.
We shouldn't assume people are being dishonest.
So when the moon Coriolis is the answer he gave, who here thinks he's an honest participant in this conversation?
Not I.
I don't think we should assume people are just dishonest.
Well, there's no Coriolis
Well,
in the
an
moon.
assumption.
Ooh,
Either
so
way,
we can easily
I don't
figure
even
that
care
out.
about
So when someone says moon Coriolis is the reason for the dust trails to be what they are, there's no universe in which that answer is an honest response. It's not fucking possible for that to be an honest response.
Okay, can you give the reason for that?
Maybe not for you.
So
I don't
let's
know.
say there
For
is.
anybody, if anybody knows what the Coriolis effect is, how it is defined, then when he says moon Coriolis is the reason for the dust trails to fall the way that they do, everyone who knows what the Coriolis effect is knows for sure that No Tanks is bullshitting.
Doofus, I was kind of
Also, Taylor, you think
it's okay.
No Tanks is
You can go ahead. I'm
suddenly
not gonna like start
either-
freaking out or nothing.
I'm happy if he uses Coriolis because Coriolis is evidence of a rotating globe. And so if there is rotating Coriolis on the moon, that would make subtle effects for any rotation of cyclones that are there. I don't think there are any cyclones on the moon. And anyway, what we're talking about is tires flicking up dust. And this isn't like a Coriolis effect. It's things falling down. Coriolis is not related to how things fall down.
It's really not
At
that
that
complicated.
There you
So
go.
feel free to
Coriolis
use
doesn't
Coriolis
affect
because
sniper
that-
bullets
that-
falling to the earth. You just heard it here first.
And also, No Tanks using a globe argument, I think, is pretty good evidence of him not being honest.
That's stupid, bro. What if he just doesn't understand the term? You can't just assume someone's being dishonest, like he knows the term and he's
Absolutely,
intentionally
I can.
lying. Hey,
Oh,
hold on,
hey,
Manufacturer.
There's
Whoa,
a
whoa,
perfect
whoa, whoa,
answer
whoa.
to that. There's a
I
perfect
was
answer
still
to that.
talking,
So
but look,
if he doesn't know what the term
Dude,
means,
you're
I'm gonna
interrupting,
stay
Kate.
calm.
You're
I'm not
you're
gonna
in.
start screaming like doofus. Like we should learn how to like have civil discussion, okay? I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
and that's why I said I'm not too bothered
We can
no,
have
about.
a
three
civil
people
discussion
interrupted me. Now
Jeez,
imagine
doofus, shut up.
if I
No,
was
it's
doofus.
possible. Thank you.
I would
So
literally start
there's a
screaming like a
way
child.
to have a civil conversation about this. So when
That's
he
fine,
says
but you just interrupted me.
he says the moon Coriolis, thank you.
So
When he
it's
says
okay
the
if you
moon
do it.
Coriolis, thank you. When the
Thank
moon,
you
when he
what?
They
says
You
don't
just
care. They
interrupted
don't
me,
care
bro.
if he interrupts, dude. They
Okay,
just
so
mute
you're a
you for
hypocrite.
interrupting.
Just know that.
Okay, so when he says moon
Why
Coriolis,
is this guy allowed to do this?
we'll just keep doing this. We'll just do this. So when he says moon Coriolis, if he has no idea what the term means, then it's intellectually dishonest to use the term that he doesn't know what it means. So therefore, it's still dishonest. Thank you.
No,
Wow,
it's not.
awesome point.
It's
Thanks
not
for
dishonest.
nothing.
It would be dishonest if he knew what it meant.
It's intellectually dishonest to
You've
use
been wrong
terms
before.
you don't know the meaning of.
Many
Do you
times.
want me to
He's
assume you were just
Doofus has
dishonest
never been
whenever you
wrong.
said
He's a,
statements that were wrong?
So yeah, I would so let's calm this down because like even if he uses moon Coriolis, we can still talk about it as if it exists because we recognize on the globe that there is Coriolis because of both the shape and spin of the Earth. So when we look at moon Coriolis and compare that to things falling down like dust off the back of a tire, we know these are two different things, both on Earth and the moon.
are you saying that the pendulum isn't affected?
No.
Holy shit.
I don't think a pendulum is a car speeding up dust.
Okay, so then do you want to address how Doofus said if you don't know the definition of something and then you invoke it, that's dishonest behavior? Can you agree? Are you in agreement with that?
He didn't say anything
I'm
about pendulum. That was you, dude.
Yeah, and like
That's what you said. If someone
my
doesn't
answer to your
know
question
exactly what
is-
the word means,
Yeah,
doesn't mean they're being
if you don't-
dishonest in their
if-
engagement.
if you've misunderstood what Coriolis is and said the term moon Coriolis, that could imply that you're not aware exactly of what that term means.
Okay, does that make the person dishonest?
What the hell is with the gaslighting right now? He said moon Coriolis is what made the dust go in a parabolic arc. Are we taking that seriously? Seriously?
Yes, the flat earthers are taking that seriously.
No,
No,
that's
we're
not
not
what
Have you
taking
never
it seriously.
spoken to
we're taking. Your
Just saying you shouldn't
tactics.
assume someone's dishonest if they
Yeah,
say
we're
something
holding
wrong.
your behavior to the fire right now, okay? So your behavior is not proper behavior and you're being taught something right now. So do you
This entire
agree that it is
conversation-
wrong to tell someone it is dishonest if they don't have a... Dude, fuck you guys, man.
Yeah, let's quit talking about behavior and get to the topic. Goddamn.
Yeah, the only reason you guys don't like each other's behavior is because you're on opposite sides. If you're on the same side, you would love each other. So it is what it is.
No, I don't take to insulting people as a good thing. Okay, Concave, you do it all the time. You insult people all the time. I don't have an issue with
Hey,
you
hold on, hold on.
just
Hey,
talking about your ideas
hold on.
or whatever. I think it's perfectly fine. But once it comes down to insults, that's a problem, dude.
Yeah,
Regardless of
Tora
size,
loves to
bro.
use the feminine tactic of like throwing shit onto other people. Let me tell you something, Tora. It is because because he's on a different side.
Are you sexist? Are you saying,
bro? Thank you very much. It is because he's on a
Why are you
different
being such a
side.
jerk, dude?
Because you sit here and listen to guys like D-Mock rail off on the Globers for hours on end, and you don't call out his behavior.
He
So
gets
yeah,
instantly muted, D-Mock. He's like instantly muted. Where's Tor? What do you think about, dude? You guys, yeah, Tor. We're gonna have to get the fuck out of here soon, man.
Help you guys
Honestly,
out?
over at Jen,
Please get back on topic. Please get back
yeah,
on
we're
topic.
just gonna go to Earth
Yeah,
Awakening and fuck off on this channel because this channel will die this week, and we'll make sure of it because the
Just say the
reason
word.
people are in this channel is for the flat earthers. So when we leave this channel, you will die.
You know why
Cool
you're
story,
leaving?
bro.
You know exactly why you're
cool
leaving.
story, bro.
Days and it was completely dead.
So when somebody
Hey,
said,
hold on tight to each other. It's only because you've got a common belief system. It'd be a
So we-
shame if one of you guys like Jaren realized it's fucking fake. Then you'd get attacked, called a shill. Your best friends would become your enemies. Hold on tight to each other
Taylor,
while you
you
leave in
Everybody in
packs.
here,
While you
Taylor, you
leave in
get-
packs.
they only act so big and tough because there's so many people in here,
Yo, I got it.
and they act
for you
irrational and
specifically.
rude.
Yeah,
So
you've been
let's have a
treated
look-
pretty
let's-
badly
let's
in
have a look
both
at what's
areas or all areas, Taylor.
it's just on the
I was
shit,
talking a
and-
while
Wait,
ago.
hold on. No
man.
Tanks was trying to say something.
A while
Right,
ago, I was talking. Right. So what?
doesn't
In your
matter.
hello, yo, dude,
Hey, come on, Doofus.
crazy people.
Bill, he's trying to say
Yeah.
something.
I was just asking in your like experience, Taylor, since you've been
Moderator.
What are you doing it again for?
So, dude, listen.
In your
listen up.
experience, yo, dude,
Let's
listen up.
say-
I've
let's
been
say-
talking like 10
Moderate,
times
Jen.
now.
say-
Oh, boy,
on,
and
dude.
Doofus.
In
Hold
your
on.
Left lane, moderate.
And anybody else.
In your experience, Taylor, you get treated pretty badly everywhere you go. Do you get treated worse here or at Gem Pandas, which they were pretty mean to you there too? Like, which one's more outrageous?
Here.
She gets what she
That's
gives,
very
bro.
hard to say too.
Because
Maybe
on
gems,
on gems, we like appreciate Taylor a lot because she's actually trying to make a coherent like case, right? Like,
Thank you, Spartacus. I agree.
She's making a coherent case that No Tanks is possibly not a dishonest
Eden,
participant.
stop sucking people's cocks all day.
Oh, well, I gotta go follow Tor to see where he went because I made a pact with him.
Right. So
You guys are
what I
sick-minded.
feel like
Is it-
happened
is it
was
Matt
like
Lee?
we explained how something affect something else, and somebody says like moon Coriolis. When somebody hears that, it's just like saying fairy dust answers this effect. Like it's saying the explanation that I'm just kind of inventing explains the thing, and I think that's why he had a problem with expressing the solution to the problem with a sort of made up word that you're not confident in what it means.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is fine, even. I mean, it was a funny troll, but I don't know why that everyone jumped at his defense. I don't think he expected anyone to be taking him seriously.
Because y'all call people dishonest way too loosely, bro. Like,
You did
I've
finish the
heard
explanation
many
why.
people in here, hold on, say something wrong in the past, and that's totally fine. I'm not going to harp on it. I'm not going to say they're intentionally lying. Like, if somebody says they misspoke or like, oops, that's the wrong thing, or they get, corrected, which has happened to many people in here, even if they've admitted it or not. Like, I'm not going to call them a liar. That's like
And even
bearing
that's
false
fine.
witness, dude. You're assuming that they knew
Yeah,
the definition and intentionally stated it wrong. Why would they even do that?
No, I'm not assuming he intentionally said it wrong. I'm assuming, like anyone with a functional knowledge of the English language and tone and presentation could hear that he was being sarcastic at the time. Clearly, intentionally.
Well,
Okay, so
manufactured
is that
totem, would there be
dishonest?
Coriolis on the moon? Or I guess not, eh?
No, and No Tanks knows that, and we know that No Tanks knows what Coriolis
Yeah, I
is,
mean,
because he's
come
talked
on.
about it loads.
So is
also, I'm not
being
going to defend
sarcastic
people
in
just
here now
being
equated
wrong
with
for
being
this.
dishonest?
Right. The
Depends how it's done.
sarcasm, yes, sarcasm fits.
Okay, well, let it be known that a lot of people in here have been dishonest.
Wonderful. So when I called out specific behavior that
And if
no
we
tanks
want to go
had,
there, I mean, we could
so when I
literally
point,
show that
so when
maybe
I
globe
point out a
defenders are
specific
dishonest to
behavior,
themselves,
so
denying
when I
reality.
point out
But
a
we don't do
specific,
that. We just try
so
to
when I
present the
point out a
evidence. But if we
specific
want to
behavior,
get there, we can go there.
we are going to be boop boop boop. So when I point out a specific behavior that no tanks has exhibited, it is not fair to do a whataboutism and say everybody does it. No. So when I point out that specific behavior, it is proper to say, okay, yeah, he did it. It's not proper to defend him and say, no, he didn't do that.
Okay,
And
well, I'm
also,
just
Eden,
saying, I've
Flat
been
Earthers
called,
call Globers dishonest all the time.
okay, I've been called dishonest a lot. And that really hurts because I do not try to lie. I believe liars go to hell, as written in my Bible, that I believe in, and that you guys know I believe in. So to say that I'm trying to lie is very, like, you should just consider like what you're saying to somebody before you say it, because people, just because they've been wrong or you might disagree doesn't mean that they're just lying. So that's just been an all-around problem in here. I don't think sarcasm equates as dishonesty either. I've seen a lot of Globers do it to me with my Bible. They make fun of it, they say sarcastic things about it. I mean, I'm not just going to call them liars or dishonest. I mean, let's just like try to hold off on that.
Yeah, there's an interesting nuance here. Like I'm sometimes intellectually dishonest because I have an understanding of let's say Coriolis, and then I say that affects how the tires affect a rooster tail. That's a disconnect from the explanation, because there's the explanation for Coriolis isn't the same explanation for tires spitting up dust. So those are unrelated issues. If you know that tires kicking up dust is different than like the earth spinning and creating cyclonic systems.
But anyway, so the argument that we were having at the time was about whether or not it's possible to have dust fall through any medium, anything at all that isn't a vacuum, and make a parabolic arc. I explained why that's not possible, because drag is proportional to the velocity cubed in the surface area of the cross section, right? So the drag on a particle would make it impossible for the dust to follow a parabolic arc. Is there an actual rebuttal to that argument?
No, you've got it right.
Welcome, Matthew Lawrence. Happy you made it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
think
and
everyone can learn a
when
page out of
people
Matthew
feel
Lawrence
that they've poured millions of dollars into something that was worthwhile, like a moon buggy, and somebody says that's fake, well, we can go, well, what does different gravity look like when it's filmed? What does different gravity look like on Earth? What does the same gravity on Earth look like when we're underwater? And each time we find that it's 9.8 meters per second squared. And the squared is important because it's a velocity. And so when we're looking at the moon, which is about 1/5, we expect about 1/5 of 9.8. And that's just simple math. So it's roughly 2 meters per second squared gravity on the moon, give or take.
In your record.
Oh, Blade, while it's quiet here, if you don't mind me asking, how certain are you of the moon landings during Nixon? 100%? Maybe 80%?
Yeah, like 99.99%. Like, I don't know how in 1967 they could have changed gravity.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a possible way to do it? Maybe, but I struggle figuring out how somebody could like artificially change the mass of Earth to be 1/5 of what it normally would be in a particular location like a studio.
Okay, so a percentage claim into something is itself. And there sure is a struggle here. I think the real struggle is discipline.
I was lifting up, Mike.
Yeah, I got a question.
I think
That's fine.
I think the more telling about what you said, just to spin off what you said, was it Oblate Annual? Is when you watch videos of it, the filming on the moon, especially when like if there's something happening, like they're falling or something, there is certain parts that I think is very hard. For example, the effect of gravity only affects you falling to the ground or jumping or something, but it doesn't affect your own movement, right? Your own movements can be fast because there is nothing stopping that. I'm not sure what the claim is, but let's say you say, well, it could be filled in a pool of water or something, because that could look kind of similar. But in a pool of water, the reason why everything is slow is because the water is dragging your body when you're falling. And that means it would also drag if you try to move your hands, or if you try to kick something or whatever. But when you see the moon video, right, you see them jumping around, and they're like, sometimes when they fall, they like spin their feet a little bit. And that's not possible if you're underwater.
That's a valid point, but we don't know exactly the tricks that they use filming that. Allegedly, they were on wires. They could have been controlling the atmosphere inside the studio, right? Whatever, they could have added helium, right? They could have. For all we know, they could have filmed it inside of a chamber of some sort. You know, vacuum some of the air out. Not all of it, but vacuum some of the air out, included some helium, some special composite dust, right? And you combine all these factors, voila, we get the moon landing, right? But you guys are assuming, you're already presupposing it's impossible.
Yeah.
There's no way to do it. You're not really entertaining different out of the box ideas.
Wires would be restricted. We're entertaining the idea, by the way. When we say the reasons why it wouldn't work, we're definitely entertaining the idea. So don't say we're not entertaining the idea. So the wires wouldn't work because they're restrictive. To a guy's point, that would mean that their movements wouldn't match up. Second, the amount of air they would need to remove is at least 95% of the air. They would have to have I don't know, the logistical concerns for doing something like that on such a large scale would be nearly impossible to pull off. We'll just say that there's a small possibility that they could. But regardless, the claim that they did do it would then require some evidence that they did actually do that they had a vacuum chamber of the size necessary to encapsulate the motion of the lunar lander, which to date, there's no evidence that that size of a chamber has ever existed.
Okay, but hold on, Doofus. I'm not saying that they completely evacuated the air. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a combination of evacuating some of the air, not equivalent to the moon, but just some of the air, and also including helium. We know that NASA is the #1 consumer of helium, dude. 75 million cubic feet of helium annually. If they just introduce some helium into, hold on, dude, hold on. If they just introduce some of the helium into that chamber and also included some special composite dust, this could be replicated, is all I'm saying, hypothetically.
Introducing helium is introducing a fluid, and as I mentioned only moments ago, all fluids exhibit drag on stuff that's in them. And I gave you that they don't have to remove all the air because I specifically said they would have to remove at least 95% of it in order to pull this off. Again, the thing that they're demonstrating in this footage shows that these parabolic arcs are not separating out the different sizes of particles that are in the dust, and because this is the important part, and they're following a parabolic arc shows that drag is completely insignificant to their motion, which means so much air would have to be removed. Not just a little bit, not half of it, but 95% of it.
No, not at all. You don't have to remove 95% of it. You only have to remove some of it and include the helium. You're not factoring what would helium do to a composite dust, right? And then you start adding the frame rates, right? The shutter speed, all that stuff. You could slow some of the footage down. All these things combined could replicate that.
Are you trying to add
It's not
in
just-
helium because of the H3, where it's a superfluid, and you're trying to get to somehow there's like a water above? Is that really where this is going?
No, I'm not. I'm just introducing helium as a factor to replicate the parabolic arc of the dust, right? To make it look like they're in 0 G's, they would add that amongst other things.
Is that demonstrated anywhere? No, hold on a second. Is adding helium demonstrated anywhere to a parabolic arc to dust in a vacuum? Can you show that anywhere that has actually been done?
This is hypothetical, bro.
Right? Okay, sorry.
Hypothetically, it's hypothetical.
Yes, helium. No, helium would affect the trajectory of the dust.
Right, it would introduce drag and make it less parabolic. That's not how this is. So
hold on. Stupid. Hold on a second.
Helium is made up of matter. Helium is made up of.
I get that though.
Helium is made up of matter. Matter has inertia. That inertia pushing it out of the way causes drag. Adding helium worsens your problem. It does not make it better.
Lion, do you think they're using helium? Do you think they're using helium because people breathe helium and it's okay to breathe helium?
Oh no, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with faking the gravity.
Faking the moon landings. Yes, if you shot them on a scene, you would have people in there, and you would have the thing instead of sucking all the air out, you put helium in there because people can breathe helium, but long-term helium inhalation will lead to death. But why would you use helium if you're just causing a vacuum? And why would adding, like Doofus is saying, adding extra material in versus just having a vacuum create the parabolic arc that you're claiming is, hypothetical?
It's about reducing the gravity, right?
No,
the
helium
gravity
does
on
not
Earth.
reduce gravity. That's a buoyance equation that also has gravity.
Oh my god! All right,
Can I
fine.
make a
I
statement?
can't. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, are we talking about the way the dust moves behind the tires, and it was slower than it should have been?
Yeah, it makes a parabolic arc specifically.
Yeah, because it doesn't have air resistance, which you would have if you had helium there as well, because it's a fucking fluid, like Doofus is saying.
Also, helium has reduced gravity. I don't even know who told you that it does. That's fucking crazy.
Because balloons go up, bro. Gas go up, or what is it? Gas go down, go boom, boom, but helium go up, bruh.
So how did you reproduce this?
That's the cool thing about the
compare it
buoyancy.
against?
Let's see, start
math
first.
behind Yeah, it
Yeah,
includes
I do.
gravity to
Hello?
help buoyancy do
Somebody was
what
trying
it
to say
does.
something.
Just let me check
Buoyancy is
first.
complete
Or someone
evidence
else.
of gravity.
Yeah, buoyancy is definitely evidence of gravity. Butchlitzy did start first, though.
Yeah, what I was going to say is like, how did you replicate it to compare it?
That's a very good question for Lion. Lion needs to answer that question.
No, I'm talking about you.
It's hypothetical.
You're
He already said that it's hypothetical. He hasn't done it. It's not represented
don't-
anywhere. It's a thought experiment.
We don't know how they faked it, if they faked it. I'm introducing ideas here. We know what helium would do, though, right?
No, I
We
wasn't
know
asking
helium
you.
is lighter than.
Helium would not do that. What you're claiming is not what helium would do, though. That's the thing. It's like when we say like we all know this would happen with this, but we all know
You say
helium
that,
would
dude,
not.
but you're
No,
being
hold on,
intellectually
hold on.
dishonest.
Helium
I
would
wasn't
not.
asking.
No, hold on. Helium would not cause dust to create the parabolic arc that a less gravity field would cause that we would see here. Like your claim is not represented.
Helium would most definitely cause
Then
particles
show
to
it.
be suspended longer. This is a fact.
Then
dude.
show it.
It
Well, then show it.
displaces-
I would love to see that. I would love show me a
It would have.
show me a
He was
shape.
still
Well, just
talking.
show it. Just show it.
Hey,
You guys obviously don't want to entertain the idea, even hypothetically speaking, right? I'm speaking in hypotheticals. You're not even willing to entertain it. It shows that you're intellectually dishonest.
There's
You're
vacuum
certain
chambers
things that aren't even
you can
true,
fill
bro.
with fucking helium and
You're
present this
certain
actual
things
as
that
natural thing.
aren't even true, bro.
Right? Explaining why the idea is wrong is entertaining the idea. Don't say we're not entertaining the idea. We're explaining why the idea is wrong. Helium, being made up of matter, has drag. Drag makes things not parabolic. Helium
There we go, doofus.
does not. Helium does not reduce gravity either. That's not something that helium does. That's
Doofus,
something that you just made up.
What particle in helium? Well, hold on a second. Let me ask Doofus this. All right, Doofus, what part of the particle of helium causes an anti-gravitational reaction, like Lion's claiming?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. So,
Lion, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, Taylor already brought it up. It would affect the buoyancy and density of the particles, right?
That's
causing
not an
them to linger,
anti-gravitational effect.
causing them to linger longer, have a longer parabolic arc. It would just remain suspended longer in the air because the helium that's surrounding the particles.
There'd be a fluid dynamic.
The fact
Wouldn't
that
be
you guys
parabolic.
aren't willing to even entertain this in a hypothetical scenario, showing your dishonesty.
I'm entertaining
bro.
you right now, bitch. I'm
You're
fucking
not.
cartwheeling around while we talk about this.
yeah,
right, and the reason why that statement is wrong, if you have helium and you have air, and they're both at the same pressure, there is less drag in the helium, but there is still drag. So
Can I ask
saying
my
it will suspend the particles longer if they're in helium is actually completely wrong.
can I make a statement? Do we have any like? So you're saying this parabolic arc? I'm gonna have to look at whatever video you're talking about. Is you're saying that wouldn't happen here on Earth, and like on Earth, like if we were to like hypothetically spin out in dirt and put it in slow motion, it would behave differently. Like, where's your source on this? Like, what's the information? Where can I go read about the parabolic arc?
He said if you're in a vacuum chamber filled with helium, you could create that parabolic arc in those images and videos we see. Those would actually be done on this planar existence, flat Earth, whatever he wants to claim it is. It's not round though, and there's no space outside of it. And you can do this in a huge vacuum chamber, and create that parabolic arc. But there's
Can you
no
source that,
other
please?
we would all love that source. That would be amazing.
So does this exist?
Yeah,
This source, like, or anything we could read about this exists at all?
Yeah.
So
Where?
we know all things that have mass. All matter in a vacuum chamber fall in a parabolic arc. This is something we already know. We don't need a source for that because that's fucking obvious. Now,
oh really?
What
can I?
Yes. Oh really? Yes. Fucking. Oh really? Definitely.
Oh, really?
Anything that falls in a vacuum chamber takes a parabolic path. Doesn't matter what it is. It's always going to be a parabolic path.
Where do you get
Is that
that
dependent
information
on
from?
well, is that dependent on how
Every
far it falls
vacuum
though?
chamber in existence.
What?
So let me explain, right? Let's say you inflate a balloon with air and it's got a bit of dust in it, right? And you inflate a balloon with helium. Like you can shake the dust in that, the helium's going to rise up to the top of that balloon faster than the air inside the balloon. So going to helium doesn't remove the factor of the difference of 9.8 meters per second squared. Helium doesn't make the dust stay in the air longer. It would probably make the air sink faster because the buoyancy of the helium would rush past the dust because it's lighter than air, and we already know how current air works with dust.
He's right.
Exactly.
He's right. But
So-
that's why.
so it would
Hold
actually
on. That's
fall
why I brought
faster.
up. I brought up a third factor, which was a composite dust, not just like regular dust that you see in the ground outside. I
What
brought that
would
up.
it
You
be
guys are
made of?
ignoring what I'm saying.
Well, no. Like what? So powdered sugar. Like what kind of material would
I
now
don't
fall?
know. It's just I have no idea.
I don't know either. Like, what if you negatively charge the base plate that you stack this dust on, and you can
Ooh, I
actually
like that.
create? There you go. You damn right you like that. So you can
Yeah, I
actually
like that.
increase or decrease it based on your shutter rate and your FPS of your video. Go now, Glober motherfuckers. What do you got for that? Yeah, that's it. That just laugh.
Two
All they
Gaussian
do is
plates.
laugh.
No,
That's
that's
all they
awesome.
got. That's
Two
all they got.
Gaussian plates in a studio chamber.
I love how you set it up though.
That's awesome, dude. With a
Can I
yeah.
ask my question? And it wasn't to lie, and I wanted to know from Doofus. He said that he said like he was talking about the parabolic rate and how it falls. So I was asking him how